Test, test. Test. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, the time is 6:35, and we are back from the closed session, and now we are doing our recognition presentations. We're actually going to start with a presentation of the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, and this is the presentation of the Equity and Human Relations Awards to recognize community members for their service and contributions to equity and human relations in Culver City. One moment, we are getting our announcement.
This might be a good time to let everyone know we've been experiencing difficulties.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, we just wanted to let you all know that we have been experiencing technical difficulties with Granicus. It's working on occasion and very slowly. It keeps telling me there's an error, so I'm hoping to do what we can to make this happen. But in the meantime, while we're trying to get that up on the video wall, I will read to you a description about the Equity and Human Relation Awards, which was created by the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, otherwise known as ERAC, shortly after the committee was established in 2020. And the first awards were presented in 2021, honor individuals for their outstanding contributions to equity and human relations in Culver City, as selected by the subcommittee. Awards have been presented across 4 categories. There's an individual, there's a student, there's a president or executive director of a nonprofit organization, and a business owner. And a full explanation of the award categories, nomination guidelines, and the selection process can be found on the city's website under the Equity and Human Relations Awards page. At this time, I would like to invite the ERAC Awards Subcommittee members to step in front of the dais. They will introduce themselves and then call each recipient, provide a short bio for each winner, after which each will be presented with a medallion. And after each award presentation, recipients are invited to say a few words. And after your award, please step to the side until the end, and then we'll all come together for a group photo. Okay, so I have some microphones. Come up here so you can face everyone. Right here. And there's another, they're on, they're live. Okay.
Hello, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for being here. So our very first award that we're going to give out is to our student recipient. Oh, my name is Samia Bano. I'm a member of the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee and a member of this subcommittee. Okay, so our first awardee will be our student recipient, and that is Kayla Lowitz. She was nominated during her senior year at Culver City High School among other things. As a Girl Scout striving to earn her Gold Award, she planned and implemented a clothing drive out of a desire to ensure that people in need of clothing, such as those served by Culver Closet, local centers, and shelters, had a supply of clothing. At the high school, she led a campaign to raise funds for a junior class trip to improve the mental health and well-being of her classmates after the recent loss of a classmate and the pandemic. So, Kayla, please come on up.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kalia Lowitz, and I'm honored to have been awarded the Medallion of Equity and Human Relations for the City of Culver City. And I want to thank everyone so much for your support, and keep spreading love, aloha, and shoot for the stars. Nothing's impossible, and let's all come together and create a collective, positive outcome within society. So thank you so much.
My name is Carlos Valverde, and I'm also a member of ERAC. Today I'm presenting this award here for Dr. Joe Tavares. As director of the Climate Change Reduction Center at West Los Angeles College, she has collaborated with staff to create an ambitious, wide-ranging program, including curricula that incorporates climate change into many and diverse subject areas. Through her efforts, she is increasing students' understanding of climate change and environmental issues, particularly as they impact social equity and environmental justice. She has facilitated leadership development and employment opportunities for students and has actively recruited students of diverse backgrounds, including those from under-resourced communities and low-income LGBTQ, reentry, and foster youth students. Congratulations, Dr. Joe Tavares, please.
Thank you all. My name is Joe Tavares. I am the director of the California Center for Climate Change Education, and I'm also a proud resident of Culver City. It is so great to be part of a community that takes climate change seriously, that prides its, our leaders here, I know, have been to the college, have participated in our programming, and I know how much you work, how hard you work to make sure that environmental justice is something that is a top priority for everything that you do. And the same thing goes for you all who live here in Culver City, and I want to invite all of you to come to SLA College. We have so many events that we host year-round. We have courses that are available to everyone for free. How wonderful it is to be able to take advantage of opportunities that exist for the community, and many times shaped by the community. So please, come to our college and learn more about the work that we do, and let's work together. Thank you.
So our third award is to Jane Borokoff, who is the Executive Director of the Westside Regional Center, which provides services to people with developmental disabilities throughout their lifespan. She leads her 250-member staff in providing support to more than 10,000 individuals and their families in person-centered and culturally responsive ways. She actively prioritizes diversity, equity, and inclusion. She was directly involved in assisting the center's 80 clients who lost everything in the Pacific Palisades fire. Ms. Barakoff.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, everyone, for this tremendous honor. Working with people with developmental disabilities is not just my career, it's a passion. My husband, Bob, who's here today, our oldest son, has this disability, so we fight at home and at work for inclusion for this very important group of people. I really thank the volunteers who served on this commission for taking the time to shine a light on the work that we do, and thank you to the mayor and council members for your recognition as well. Thank you.
My name is Haifa Muammar. I'm a member of the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, AROC as they call it. I'm really honored to give the award for a business. The two owners are Mr. Fawaz Istwani and Mr. Nicholas Connor. Are co-owners of Jackson Market. They have created a safe and welcoming space for people of all faiths and backgrounds. Jackson Market provides a venue for educational cultural events, documentary film screenings, and teach-ins. They have advocated for human rights, including support for the Palestinians and Sudan and the people of Sudan, and have also demonstrated steadfast support for underdeserved communities. They too have assisted the victims of the fire. Thank you very much. Can you please come here? Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Okay. So this is for you. This is my medallion for you, Nick. Oh, wow. Just my medallion. Oh, that's
Thank-
for you. This is for Fawaz.
Thank you so much. This is really a great honor, and we're so grateful to all of you and to our community. We're celebrating 26 years now at Jackson Market, and we noticed that there used to be a lot more neighborhood markets and delis around LA that have all dried up because people would not invest back into their communities and make them thrive. But I'm proud of my partner Fawaz for helping to choose to do that. And over the years, we try to give back as much as we can and work with our community. And what we find is that when you do good, it's going to come back to you tenfold. And we've definitely experienced that here. I've been thinking a lot lately about the concept of blessed are the peacemakers. And we're trying our best in this crazy world right now to make peace, which is sometimes different than keeping peace. And when we do that, it can sometimes feel disruptive, but we've tried so hard to keep it clear that we are welcoming to everyone, and we're very proud that we can host people of all faiths and all backgrounds throughout the year, and we will be proud to continue to do so, and we always welcome everyone to our store with open arms. So thank you very much.
I have one short comment. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I have one short comment. We have flyers of what the Equity and Human Relations Equity Committee does. They're in Spanish and English. Please help yourself to those. And please apply for the next coming award. It's actually should be online. Yes.
The deadline for the next award is March 30th. So if you know people, if you know businesses, please go ahead and nominate them. Thank you.
I think we have to take a picture. The
City clerk said we were going to take a group picture.
Okay.
I think we have to have the awardees come back for a group picture. Yeah, we'll surround you guys.
As long as I can still do it, I'm gonna do it.
Next, we have a presentation of a commendation to Malik Books, celebrating 35 years in business as a vital cultural institution. Come on down.
Welcome in. All right, I'm going to start reading our commendation for folks who are leaving. Can you do so quickly and as quietly as possible? We are really excited for the celebration. Congratulations to everyone. All right, so we are doing a commendation for Malik Books. And whereas Malik Books is a Black-owned independent bookstore with a long-standing history and a deep commitment to promoting African-American culture, literacy, and community engagement. And whereas Malik Books is dedicated to showcasing African-American literature, calendars, and culturally, I'm going to ask one more time if folks can leave quickly and quietly, just out of respect for our commendation. We are really excited for everyone that got recognized this evening. All right, African American literature, calendars, and culturally affirming gifts that celebrate diversity, heritage, and pride, while providing a vital platform for voices that are often underrepresented in mainstream bookstores. And whereas Malik Books recognizes the critical importance of education and the role of children in shaping the future, offering a wide selection of diverse children's books in alignment with their belief that children are 100% of our future. And whereas Malik Books has served as a cultural hub for our community, hosting countless author talks and book signings with renowned artists, writers, and thought leaders, including Spike Lee, Cedric the Entertainer, I don't know that Dr. Muriel Bouquet. All right, I was close. Wallow 267, I've heard that name before. PJ Morton, Taraji P. Henson, I was there, my daughter met her. Ayanya Van Zant, Grace Byers, Nicole Hannah-Jones, Jay Ellis, Issa Rae, Omar Epps, Eric LaSalle, Omarion Garcelle, now I'm going to blank on her name, but that's Fancy from Jamie Foxx, so if y'all know. Terry Crews, Tabitha Brown, Common, and many others. And whereas from 2023 to 2025, Malik Books proudly serves as the official special seller for the Los Angeles Times Festival of Books, the largest book festival in the United States, featuring celebrated authors such as Lucky Diaz, Kwame Alexander, Stacey Abrams, Max Greenfield, and many more. And whereas Malik Books has proudly served the Los Angeles community since 1990 with 2 physical locations at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza and the Westfield Culver City Mall, as well as a robust online presence at malikbooks.com, expanding access to books and cultural resources locally and beyond. Whereas through extensive outreach efforts in 2023 and 2024, Malik Books distributed more than 16,000 free books to underserved students throughout Los Angeles County, forming impactful corporate partnerships with organizations including the Black Students Achievement Plan and LAUSD, It's Bigger Than Us, the Penske Media Corporation, and the Black Affinity Group, raising more than $40,000 in sponsorship support. We love that. And whereas Malik's Bookmobile is a dynamic and innovative initiative that brings books, culture, and literacy directly into neighborhoods and schools, hosting numerous book fairs across Los Angeles County and demonstrating a commitment to making education accessible beyond traditional retail spaces. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City does hereby recognize and commend Malik Books for its outstanding contributions to literacy, cultural representation, education, and community empowerment, and expresses its deepest appreciation for for more than 3 decades of service to the residents of Los Angeles County and beyond. The City of Culver City encourages the community to celebrate and support Malik Books as a vital cultural institution that continues to enrich lives, uplift voices, and strengthen our shared future. Dated this 26th day of January 2026, signed by the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members.
Wow. I'm honored. I'm deeply honored. I don't do it to be seen of people, but it's nice to be recognized. Thank you. 35 years doing this, and I got 50 million reasons why I'm going to continue to do this, because that's the statistic that I came across, that 50 million homes don't have one book in their house. Now, you know, education, reading is tied to success, achievement, elevation. So I have a lot of reasons why I want to continue to do this. I do it with a passion, and I want to thank you for recognizing Malik Books. And I want to also acknowledge the secret weapon of Malik Books, April. I don't want to leave her out simply because we're the dynamic duo. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
We're going to start. We have to wait till 7. It's 4 till. I mean, I'm happy to start early, but every minute's going to count tonight. Oops.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. We have to restart our encoder so that hopefully we can record this meeting. So please bear with us.
So we're going to be late. Should I speak? Or just let it move on?
From when the item comes up, maybe if one of you wants to speak,
Okay.
and then I think I love what you do when you, like everyone stands up if people are still here.
Absolutely. I mean, we'll be fading out because
Yeah,
our alarm
right.
clocks go off at 4. But appreciate.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I'll be here. And
Yeah.
I'll other guys.
Okay.
But appreciate it.
Yeah,
You
I
guys
just want to
doing
get
good?
it. I want to get it done. Yeah.
Mr. Movie Star over here, man. I see these one stare videos and stuff. I'm like, man, I don't even good videos too. I don't even see lighting behind it. You know.
Love it. Yeah.
Get that done.
Great. Good to see you. Thank you.
I'm going to see. Open. Okay. Excellent. Okay. I was able to record. Okay. That was us. It was here. It was, but we had to turn off the presentation volume, which was going because this was on. I had the volume on because we were testing the timer. And we were going to need to use it. Are we ready? Yeah. I mean, it's not off, but we'll need it again, maybe. Yay! All right. Are we ready? Mayor, I do believe we are ready to begin again. So we are going to start our regular session.
Let's do it.
Yay.
Are we going to do a roll call, or we already did it? All right, if
We already did roll
everyone
call.
could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of
the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great, thank you. Now I will read our statement of land acknowledgement. The City of Culver City formally acknowledges that the land we inhabit today is the ancestral land of Indigenous people who have lived here for millennia. The City of Culver City honors the Gabrielina people past, present, and future, and recognizes their enduring connection to this land as its original caretakers. We are committed to supporting and uplifting the Gabrielino people and to foster a deeper understanding of the histories and identities of all Indigenous peoples in this region. We encourage all residents and visitors to join us in respecting and caring for this land. The city affirms its support for the rights of these Indigenous communities and for the preservation of their cultural legacies. And now we'll move on to community announcements. We'll start, are there any announcements from CBCs or staff?
Yes, and also, did you have a report for closed session at all?
No.
No report? Okay. We have Joe Falter from the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Mayor Puza and council members. My name is Joel Falter, and I am the chairperson of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I am speaking this evening on behalf of the committee on two matters. First, the BPAC asks you to consider and approve consent calendar item C3, approval of final plans, specifications, and authorization to publish notice inviting bids for Phase 1 of the Better Overland Project's capital improvement project number PS029. Second, the BPAC asks you to consider and approve action item A2. The BPAC supports the staff recommendations for action item A2, which is the selection of the preferred design alternative B, for Overland Avenue between Culver Boulevard and the Bionda Creek Bridge as part of the Better Overland project. Thank you, and have a good meeting.
That was the last.
Okay, we'll go to community announcements from my colleagues. I'll start with Councilmember Vera.
Nothing from me, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Hi, everyone. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to share that I really enjoyed and appreciated the MLK Day celebration, and I really want to shout out the hard work that the committee did to put that together. It's clearly, they put a lot of thought into it, got a great turnout. I think everyone had a great time, and everyone learned a little more in celebrating the life and the legacy of Dr. King. And I think I'll wait to talk more about what's been happening in our country when the action item comes up. But I will say that the two people who have died in Minneapolis over the past week, completely unjust, and it further erodes the trust that we have in our government. But these two deaths are not the beginning of the problem. It's been going on for some time, and we've seen it here in Culver City, and people who are living in fear to this day, people who have been detained, taken away from their families, all for a little more than a civil issue. And these are people that are here working hard, supporting their families, seeking the American dream. And this effort to intimidate people who are seeking that dream and people who are defending them needs to end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I'm going to try to make mine as quick as possible. Good evening, everyone. I want to echo Councilmember O'Brien's congratulations to our MLK and Juneteenth committee for a job well done. Special shout out to all of our performers, volunteers, our park staff. It was fantastic, and looking forward to Juneteenth. So keep up the great work. I wanted to flag that our 2018 plan to prevent and combat homelessness plan is in the midst of being updated, and there have been a couple of events that have already taken place, but there will be an event tomorrow, just in case you just love city meetings and want to continue, tomorrow from 6 to 7:15, so much shorter than this meeting, on Zoom. If you just Google that or go to our website, culvercity.gov, you can find information about registering for that, and we really encourage and want to hear from as many stakeholders as possible as we update that plan. In addition, I don't know if y'all have noticed, there's someone new in our city manager's seat, and he's embarking on a community conversation over the next few weeks. I'll be at the first two this Thursday, January 29th at Culver West Alexander Park, as well as the event on February 4th at Sig Cronenthal Park. Both events are at 6 p.m. He also has some additional dates in February, but definitely encourage folks to come out and meet our new city manager and get excited about the plans that we have ahead for our community. I also want to acknowledge the heavy time that we are all feeling as a mom, as just a community member. It's been incredibly tough. But I just want to encourage us to continue to care for one another. I say that a lot. We belong to one another. Hope is a discipline, and nothing that is happening right now is normal. We really have to resist accepting this time as something that we should stand for. And on that note, it happens to be Angela Davis's birthday. So I want to lift up two quotes from hers that are particularly resonant for me in this time. I am no longer accepting the things that I cannot change. I am changing the things I cannot accept. And you have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you, Mayor, and well said, both of my colleagues. Thank you for uplifting the city manager listening sessions. I think all of us will be there at different times, so definitely come through. Would love to hear from all of you. The homelessness plan that Councilmember McMorrin lifted up tomorrow is one Zoom session at 6. Wednesday is the other one at 2. And I also just wanted to, echo their comments and just reiterate, uplift the name of Alex Preti, who was the 8th person fatally shot by federal agents since Trump's second term began, not counting the 38 people who have died in ICE custody. And just, continuing off of what my colleagues have said, but there's just nothing that any of us can say that would make this moment go away. So it's time to plug in locally and take action however we can. Councilmember McMorrin shared a really handy graphic in her newsletter. I put it in mine as well. It just shares some ways you can, you can take action and be a part of resistance. And one of those is supporting local mutual aid groups. So I just want to give a shout out to West Los Respuesta Rápida. Culver Presbyterian Church is their fiscal sponsor. There's a donation page for that. They're helping ICE impacted families in the region. And you can make recurring donations to legal funds like Immigration Defense Law Center, which this city council donated $25,000 to this past year. And you can continue to divest from and boycott companies that have contracts with ICE. Those lists are online as well, so I encourage folks to do that. I want to give a shout out to the 100 protesters, many Culver City community members who shut down, who protested at a Home Depot in Ladera Heights and last weekend over their complicity with ICE, and the hundreds of community members who've shown up week after week at City Hall to protest the abuses of the federal government. So in this time, we remember that we keep each other safe. And I also have some sad news to share, which is that Wendy Ray Fish, the mother of former Culver City Mayor Alex Fish, has passed away. And I know we have some friends and past colleagues of Mayor Fish on this council and in the room tonight and watching at home, and I want to share that our hearts and our condolences go out to you, Alex. Mayor Fish has been a friend of mine for a while, and colleagues, I'd like to ask to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Miss Wendy Fish, and I'll have some words at the end of the meeting.
Thank you. +4, I guess, on the MLK celebration. Thanks to everyone who organized it. Also, last Thursday night, we had the homeless count. I know myself and Councilmember O'Brien, and I think Councilmember McMorrin was there as well. So thanks to all the staff and volunteers who showed up for that. It's one way. It's not the most sophisticated way, but it is the way that we are able to take account in time, in a moment in time, and it's how we allocate resources and funding for services. And yesterday I partnered with LA Voice, the Culver City Presbyterian Church, and West Los Angeles Rapid Response Network for a teach-in on immigration issues and impacts of ICE on our community. And we talked about tangible ways how we can support our community members. Came out of a listening sessions that I did last year, and we're going to do another one, but the focus will be on housing and homelessness, and that will be coming next month. And with that, we will go into presentations. The first presentation is by Throne regarding bathrooms for public spaces.
Council members, Vice Mayor, Mayor, thank you very much for taking the time today. My name is Ben Simons. I'm an account executive here at Throne Labs, and today I'm going to be walking through a quick presentation on our work and what we do and our success here in the LA region, and then have some time at the end for a couple of questions. So to start at the very top, one of our co-founders, Fletcher Wilson, he likes to say that his GI system is his worst system. And 4 years ago, I started being a little bit more public about that than we're all accustomed to, which is what we're doing here today, which is a good thing. And quickly found that his family and friends and Uber drivers and bus drivers have had a similar experience of this anxiety around, hey, where is that next public restroom going to be that I can use? Not only that, but the data agrees with it. Apparently 1 in 6 Americans have actually left a job due to lack of a good restroom option. So Fletcher decided to sit down and do something about this. And fast forward to today, 4 years, we have deployed about 90 Thrones across the United States, 45 of which are here in the LA region with partnerships with Long Beach, Beverly Hills, LA Metro. But what we're actually most proud of is not that we've had more than 1 million people use our Thrones, it's that we have built a bathroom solution that actually works for everyone. It's not a bathroom solution that's just for that emergency, it's a bathroom solution that families can use, and kids can use, and park goers can use. So what does that look like here in the LA region? We've actually deployed Thrones into Westlake MacArthur Park, obviously a very rough area with great success that was deployed in October 2023. We've also, as mentioned, deployed into Beverly Hills, where there is an incredibly high expectation for cleanliness, service, and the quality of that product that we're offering. So we've really done this by sticking to our mission to expand access to clean and delightful restrooms for everyone. And where that's gotten us today is we offer a self-contained, smart public restroom with an all-inclusive flat fee service plan. So to break down what those all mean, because they can be a little bit buzzwordy, self-contained means that thrones do not require any infrastructure connections for water, sewer, or power. We can typically ship within a few weeks of getting a contract, and we can activate thrones on the ground within a few hours of delivery. That said, we are not compromising on the quality and the delightfulness of that restroom experience. So yes, no water sewer connections, but they do have clean water tanks and wastewater tanks, allowing us to provide flushing toilets and running water for sinks for hand washing. Also very important, obviously, with any restroom is power. Thrones have standard solar panels and backup batteries. So in every single throne, you'll see active ventilation, climate control, lights, smoke detectors, and even some soft music, which can make that experience much more enjoyable. So we really have thought of everything here. And I think, that second portion of that definition's self-contained smart. The smart portion of that is also really important to our success. And really what smart means for us is that we use technology to maximize the quality of that user experience by enabling them to communicate directly with us. So basically, every single time someone enters a throne, they'll receive a text message from us, and we can talk about that entry method, and they'll have the opportunity to give us a clean rating, 1 to 5, and let us know about any comments or issues that they may have. So what do those results show across all of our markets? Our average cleanliness rating across all of our markets is 4.3 out of 5. With about 91% of respondents from surveys saying that thrones are a good or great public restroom option. Another really important number, I think, for Culver City is that 90% uptime average, which means that when you take into account the time we spend cleaning thrones, which is on average every 14 uses, we actually clean a throne, and downtime for maintenance, thrones are available to the public to use 90% of the time, which is incredibly positive for any public restroom option. So at a national level, that's the kind of information that we kind of results that we'll see. On a more localized level, we do have a throne here in Culver City through our partnership with LA Metro. That throne was deployed in April 2025. Since then, it has seen 14,758 uses and has again been cleaned on average 14 times, been cleaned once every 14 uses on average. So again, really being able to provide that level of service and quality that everyone feels really comfortable to use a throne is an incredibly important part of our model here. Part of that communication that throne users are able to complete with us also allows them to give us comments, and I just want to point out the second one here. This small but extremely important public amenity was so clutch, super clean and easily accessible. Really summarizes exactly what it is that we want people to experience when they go inside one of our restrooms. So when it comes to this data, it's not only a nice to have, but it's also incredibly important for our customers to be able to measure the rate of return that they're getting on a throne. So unlike a permanently built restroom where you might have an idea of data usage, but you wouldn't really be able to act on that very much because a permanent restroom is a permanent restroom. Because thrones have no infrastructure requirements, we can use that data to make decisions on where else thrones should go. Thrones can be picked up and moved. So if you see less usage than you had hoped on your investment in a certain location, a throne can simply be picked up, and we can place it in a different location within the city to see where it gets more usage. That data is shared with our customers on a quarterly basis to make sure that people are aware of exactly what it is they are receiving with their investment. Lastly, one enormous benefit to the throne tech that we use to create this positive user experience is how we add accountability into the restroom experience. So not only does our technology allow users to seamlessly communicate with us, but it also allows us to seamlessly communicate with them. So what that looks like is when you enter a throne, you have 4 ways to enter. You can text a throne, you can scan a QR code, which will automatically populate a text message on your phone that you can send. You can use our app, or you can also use a tap card if you do not have a phone. If someone enters a throne and decides to smoke in there, we can actually text that user and say you're misusing this throne, and we can restrict their access if necessary. Another common way that thrones do tend to get misused in certain locations is what we call overstays. So something else that will happen when you enter a throne is that you'll be notified in English and Spanish, both visually and verbally, that there's a 10-minute time limit, and the door is going to slide open in 10 minutes and 20 seconds. There's warnings at 5, 8, and 10 minutes. At 10 minutes, a voice is going to start playing. The lights will be flashing, telling you that it's time to leave the unit. At 10 minutes and 20 seconds, that door is just going to slide right open. So we can see data from our most difficult location in LA, which is in Westlake MacArthur Park, that only 5.5% of uses actually do reach that 10-minute limit. And then we see the quality of our technology when we see that only 0.7% of users actually had repeat offenses, and we had to restrict their access. From this chart, you can see that 100% of those 5.5% of users still in there, and it quickly dips down to 33% of users after 1 minute. At 5 minutes, there's only 5% of people left in there. So we see this technology working in that it doesn't just restrict people's access that are misusing it, but it makes sure that thrones do stay available and in good condition for all of the folks that want to use a restroom properly. So instead of building a public restroom that's essentially there for 0.7% of people to vandalize and try and camp in, we're building a restroom for 99% of people that want to use it properly. Obviously, also very important when we're trying to maximize who can use this is that thrones are ADA compliant. We exceed federal standards. They come standard with ramps. So we just want to make sure that as many people as possible are able to use our thrones in an effective and enjoyable way. Okay, so that is the quick summary of Throne, and happy as well to take any questions here.
Great, thank you very much. We'll start with questions and comment from Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yep.
I saw one of your thrones in Ann Arbor when I was there for a football game. Mm-hmm. They were doing a demo, not public demo, you can imagine. And I thought, but it doesn't look like it is, there are humans that are cleaning these?
Exactly, yes. So with every single throne, we assign each throne a service plan, which is specific for that area, depending on the likely amount of usage that it's going to see. And these are people that are cleaning these thrones, on average, again, every 14 uses. One of the big disadvantages of something that's self-cleaned is, one, you do need to have a water connection for that, which is, as I'm sure many of you know, very expensive and time-consuming. Also, our theory is if you want something done right, you do it yourself. So these are people that are cleaning these thrones, again, on average, every 14 uses.
I hope that's scalable.
It is very scalable, yeah. So as mentioned, we have about 90 thrones across the country. We have 45 in LA right now. We'll be up to 75 in the LA region by June of this year. So it is indeed a scalable model. It actually becomes more and more viable as we have more density. One of the advantages to thrones is that our cleaners don't actually have to have a big truck and a vehicle to do their job. There's a hidden cleaning cabinet in each throne, so depending on the location, cleaners actually can ride public transit. So right now we have a lot of our deployments here in the LA region are in metro stations. Deployments in the Bay Area are on Caltrain lines, so they're actually able to ride public transit a lot of the time.
And how do you address graffiti?
Yeah, so the interior and exterior coating of a throne has an anti-graffiti surface. Part of our service plan is that we do everything and you do nothing. So because we are there so frequently, those cleaners are going to be responsible for removing any graffiti that's added to the structure. It happens, people tag thrones all the time. You won't see it there for more than a day because there's going to be a cleaner there before to remove it.
Great, one last question. If we have a special event and we need a one-day rental or a weekend rental, is that available?
We typically cannot do short-term rentals like that. However, one of the advantages to Throne is we can get approximately 300 uses out of a single tank from the clean water and the wastewater tank. So if our customers just let us know prior to an event that there's going to be a lot of usage, we can make sure to have a completely full water tank for that day. And we can also show you the data on how many people have used it at certain events. But we typically can't do short-term contracts for just events.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks so much for your presentation. I had the opportunity to, I guess, tour the Throne site in Culver City at the Metro stop. I was really impressed by how clean it was, and was able to see some of the features in terms of the storage in the back and how self-sufficient. So I'm super excited by this idea and potentially incorporating this into some of our public spaces and some of the needs we may have. So just really appreciate you all taking the time to come down and share with the entire body, and looking forward to see what my colleagues have to say about this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Question, one of my colleagues asked about graffiti, and it's cleaned off, but as we all know, graffiti comes in multiple types, and a lot of it has to do with etching and scratching and whatnot.
Yeah.
In the interior surfaces, would that be something that's addressed also, that those surfaces are changed, or how do you guys address those issues?
Yeah, definitely. So if you can actually put the presentation back to, I think, slide number 3 or 4, it's going to be an interior picture of the throne. What you're going to see on there is a kind of a leaf interior wallpaper. The benefit of that is that if someone does etch into that, our cleaners in that heading cleaning closet, there's going to be a lot of spare leaves in that cleaning closet. So if there's an etching, they can just paste another leaf right on top of it, and it will be completely invisible. Same goes for the mirror. It's going to be a quick peel mirror. So if someone does etch into that, we'll just peel that layer off. That interior wallpaper that you're about to see on slide number 4 there is also advantageous because people don't tend to tag services like that. It's really not very visible when someone tags that. And just to kind of add a little bit of context to how we're using the data that people are providing with us about cleanliness ratings, is we are responding directly when users let us know there's an issue. So that text message they get when they go into a throne, we say, hey, how does it look in here? If they put in the comments, there's graffiti inside, that's going to essentially trigger our algorithm to move that throne up into a higher tier of need for cleaning. So we're making sure to clean thrones when they actually are in the need of cleaning them, not just on a set schedule. So that's kind of, again, I'm thinking about that graffiti. When there's graffiti, someone's going to mention that really quickly. We're going to be out there much faster to clean that unit and make sure that it's not kind of sitting there all day.
All right, cool. Thank you for that. And one last question. You said, there's like 4 different ways to access, whether it's tap or phone or text or whatnot. Is there a charge for this to the consumer, to the user?
There is not. This is a free restroom. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Yeah, thanks for coming and presenting. The restroom's fantastic at Culver City Station, and I have toured it as well, though it was just me in there. I was curious if you have sites identified for like what might work in Culver City.
Yeah.
The one that came to mind immediately for me was the Fox Hills Transit Center, because there's many different bus lines that converge there. It's kind of like a parking lot, and I imagine you might be waiting for your bus and might need to use the restroom. So do you guys have thoughts on where one might fit?
Yeah, definitely. Well, from reading the park's master plan for Culver City, it seems like there are a lot of outdated restrooms in Culver City that y'all are hoping to replace. Those are kind of listed as big infrastructure projects right now to be able to complete that have a lot of expense. I would definitely recommend considering a few of those parks for throne deployments, because instead of that being a years-long process with permitting and cost, we can do that for you, within a month or so of getting a contract. Today we went and visited a couple of those parks. We went to Veterans Memorial Park. That is definitely a very good candidate for a throne. We went to Blair Hills Park, which is obviously a smaller neighborhood park, but talked to some folks up there that were really interested in having a throne available. So definitely park areas that have high use. The real main things to consider around deploying a throne is that we just need relatively flat ground, so concrete or asphalt is preferred. We need good sun exposure for our solar panels, and we need 40 feet to vehicle access for our service trucks. So definitely Fox Hills Transit Center will be a great option for folks that are riding transit that need to use the restroom, and most of our deployments here in the LA region are at transit stops, and then definitely parks across the city as well that could use an upgrade.
Thank you. And then I saw you said, or the slide said, no upfront cost compared to a build.
Yeah.
So what is the pricing structure for the city?
Yeah, definitely. So the way that we model our pricing is that we do not charge you to deploy a throne. Instead, we assign a service tier to each throne based on the likely amount of usage it's going to get based on kind of similar locations across the region. We then charge you a monthly fee for all servicing and all cleaning, and that's just a flat fee. So if someone goes in there and breaks something or vandalizes something, you don't hear about that, you don't pay for that. It's included under our service fee. Typically do a 12-month contract that's billed monthly.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Great. Thanks again for the presentation. I'm very impressed with the throne. It's clean, it's safe, it's aesthetically pleasing. The decrease in public defecation is a benefit to our community. I do have a question. I think that you can also wrap these, right? So if we want to put Culver City branding or other kinds of branding, we can do that. That's a possibility. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's two options that we have for customizing thrones, one of which is a custom logo, which is a pretty simple process. We could put a Culver City seal or logo on the front of the throne. And then we do offer custom wraps. Typically, we'll have a minimum order quantity depending on the customizations required to do that. But it's definitely something we can discuss with you and figure out a solution there.
Great. And also for the graffiti, the mirror actually is graffiti resistant as well. Is that correct?
Correct. It's a quick peel mirror. So basically, if someone does tag it or carve into it, the next time a cleaner's in there, they'll be just peeling off that layer of the mirror. And then once it gets to the end of that mirror, we just replace it.
Great. Yeah. Those are all my questions. I am wondering if we can provide direction tonight? Or,
You can agendize something for consideration.
Great. I would love to see if I can get nodding heads for a conversation about developing a sole source pilot agreement for Throne.
I'm seeing nodding heads from all council members. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. All right, we'll go into our second presentation, presentation by Afro Village Consortium of an LA 28 Olympic collaboration opportunity.
Do you guys want the click? You want to click? Sorry.
Good evening, everyone, Mayor, council members. My name is Rassam Bahati. I am the founder and president of the Bahati Foundation, which launched almost 16 years ago in March. And we are here to talk about an opportunity that we're calling Team Afro Village. We're a group of leaders working at the intersection of sports, culture, diplomacy, and community impact. This is a city-safe, privately funded, temporary activation designed for LA 28. We are really excited about pulling this off in Culver City for many reasons, but more importantly, it puts Culver City again on a global scale with LA 28 coming. I would also like to introduce Council Mom Mbai, and talk about a word that you're going to hear a lot tonight, Teranga. Mom.
Good evening, Mayor Busa, council members, and fellow residents of Culver City. Throughout my career in diplomacy, I have learned that the most meaningful global connections are often large and forged on local grounds. The 2028 Olympics present us with exactly this kind of opportunity, a chance to extend our world-class teranga, which means hospitality in my language, Wolof, and showcase the very heart of our community. Here in Culver City, we will not just join to celebrate diversity, we will live it every day. We are a creative capital, a crossroad of cultures, and a core that already speaks to the world. The Games offers us a powerful platform to amplify that voice. And for this reason, our proposal looks forward beyond immediate economic benefits. We see this as an act of civic diplomacy, a chance to build lasting bridges of cultures, business, and friendship. Our mission is to create a Culver City hospitality village, a dynamic, welcoming space dedicated to authentic intercultural exchange. It will be a place where the world experiences our innovation and artistic soul, and where we engage in meaningful dialogue with our international guests. The relationship formed here will become our greatest legacy for the Olympic Games. To walk you through the details, sustainable and community-focused plan that will bring this vision to life, it is now my honor to introduce my esteemed colleague, Rashid Bahati.
Thank you, Mom. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, thank you for this opportunity to come before you. We are really excited, as Rasan and Mom has stated, to be here in Culver City. The Afro Village Consortium is a Pan-African cultural, sports, and innovation, business development, sports direct investment, health and wellness platform that we would like to launch here during the Olympic Games and possibly the Paralympic Games. Our mission basically is just to create this global environment that would be able to be this platform for the Olympics for the African countries that will be here, as well as for the broader community here in Culver City. Our mission also is to have a Bahati House sports lab. As Rasan stated, he's a little modest, but Rasan is a 10-time U.S. champion cyclist and has traveled the world, U.S. national team, so forth and so on. Okay, somebody was applauding. Okay, Rasan, stand up and take a bow. So anyway, the point being is that we're really excited about this opportunity to merge Africa and sports diplomacy, as the mayor has been pushing, as well here in Culver City during the Olympics. And I'll go back a step. I don't know how I got so far ahead. James Hines, my colleague here, will walk us through this particular slide.
Hi, greetings all. It's my pleasure being here. I'm here from the Bay Area to be part of this amazing presentation to engage what we believe is an awesome opportunity with the city with a product that's actually been around for a while. It's called hospitality houses, which have, I think, based on a presentation that was done a while back with New Zealand, which was amazing, they brought to everyone's attention that since, I believe, 1992, hospitality houses have been created as a way to extend an opportunity to support the athletes' family and the brands that support in the city hosting, both with public and private events. As what's shown up on the presentation here, whether it's New Zealand in 2024 or the Africa Station in Paris, it's an opportunity to provide these critical bullet points, which are city-approved, one responsibility entity that is to whom this should be governed, nation's cost under one programming drives that's generated that drives tourism and media, and city exposure that is limited and manageable. What is different about this particular hospitality house, as we look at what's here, most hospitality houses represent a country. be it New Zealand, Australia, the U.S. The continent of Africa for a number of years has had a hospitality house under a banner where one banner has hosted multiple countries. We are doing the same. Our goal is to focus on 6 to 7 countries rather than all 54 or the 29 that have won a total of 514 medals from 1896 to 2024. We're just going to take a small slice and share it with the opportunities here afforded with the city of Culver City. Next. What we're looking here is what we define as called the Culver City opportunity, which is, it's already, as your emblem says, the heart of Screenland. We look to extend Culver City's reach with what is one of many maps that exist that shows what the Olympics looks like in the 2028. And while Culver City is not itself not hosting an Olympic proper, it is the ideal location to engage guests, both local and international, who would love to participate in all that what the city of Culver City provides, the location of Los Angeles and the state of California, which is a warm and an inviting environment for excellence and for friendship, and that word Taranga, hospitality. Could we go to the next, please? I'm going to leave this back to my colleague, Rashid, would you?
So what you see here on the screen is what is the Hospitality House, a showcase of African nations, culture, cuisine, innovation, hosts public daytime programming, host and control evening, fashion shows, music, talk, curated events, aggregation of between, as James said, 6 to 12 nations that we want to focus on. There may be more, because the way we're looking at it is looking at it's called the African diaspora, which includes the Caribbean and other islands that could be a part in other parts of the world as well. So that's the African Cultural Pavilion. What is the Bahati House? We see the Bahati House as this engaging sports laboratory with all of our partners. The Bahati Foundation, as Rasan has stated, already has world-class corporations that we work with already with our foundation. We would like to bring those corporations into Culver City with our Bahati House lab. And it would be a great opportunity to advance the ideas around sports technology, bike clinics, fun rides, cycling tours. We could have, I think Culver City represents a beautiful environment to cycle down to the beach and back, those kinds of things. So that's Bahati House. Funding models, why this is a city-safe idea and how it's paid for. We look for corporate sponsorships, partnership underwriting, country participation fees, and private events and activations. And what the city does not fund is construction, staffing, programming, and security from the perspective of on-site security at the actual venues themselves and AV and production type things. So the city does not get involved in those things with us. The governance and accountability. The Afro Village is we're the sole responsible party for what happens with the Afro Village and the concepts around that. All contracts will be handled directly through our consortium. Vendors, security, production teams, you name it, and participating countries signing MOUs with our organization. Economic impact, we just did some general models of looking at conservatively $4.5 million of extra or additional income, or the income impact on the city itself. So we see it as a very positive situation to have something like this here in Culver City during the Olympic Games. Why Africa? Why now? Africa, in case you guys didn't know, is one of the fastest growing, has the fastest growing youth population on the planet right now. And there are over 50 countries, actually 54 countries in Africa, over 4,500 athletes across 36 sports. Will be around doing the LA 28, excuse me, and 30 million fans globally. We see it as a great opportunity with all of the influence that's going on around creative industries and those sectors, tourism in those sectors, and sports tourism and diplomacy. Programming, we see a village that would have daytime free programming, cultural exhibits, cuisine experiences. I know Culver City has quite a few restaurants, and so we see interacting with those restaurants quite a bit and doing creative things that would bring the community into the pavilions. Fashion shows, music performances, knowledge exchange. So all of these things we see as a positive benefit to the city as we put up a pavilion like this. Here's the actual diagram of what we have been discussing so far is Media Park. Media Park, and adjacent to that, if you see the little square to the side of Media Park, is an open lot there. So we see the African Pavilion being in Media Park, and adjacent to that would be the Bahati House. And of course, we see other areas like Ivy Station as being critical to some of the activities that we would like to do during the Olympics, where we would have pop-up displays and things of that nature and other programming. But Media Park would be the main area. Security operations, we see a community-friendly security design. So professional private security, controlled entrances and exit points, emergency, and everything that would offer the ease of the community to access, as well as making sure we have a secure environment for crowd flow and capacity management. One of the things that is very important to us, is very passionate for us to bring to the community here in Culver City, is to make sure that there's some type of legacy that we leave behind with the community. We feel real strong about working with your school district here in Culver City to bring one of our major programs, which is Motion Equals Healthy, and let that be a leave behind program that we offer to Culver City and the Culver City children. Where they would be engaged in after-school programs that would deal with cycling and other sports activities, primarily cycling, though, through our foundation. What we're asking from the city, we would like to explore with the city, have your approval to continue feasibility discussions around what we're doing, what we would like to do at Media Park and the Bahati House location adjacent, and timing and action. I know that the Ivy Park Station is not something that the city runs, but we would like to, be in talks with the city around all of these things in alignment and permitting, timeline, that thing, ongoing coordination, and not financial commitment. We look to raise the money for these activities. So with that said, we see this as a win-win summary right now. No permanent building, no city capital funding, strong governance and accountability, cultural leadership, and economic activity for local businesses, and positive international media exposure. So together with Culver City, we seek to create a thoughtful and internationally focused cultural experience during the LA 28 timeframe. Taranga. Thank you very much. We're open for any questions.
Great. Thank you all for that great presentation. And we'll start with comments or questions from Councilmember O'Brien.
Well, excuse me. Thanks, Rashid. And
You're welcome.
Hassan and James and Mom. I don't, I know what's going on. We've been chatting for several months, along with Mayor Puza. We really appreciate you choosing Culver City. I do. And I mean, you've covered it all the questions that I had going into this. So I just look forward to the questions from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor. Really appreciate you all being here and the really thorough presentation. I was very confident, separate and apart from this presentation, that many places would want to have Culver City as a host, because I know I'm biased, but it's a great place to be. Lots of amenities, so I'm happy that you all are here. Excited that the idea that there will be multiple countries that will have the opportunity to partner and be engaged with our community. Diversity was something that I was really concerned as we were having these conversations about the Olympics. So I'm happy to see that there's an opportunity for partnership and maybe up to 12 countries, but on the low end 6, to come in and be a part of our community for the duration. I'm thrilled about this, particularly that you all aren't asking us to front any dollars right now, which sounds really lovely. So, yeah, just looking forward to, hopefully a strong partnership as we move forward. But I'm thrilled, excited about this concept, and very grateful that you all chose Culver City. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Taranga, yeah, thank you guys so much for the wonderful presentation. Really looking forward to working with you all as we progress. It's great, so thank you all so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Just gratitude. Thanks for coming, and the presentation's wonderful. I think Media Park's a great choice, and just looking forward to seeing how we can support you all in this. Really excited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks again, and thanks for continuing the conversation, the possibility of a partnership. I think it would be a nice complement to New Zealand Fan Zone. I think Media Park is the best location for it, so just excited for this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Yes, and on behalf of the African Consular Corps, I would like to say thank you for having Culver City, the diversity that exists here, that we working always with the mayor, and then the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I request consensus from everyone to have staff move forward on working with the Afro Village Consortium on making this happen?
I'm seeing nodding heads from all 5 members.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to joint public comment for items not on the agenda.
And I will read the statement regarding hate speech and decorum. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected. Meeting attendees are expected to observe the rules of decorum by treating others with courtesy, listening respectfully, providing fair and equal treatment for all persons and matters coming before the City Council, and allowing others to speak without interruption or intimidation. These guidelines help ensure a productive and accessible environment for all members of the public to engage in their local government process. Finally, while the Council is here to listen to your comments regarding issues affecting the community, please remember that public comment is not a forum for two-way conversations with Council members or other individuals in the meeting. All comments should be directed to the Mayor and the City Council as a whole. Thank you.
Great. And how many speakers do we have?
We currently have 8 speakers signed
All
up.
right, let's do a minute and a half each, please.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call all of our speakers. We have Jonathan Faria with 1 minute seated by Anthony Rizzo. We have Jeff Schwartz, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Katie Young-Sicurtino, Scott Stevens, Diego Celaya, and Travis Morgan. Our first speaker is Jonathan Faria, with 1 minute seated by Anthony Rizzo, speaking on item C12.
Thank you, Mayor and the Council. I'd actually like to address Grant B on this agenda item, which is C15, which concerns the Move Sepulveda project. And I have two primary points I'd like to make. The first that is, as this council will recall, back in October.
I'm so sorry. Jonathan, one moment. I called the wrong list. My apologies. Thank you. Items not on the agenda. It's been a long night. Okay.
And it just started.
We have 7 speakers signed up. Bill Baheen, Monica Richardson, Jeff Schwartz, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Jim Shanman, and Guido Von List. Our first speaker is Bill Baheen. I am not seeing them online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Jeff Schwartz.
Alrighty. Good evening, council members. In light of the recent shooting in Minneapolis, I would like to offer my condolences to the family of Alex Pretty. Any loss of life is tragic. That said, many of us here tonight do not want to live in a sanctuary city, and this is why. Sanctuary policies limit cooperation between local law enforcement and federal authorities, whose role includes removing violent criminal offenders, rapists, murderers, cartel members, and drug traffickers who entered this country illegally. These policies do not make communities safer, they make it worse. It's also important to say this clearly. Not everybody here voted the same way. Over 6 million Californians voted for a closed border and federal officers to remove the worst of the worst. Culver City and LA are not one-party cities, even if they are often portrayed that way. There are documented cases, dozens of women, like Laken Riley, Rachel Morin, who were raped and murdered by individuals who were in the country illegally. Yet we don't see mass protests, national outrage for victims of their families. We react intensely to some tragedies while ignoring others involving innocent Americans. Public safety should not depend on politics. We absolutely have the right to peacefully assemble, but we do not have the right to defiantly resist, to incite violence or obstruct law enforcement while they're doing their jobs. Your responsibility is to represent all Culver City residents, not just those on one political side. I am not for anybody to be killed at any event that happens anywhere that involves law enforcement. I respect and appreciate the LAPD who actually defended our city when we had the riots this summer. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak respectfully within my rights as an American citizen, and I thank you for my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Schwartz, followed by Melissa Sanders.
In light of last week's announcement that Councilmember O'Brien has been appointed CEO of the Chamber of Commerce, I ask tonight that he resign or be removed from the City Council. If a council member accepted money to vote a certain way, we would recognize that as corruption. According to the Chamber's tax filings, Chamber heads have been paid between $80,000 and $90,000 annually to advance its agenda. People often criticized a revolving door between elected officials and lobbyists. O'Brien's new duties include influencing a body of which he is an elected member. If O'Brien stays on the council, he will not be able to participate in most discussions and votes. Past chamber heads have given public comment against closing the oil field, banning plastics, banning flavored tobacco, a minimum wage for healthcare workers, hero pay for grocery workers during COVID, Move Culver, pedestrianizing Main Street, updating taxes and fees, police accountability, and renter protections. As chamber head, Councilmember O'Brien will need to recuse himself from every issue the chamber has taken a position on and every issue that affects businesses to avoid the appearance of conflict. A precedent has been set by the FPPC's recent ruling on Councilmember Jesse Zwick in Santa Monica, whose day job is in housing advocacy. O'Brien will need to leave nearly all the ad hoc subcommittees he was appointed to at your last meeting. Special events, Olympics, minimum wage, short-term rentals, signage, digital kiosks, and film and media policy are all clear conflicts. Only age-friendly states and community needs might be okay. If he remains on council, he won't be able to do his share of the work. He probably cannot discuss or vote on the budget. Mr. O'Brien will also not be able to run for re-election this year since the chamber has
Thank
a political
you.
action
Your time has
committee.
expired.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Bond.
Hi, good evening. I know it's been a while since I've been there. I actually was going to say congratulations to Dan for his new adventure in employment. I think it's an excellent fit, and I look forward to him doing a great job at the chamber. I assume, like other people who have been asked to recuse themselves from certain votes, he will do so when it's a direct conflict. But if Jeff's going to talk about resigning, I guess Bubba Fish should really resign then as well, because, you know, he's so connected to the transportation, he should not have any votes on anything to do with any transit in the entire city. So, you know, I guess both of you should step down. Is that what that's the whole thing is about? That wasn't going to be my main point for things. I was also going to comment on the fact that I'm continuing to be concerned about the consultants and the people that are hired for these studies that have shown absolutely unethical, horrible behavior, assuring us that no plans have been made on certain things and everything is about input, and 2 weeks later coming up with an incredibly detailed plan that was obviously already decided upon. I will be speaking on that later. I will be speaking on Friday, but the fact that you guys are planning for 3 parallel bike lanes is terrifying. Not sure where people are going to park.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Jim Shanman.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Marcy Bond. I am a Parks and Recs Commissioner, but everything that I say now is my own opinion. The biggest thing that we're having with all of these projects that are trying to be pushed through is that none of them ever do any studies to find out how they are going to affect the surrounding neighborhoods, how it's going to impact our lives. And the majority on the council doesn't seem to care. Is it going to increase the traffic into our neighborhoods? Is it going to make it so we have no place to park, which people need to have? Is it going to destroy the beautiful tree-lined neighborhoods that we currently have, that make Culver City one of the places that people want to come and live? But no one has done any of these studies to find out. They haven't looked at how it's impacted other cities and the residents who live there. When the people that are on that dais are supposed to be representing the residents in this city instead of pushing an outside agenda that has nothing to do with the people that live here. And that is unconsignable to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Shanman, followed by Guido von List.
Here we go. Greetings, Mayor Puza and the rest of our council. I come to you with some really exciting news. As your Safe Routes to School coordinator, we are presenting 2 bike safety events. We're both focused on bike safety. As we know, e-bikes have grown popularity in our community, especially with teenagers riding to and from school, which we think is a great thing, but we do want them to be safe and be responsible. So tomorrow evening, in conjunction with Culver City PD, we are hosting an online 1-hour safety workshop. So we encourage all families, adults and teens alike to join this and learn what is safe, what is legal, what is not legal, and how to properly ride your bikes in public. On Saturday, the 31st, we will be at the Gloria Kaufman Community Center in the parking lot doing an in-person e-bike workshop. We encourage families and teens especially to participate in this. We feel that on-bike workshops are definitely the way to go in terms of more comprehensive learning. And this includes obviously a safety discussion with the teens, on-bike skills workshop, as well as a group ride in the neighborhood so they can understand how riding in the street safely and legally is important. There'll be refreshments sponsored by Culver City Bus. You'll be able to learn about the Go Pass program, and Culver City PD will be on site to register bikes to help prevent against theft. Both events are, of course, free. Tomorrow evenings, you can go to the Culver City PD's website to learn more about that. And for Saturday's workshop, you can go to the Safe Routes to School website at ccwalkandroll.com. Go to the events page, and you can sign up for the free event then. So we encourage all of our families to participate. And there will be more workshops coming, so if you can't make either of these, I'm sure we'll have another one in the very near future. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. And our final speaker for items not on the agenda is Guido von List. I'm not seeing them online or in the chamber. That concludes our public comment speakers.
Great, thank you. May I get a motion to receive and file correspondence?
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin, a second from Councilmember Vera. Please vote.
Sorry, I was logged out. Just a moment. Aye.
All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously. And Councilmember, do you need assistance?
I'm in. It just
Okay.
didn't give me a vote.
Okay, great.
Maybe it's because I logged in after.
Okay, we will move into the consent calendar. Does anyone have any items to pull?
Yeah, C3, and then for the first time in the 3 years I've been here, chamber business is on the agenda, and I will need to recuse on C7, but I've been told that I do not need to leave the dais. Is that correct?
If it's pulled for discussion, you will need to leave the dais, but if it's just part of the vote, then that's correct.
And Mayor, I'd like to pull C15 for a comment, I don't need a presentation, just want to make a comment.
Great, thanks.
I didn't hear what the vice mayor said, but I want C16 or 15?
I did 15.
Yeah, 15 as well for me.
Okay.
I do not need a staff report.
Okay. And
Was
yeah,
that for
let's-
C3, you don't need a staff report?
Yeah.
I actually would like to get a staff report for C3, if that's okay. Thank you.
And additionally, we do have speakers for C5 and C13.
Let's do public comment first then.
Okay. Sounds good.
Alrighty. For Our consent calendar, we have 9 speakers signed up. Our speakers are David Metzler, Jonathan Faria, Jeff Schwartz, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Katie Young Citrino, Scott Stevens, Diego Salaya, and Travis Morgan.
Great, and let's do a minute and a half each, please.
Thank you. Our first speaker is David Metzler for item C3.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. I just have a quick question about C3. Happy it's going forward, but I am wondering if there's a reason that there's like plastic bollards used instead of more permanent cement, like it's going to be used in other areas of the project, and why we wouldn't keep it consistent. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Faria with 1 minute seated by Anthony Rizzo for item C15.
Take two. All right. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'm speaking on C15, and I'd specifically like to address Grant B of that agenda item, which concerns the Move Sepulveda project proposal. And there are 2 points I'd primarily like to make. The first is that, as Council will recall, back in October, it accepted a grant of nearly $1 million for this project for planning, outreach, and design work. And the Grant B on this agenda item, if accepted, would be another grant for the same planning, design, and outreach work, plus actual construction of the project before the public or the council has even seen a design. And that is premature, I think, to say the least. But the second and equally important point is that this wouldn't be free money, that by accepting this grant, this council would be committing matching funds of over $216,000 toward, again, construction of a project before the council has seen and approved a design and before the public has seen and given their input on a design. And so I would respectfully ask that the council postpone voting on whether to accept this grant until we have a design that the public can comment on and that council can review closely and approve. And I've reviewed the grant, and the deadline to accept is not until September. And so there is no rush here. There's plenty of time for this council to have all the information that it needs before it commits its own fund, the City of Culver City's funds, and makes a commitment to the granting agency that it's actually going to build this project. The council will recall that back in October, there was a discussion with the council of the guiding principles for this project. And that discussion, the council already identified some very important design considerations that are going to have to be addressed for this project, including equity and including accessibility for the members of this community that are disabled, and the potential impacts to local businesses along Sepulveda. And there's only been one initial public outreach meeting. And at that meeting, additional members of our community identified additional serious concerns, including cut-through traffic on residential streets, and some good points made by bike advocates in our city about the fact that even the initial design doesn't have any bike lanes on Sepulveda, and instead would propose to do these sort of indirect zigzag routes through residential streets that wouldn't serve the vibrant bike community that we have in Culver City. And so again, I'd ask the council to postpone considering whether to accept this grant until we have a design before committing to construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Schwartz, followed by Melissa Sanders. Speaking on item C3.
Thank you. There will be a lot of comments tonight about Better Overland. So for the benefit of our new city manager and anyone else who's catching up, I want to give some background. In April 2023, the city released a post-pilot report on Remove Culver Complete Street. It confirmed the mid-pilot findings that businesses along the route had greater revenue growth than those elsewhere in the city. Biking, walking, and bus ridership grew, buses were faster, emergency vehicles were faster, and the average added delay for cars during rush hour was under 2 minutes. That June, Caltrans gave Move an award for excellence in transportation. In July, the council majority, Vera O'Brien and Jorn Erickson, voted to remove the bike and pedestrian elements from MOVE, ignoring the data, instead citing an opinion poll of residents conducted in March. When Mr. O'Brien was elected in 2022, he ran on dismantling MOVE, and Michael Hackman, a billionaire landlord who owns the Steps shopping center on the MOVE route, spent over $600,000 supporting him. In December, because Vera O'Brien and Erickson chose vibes over research, LA Metro revoked a grant of almost $500,000 they had given to support the pedestrian safety features of MOVE. Once MOVE was altered, data collection stopped, making it impossible to measure if the choice to endanger cyclists had the desired effect of speeding car traffic. I hope this clarifies the credibility of some of the people speaking tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders, speaking on items C3 and C15, followed by Marcy Bond.
Not sure you should put me after Jeff, since everything he said was a complete and utter lie. I'm pretty sure the entire Downtown Business Association would not agree with our business was so great during Move Culver City. It was a nightmare. It's still a nightmare. I'm pretty sure that you guys remember all the lawsuits about it. I do not understand why we are going forward with any project that is bike focused, removes parking, creates ADA problems, and will continue to push parking even further into the neighborhoods and making it more difficult for current residents. You guys need to look at the entire picture. You're planning better overland, you want to screw up Alenda, and then you're going to have the Sepulveda project. In what world is this a good idea? Removing parking near Vets Park so no one can go to Fiesta La Bayona, and that's more difficult? Don't you guys want to redo that at some point? I don't know what you're thinking, but you're not thinking about the residents. You're not thinking about anything but getting a grant and then wasting city dollars on time and energy and our city workers to do what? To make life more difficult? That doesn't make any sense. Move Culver City is still a nightmare. There are still people who will not come to Culver City because of what they experienced during Move Culver City. It was and is still a failure. Do not do that to Overland or other street.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, speaking on items C3 and C5, followed by Katie Young Sortino.
Good evening, City Council members. Do I only have a minute? I think I pretty much said my piece on C3 right now. But what I would like to talk about is C5, which is a much more appealing prospect to me. I am a Parks and Recs Commissioner. Although I'm not representing the Parks and Recs Commission here tonight, I just wanted to, if you didn't already, everybody already know, the entire Parks Commission voted in favor, all of us unanimously, for this to request that you guys go ahead and say yes to apply for that grant for the fitness court studio that we hope they will decide goes to Tellefson Park, which is a community that park desperately needs some updating. So I would just like to say yes, please, 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 please vote yes on C5. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Young Sortino, speaking on item C3, followed by Scott Stevens.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I haven't done this before. Hi, I'm Katie Young Shortino. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Sandra Evans, and Shira Avidar. We are some of the very concerned mothers just in the area near the intersection of Overland Sawtell and Overland and Kelmore. This is all right next to the elementary school El Rincon. And these are major routes for kids walking and biking to and from El Rincon, as well as to get to other parts of school in Culver, such as the middle school and high school. And our concern as a city hasn't done enough to improve the safety for pedestrians, especially the children. That's our main concern. We all live nearby. We've all been nearly hit as passengers, just walking with and without our children. And I was in an accident as a driver. I was hit by someone who didn't stop. And more concern, I did file this with Mobility and Traffic in July of 27th. And as of December 4th, a child was hit, even with a crossing guard present. Luckily, the child is okay. But we're just really scared that a child will get injured or killed. And so we really do hope that the pedestrian safety gets improved, especially in these intersections, but of course, across all of Overland. Just given this is an elementary school, there's a lot of kids crossing, and we just hope that better safety measures are put in place. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Scott Stevens, speaking on item C13, followed by Diego Salaya.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. Thank you for giving me some time tonight. I'm actually just here to advocate for the positive of C13, which is the off-cycle grant for Hero Fair, an event that we're planning on throwing on April 18th at Vets Park. And I'm the founder and executive director of the Hero Workshop. We're a nonprofit located on Overland Street here in Culver City, and we organize and run tabletop games for kids. And our goal is to get kids talking in person and rolling dice and doing math and having fun telling stories together. And Hero Fair is an annual celebration where we invite other organizations to showcase their summer camps and local artists to have booths and show their wares to the public. And we hope that you guys help us out once again this year. Still got a little bit of time. The fees have gone up a lot this year compared to last year, so we are asking for more money than we asked for last year. Last year, our total city fees came to $3,067.35, and this year we're projected to be looking at $5,909.65. Most of these increases are the increases in the fees that we'll be paying to the police and fire presence that we'll need for the event. In 2025, our police presence was $564. This year, it's looking like $2,188.55. And for the life safety officer, it was $600 last year, and it'll be $1,410 this year. So those increases have required us to ask for more money this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diego Salaya, followed by Travis Morgan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I live by Culver High School. I ride my bike all over the place. This is for a C3. Bike lanes and transit are the future. I know it sucks to lose some parking, but there's always a way to fix it. And I think improving safety for bike riders and pedestrians is more important. So I would support alternate B of the better Overland plan. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Travis Morgan, speaking on item C3.
As is often the case, I have some visuals that I've brought with me, but I'll get started as those come up. C3 is the stretch of Overland that is north of Culver to Venice, and BPAC did approve the plans that we saw, but the plans that are coming to council are slightly different than those plans that we saw at BPAC. So I do have a question about why the concrete barrier between the bike lane and the road has been changed to flex posts, which are not as safe and not as aesthetically pleasing. And so people tend to prefer that. Here's my visual. The headline says Bostonians wanted more bike lanes. Now they have them, and traffic is blank. What do you think that word is that goes in there? Jeremy? What have we got? Traffic is down. How's that possible? Look at the date on that. It was December of 2025, just a month ago. And they installed these lanes in 23 and 24. How many cars do you need to take off a road to decrease peak traffic congestion by 50%? The answer is only 10% of cars have to come off the road to decrease congestion by 50% because of the capacity of the road. And so Boston, by creating a connected network of protected bike lanes instead of just a single bike lane to nowhere, found that immediately traffic congestion went down, not up. So perhaps if we built our lanes not as just an individual lane to nowhere, but as a connected bike network, we could see the same network effects right here in Culver City as well. Thank you.
And then give me one moment here. I believe we have one more speaker. We have one more speaker, my apologies. Our final speaker is Michael Monaghan.
There we go. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good. I'm referring to the bike lane on Overland. I, just as the young man from the high school said, stole my thunder. I ride my bike everywhere, and so I use the bike lanes that we have and appreciate them. And so any bike lanes that, you know, the disjointedness of the bike lanes is an obstacle. And so anywhere that bike lanes are going in is great for me, and I think for the city. And I would support alternate B for that stretch of bike lane. Thank you very much.
I think that was our final speaker.
Great, thank you. And now we'll go to the brief staff report for C3.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mayor Puza and Vice Mayor Fish and council members. I'm Andrew Maximus, Mobility and Traffic Engineering Manager in Public Works. I'm joined by Thomas Check, Senior Traffic Engineer, and he's the project manager for the Better Overland project. I just want to tee up this item and discussion for item C3, and like one of the speakers mentioned earlier, that this is just dealing with the section of Overland that is north of Culver Boulevard, plus the traffic signal at the library. And the other item that is before the council later this evening, E2, is with regards to just the section between Culver and the creek, which was removed from the Better Overland project temporarily back in May of 2024 at council's request to do some more studies and refinements. So just wanted to make that clarification here up front, and I'll hand it off to Thomas for the presentation.
Thank you, Andrew. So yes, as Andrew mentioned, this consent item is regarding Phase 1 of the Better Overland project, which spans Overland Avenue from Venice Boulevard at the northern end and Culver Boulevard at the southern end. It is part of the larger Better Overland project, which, to give a brief summary, is an active transportation improvement project on Overland from Venice Boulevard to the Fox Hills neighborhood, including a endpoint at the Culver City Transit Center. The City Council approved the conceptual plans for the project as a whole at their May 28th, 2024 council meeting. The project, again, as a whole, proposes new and enhanced sidewalks and pedestrian crossings, more than 2.5 miles of protected bike lanes, sidewalk-facing street lighting, new traffic signals at Overland and Kelmore Avenue / Ranch Road and Overland Avenue and Sawtell Boulevard, and other multimodal enhancements, collectively aimed to transform Overland into an active transportation corridor consistent with the city's general plan. Staff are implementing the project in phases as funding becomes available. Phase 1 of the project includes traffic calming, protected bike lanes, and pedestrian safety enhancements on Overland between, as I mentioned before, Culver Boulevard on the southern end and the city limit near Venice Boulevard at the northern end. With one caveat, outside of those limits, Phase 1 also includes a new signalized pedestrian crosswalk at the Julian Dixon Library. So just to give some bullets of those improvements I was mentioning, new protected bike lanes are proposed on that segment of the corridor. In the southbound direction, the bike lanes will start at Venice and then terminate at Culver Boulevard. In the northbound direction, it gets a little bit funky. It starts at Culver Boulevard on the southern end and ends at Washington Boulevard on the northern end, and that's because there's a jog in the city boundary. Overland between Venice and Washington is sliced in half. The west end is ours, and the east side, I should say, is the city of LA. So that is why. And they are aware of the project for coordination purposes if they want to extend the project further north to Venice Boulevard. Painted curb extensions are also proposed at Overland Avenue and Culver Boulevard and Overland Avenue and Washington Boulevard, which will shorten pedestrian crossing distances and provide pedestrians and cyclists with priority when crossing the street and help slow down right-turning vehicle traffic and increase yielding compliance to pedestrians and cyclists. And then the signalized pedestrian crosswalk at the library that I mentioned. To accommodate these improvements, there are a number of adjustments to the existing road configuration that are necessary. To start off, vehicle lane modifications, I do want to be very clear that Phase 1 does not propose a reduction in through travel lanes on Overland. It will maintain 2 northbound lanes and 2 southbound lanes for the entirety of the project, which is what is out there today. At Overland in Washington and Overland in Culver, however, there are dedicated southbound right turn lanes, one adjacent to like the senior center and then one by Culver Center. Those are proposed to be removed to make space for the improvements, but right turns will still be permitted at those locations just through a shared through right turn lane, which is fairly common throughout the city. Median removals, Phase 1 will also remove the median on Overland Avenue between Palm Court Way and Culver Boulevard to accommodate the proposed improvements and to maintain on-street parking on the east side of Overland Avenue based on stakeholder feedback. There are some trees in that median, 5 specifically, so they would need to be removed in conjunction with the median removal. There is also one tree at the Julian Dixon Library that is unfortunately right where the new signal is proposed. I have already met with the city's arborist, and we've confirmed that tree is unfortunately already dying. So all of the tree removals I've just mentioned are going to be processed in accordance with the city's municipal code. And as I mentioned, we're working with the city arborist to identify locations to plant replacement trees at a 2-to-1 ratio. Due to limited budget for Phase 1, improvements are being constructed using low-cost materials such as flexible bollards where possible. Other improvements such as the sidewalk-facing street lighting, reconstructing curb and ADA ramps, and extensive traffic signal modifications, which are part of the grand Better Overland project, are omitted from this phase at the time due to cost. The traffic signal at the library being the exception. These other improvements will be constructed in a later phase of the project if and when funding becomes available. We've presented this project, Phase 1, to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the Mobility Subcommittee over the past year and a half, providing regular updates on the project's progress. And at the direction of the City Council, and which was echoed by the Mobility Subcommittee last July, staff held additional community outreach last summer on June 17th, July 8th, and one other date that unfortunately I do not have on me. A community open house and walking tour of this specific segment of, regarding the project as a whole. So staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve the final plans and specifications and authorize the publication of a notice inviting bids for Phase 1 of the Better Overland project. And if approved, construction is anticipated to commence in spring 2026. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, thank you for that report. Did you have any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you. Couple questions. So at Overland and Culver, are those are what do we call them, Dutch intersections with the?
So phase one, due to the budget, we aren't going to be able to build out a full Dutch-style intersection because it requires curb ramps to be reconstructed, traffic poles to be removed. So the painted curb extensions, where we could place them, are intended to emulate that kind of treatment, but it will be a much more scaled back version over what people typically recognize as a full Dutch protected intersection. Same goes for Overland and Washington.
Okay, and you say it's north of Culver for this project, but it includes all four corners of Culver and Overland?
No, so that's a great question. There's going to be a painted curb extension at the northwest corner, so that's adjacent to the senior center, and the northeast corner at Overland and Culver, and that one's adjacent to Sony. And then the southwest and the southeast will not. And then at Overland and Washington, it'll be just the northwest corner to facilitate the southbound bike lane next to Culver Center. In the northbound direction, the bike lane ends at Washington, so there's no Dutch protected intersection to deliver.
Got it. And then regarding funding, I know we have a $17 million grant for streetlights. Would that not be used for the new, I'm correct, it can't be used for that? Okay. Okay. There's divided opinions on any bike lane. I'm okay with them as long as it reduces the negative impact on businesses and on people who are disabled. And to me, Overland is the least negatively effective in that way. To bring people along, though, I agree with Mr. Morgan in that the aesthetics of it are really critical, and I know that it's more expensive. So I ask that we really prioritize grant seeking to not have plastic and paint littering Overland for forever. I don't know if we have a plan for, I don't think, to, concrete what's in downtown and what's in the Arts District and even what's on Elenda between Washington and Culver. But there's this acceptance of this plastic blight that we see. And funding is an issue. I get it, but I feel like we've become accustomed to it. So I really personally, and I hope my colleagues agree, that we focus on finding funding to permanentize, if that's a word, these things that are plastic and bent and dirty and ugly that are growing in the city. If this is the path we're going to follow, we should try where we can to make it permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any follow-up questions or comments?
I did. Thank you, and thanks, Councilmember O'Brien. I have similar thoughts actually. Santa Monica's been moving forward with concrete protected bike lanes. Pasadena, I think, even LA City, for a long time they were doing plastic. I think they still are, but they've been putting the concrete K-rail on and fortifying and strengthening them. So I'm wondering if. And I agree, it is less sightly, but it's also less safe, the plastic. So I'm curious, regardless of how we got to this point, and first of all, thank you so much for all the work that you've put into this project. I should have started there. I know, I went to some of the community events for phase 2, but also I know a lot of engagement went into phase 1 as well. So hats off to y'all for the amount of community engagement you did. Can we just discuss what would be the financial difference? Because you cited cost. So I'm just curious, going off what the council member was talking about, what would be the difference in cost there to make it concrete?
Sure. Yeah, so for a full build-out of Phase 1, like everything I mentioned, the sidewalk-facing street lighting, the ADA improvements, traffic signal modifications, concrete, that we're looking at a price tag of about $4 million. If we now narrow that down to just the concrete protected bike lanes, what Councilmember O'Brien brought up, and replacing the flex post with just a linear median, that cost for Phase 1 is approximately $100,000 to $200,000. Concrete is about 2 to 3 times more than flex posts and those little zebra-looking things that are on Culver Boulevard. So that is the cost difference for Phase 1.
So, and also, Vice Mayor, as you know, our latest project on Robertson does have a concrete protected bike
Right.
lane. So it is something that we do consider in the design iteration process, and it's something that we prefer to do. Obviously, to not come back and spend extra money to take something out and put something else in. However, with this project, we received a lot of feedback from community stakeholders needing the installation to be using this type of material to be removable for various reasons, especially from the Film LA community that want to be able to utilize the spaces for filming where these installations can be removed temporarily and accommodate the filming process. So that was one of the big pieces of data that we had and pieces to consider as part of this project, as well as the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Maximus and Mr. Check. I hear you on sort of how we got here and what the concerns were. What I'm hearing is that for just the lanes, like the linear lanes, not the intersections, that's a much smaller cost difference of, I think you said $100,000 to $200,000. For me, in terms of street safety, we're always being asked to compromise on street safety for this reason or that reason. And traffic violence remains the #1 cause of death for kids in the county. It's the #1 it's the #1 source of greenhouse gas emissions in our counties. And we way over index in Culver City too for that. So like single passenger vehicles, single occupancy vehicles are so much larger portion of those emissions. So for our climate, for safety, I think it's important to make sure that the lanes are comfortable. So I'm just curious if we were to go back and say concrete protection is actually really important to make sure people actually feel comfortable using these. Kids of all ages, 8 to 80 as they say, want to be able to use these facilities. If we did that, where would we be able to get the $100,000 to $200,000? I know we have a mobility fund. Do we know the current balance? And is this something we could prioritize, this council could prioritize?
I would look to Lisa Soger regarding the Mobility Improvement Fund and its available balance.
And just again, beyond the financial portion of it, if that were to be overcome, I think staff at staff level would be looking to kind of reconcile any other direction with what we've received up to this point with the project, in terms of the style we've made. There's been commitments through the process that this is the type of bike protection that is going to be on Overland for the reasons that we had heard and from all the input from community stakeholders and Film LA and everybody else. So I think we would just have to go through that kind of process again with any direction to go back and say, well, this is what we're going to change the project to.
I completely understand. And it does sound like the designs changed in some way, or that the public wasn't fully aware of that compromise being made to safety. So I think I'm interested in where my colleagues land, but I would love to see us explore, and I'm interested in what CFO Soger has to say about the mobility fund. But we did just give $2.5 million to our schools, which was great. They were it was a time of need for them. $1 million plus of that I believe came out of the mobility fund. But something like this that impacts the safety of the kids actually going to those schools, I think is really important. So I'll leave it there if you more info.
In terms of the mobility fund, we did obligate a number of projects to that were, again, eligible. They were related to, in fact, I think some of these projects already did get funds from the mobility fund. And according to our year end, the council had obligated all but about $400, maybe $450,000 of what was in the fund. So that is available. But again, we're going to be coming back with the CIP, looking at all the possible, projects that could be spent on, but that's, again, the council's prerogative to use those funds. Additionally, depending on other development that is occurring in this year, will be additional funding in terms of impact fees that get collected in the current year. I don't have an exact amount. What staff had estimated was that could be approximately $600,000 in terms of new funding that would be available. So we'll have a little bit better idea as we get towards the end of the year. But again, there are always funds that are coming in to be, distributed to projects.
Thank you, CFO Zoger. And just final question for Mr. Check and Mr. Maximus. If the council gives you clear direction tonight that, they want to see concrete protection on this segment, and our stakeholders are informed, can we move forward with the project without significant delay?
Yes, and also contingent on sufficient funding. If that is the direction of council, we would inform the stakeholders who had the biggest concerns regarding this. We intend to go out to bid Thursday, and if that direction was provided tonight, it would pose no delay to going out to bid.
Thank you for sharing that. Well, given that, colleagues, I'd like to move to direct staff to use concrete protection for this small segment on the linear segments and take that funding out of the mobility fund. I'll also share that we have strategies that we're working on in the mobility subcommittee to help replenish that mobility fund. One of them is a bill, SB 720. So we are working on new revenue strategies together with CFO Soger and others in the police department. So that's in the.
Can I just
Feel
interrupt?
free,
Because
yeah.
you can give direction, but if you want to allocate funds, we have to come back with a budget amendment, which was not agendized tonight, and it's a 4/5 vote, and we'd have to appropriate the funds specifically. So, yes, that's true. It could be done when we come back with the construction contract, because at that point, we'd actually know exactly how much we would have to appropriate for the project.
Thank you, CFO. Yeah, thank you for reminding me of that.
Can I say something
Please.
as well, Councilmember? So I really appreciate this dialogue we're having. I'm still a little tripped up on the fact that our BPAC, or some of our BPAC representatives that spoke this evening, indicated that they saw one plan, but what we have is something else. And then I'm hearing that because what we're seeing, and they supported that initial plan, and we're excited about it, but I guess there was additional outreach, and some other folks were not excited about that plan. So the plan got changed, and the amount of the plan, or the cost of the plan, got changed to a lesser amount. So now, because it's a lesser amount, we'll need a budget amendment for it to potentially go back to what the plan was initially shown to stakeholders. Is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the plans that the people you spoke to said they saw versus.
What was the bike and pedestrian? I think we have members who are here in the public, but the bike and pedestrian plan, that would be the body that would be
yes,
our
you can.
advisory person, or body on this item.
So since we did not receive the initial grant we applied to in 2025, the ATP Cycle 7 grant, we started phasing up the project. And phase one was always presented, to the best of my recollection, as a quick build. That's what we pivoted to. The conceptual plans that the council approved do show concrete. But that was shelved as soon as we learned we didn't get that grant. So to To my knowledge, what has been presented at BPAC and Mobility Subcommittee and to the general public and is now posted on the city's website is consistent with what Phase 1 has been all along. The extents have been the same, with the exception of the part of the city of Los Angeles. That's
Okay, so this second iteration, you're saying, has always been a quick build for the portion that we're discussing? There was no changes?
Yes, it was always flex posts and the lane separators. That's been conceived in Phase 1 after we didn't get the grant.
Okay, it's just it just feels a little funky, but I guess I have to trust what's being shared. I definitely want to support the safest option that we can for our community. I don't know if I knew that a child was hit recently. And not that it should take someone being injured for us to act. I think that we should try to move as much as possible for the best standard that will preserve safety for our residents. So, and I would hope that that is a value that is shared across the board for stakeholders. And I do understand that we have the fiscal concerns to always be aware of. But also safety is incredibly important. So I just want to echo the desire to potentially have this concrete option for us. And I hope that there would be consensus for that. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Councilmember O'Brien.
Yeah, I just want to, the stretch in front of, if we do move forward with this more permanent divider, I do hear Sony's concerns, and there are other temporary delineators that are in use in cities in Arlington and a few cities here that I see that are attractive as opposed to those sticks. I do think it's important to be able to remove whatever's in front of Sony when they need need that for whether it's a chute that I think it's mostly for trucks, for their production trucks, but they might also be concerned about it not being a timeless evergreen space for a period piece that they're shooting. So I know we can't make ourselves evergreen forever, but if we could do an attractive version of these delineators that are temporary for that section, it would be great.
Any comments, Councilmember Rivera? Okay, are we ready to take a vote?
Are we voting?
Yeah.
Are we taking a vote
Or we'll-
separately, or do you want to move to C7 and C15 and then do the consent calendar together?
Okay, let's go to the C15 and
What about C7? I think we had someone pull that.
Sorry, Mayor, may I just clarify? So C3, we have specific direction to give. So does that change whether we vote on it now or vote on it later?
I would think, is it a direction, or
Or
is
it's
it
I'm sorry, it's a motion. I'd like to make a motion on C3.
a separate motion
Yeah.
than what is in the staff report?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll take C3 now.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. And thank you, Jeremy. I just wanted to see if we can get consensus from my colleagues to go back and explore and commit to, if we can, the concrete linear bike lanes, the way that staff described, and if necessary, pulling from the mobility fund. If we have to hear that again, that's totally fine. But that would be the direction, is to use the concrete for those linear segments as opposed to the flexible materials. And maybe if it does require an appropriation, I guess it would be good to get options of other types of materials to use if it requires 4/5 votes.
Councilmember, can we also make an addition in having them explore an attractive temporary solution for?
I mentioned alternatives.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed it.
That's okay.
Thank you.
I do want to just offer, back when the revised MOVE project was installed, we did hire a consultant to explore many different quick build treatment options to separate the bus bike lane in this instance. And we did land on the design that is out there today as being the lowest impact while also balancing costs. The more attractive options sometimes tend to converge on the cost of concrete or even more money. And some of them, based on our research, are also not traffic rated. So if a car hits them, they could impale a driver, or if someone's in a lane. So we did look at this quite extensively back in 2023.
That's correct, and we'll, at this direction, go and explore all of those potential options, if you will, for the protection area.
Thank you. And can you clarify, CFO Soger, why would this require an appropriation if we haven't gotten a quote, or if it's just revising a quote from the provider? Would that actually require an appropriation or no?
No, that would not, but to use the mobility fund to pay for it. So they can go ahead and go out to bid. That doesn't require a 4/5 vote. If indeed it is more expensive and we have to allocate more funds to the project than we have actually put into the budget, we have to come back and have council appropriate the funds. And that requires a 4/5 vote, right? This was not in our budget. It was not allocated to the project. So there's a certain amount of money that was. If we need to add additional to that pot, then that's what needs to come back.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this one?
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
All right, and now we'll go to C15.
And for this one, Mayor, I don't know if my colleague wanted a presentation. I just have comments. Okay. Wonderful. So for C15, I just wanted to take a quick moment to shine a light on the excellent work that our transportation department has done into securing several grants that we're accepting tonight. One is for the Sepulveda Connects project that will deliver dedicated bus lanes on Sepulveda Boulevard, dramatically improving the experience for riders on, on Culver City Bus's most heavily used route, Line 6 and Rapid 6, which connects Fox Hills to UCLA and serves as the backbone of our bus network. These two lines, account 6 and Rapid 6, account for over half of Culver City Bus's ridership, along with several other routes that also rely on this corridor. The project also includes important safety improvements for people walking and biking. And similarly, the Jefferson Enhanced Transit Service, or JETS, will bring faster, more reliable service to Line 4, which connects East Culver City to Playa Vista along Jefferson Boulevard. And it's going to serve the E-Line station, West LA College, jobs, housing, and major activity centers. And as we look ahead to 2028, the Olympics, just 2.5 years away, crazy enough, Metro has been clear that this will be a transit first games with no or very little to no public parking at venues. And there's going to be a lot of travel demand and a lot of traffic, even more than we already have. So if we want residents and visitors to move safely and easily, these projects are essential, and moving these forward now are essential. So I just wanted to thank staff. I see y'all are here. Thank you for all the work that's gone into applying for these grants and securing them. We're incredibly grateful, and it's super essential that these projects move forward on time. So thanks for all your work to do just that.
Thank you for those very kind words, Vice Mayor.
Councilman Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Dimitri, thank you for hanging out with us this evening. We had spoken earlier, and maybe help me understand in terms of the grant, and some of the speakers were talking about Section B of it, I guess, and that's the CRP grant money. To date, have we really, I've read in the staff report that we really haven't done a whole lot of outreach in terms of what we're looking at or how we're going to be moving forward to that. Is there a deadline in terms of this grant that when we can accept it or can't?
Thank you for that question, Vice Mayor Vera. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Dimitri. I'm the Director of Public Works and Interim Chief Transportation Officer. I'm joined here tonight by Seth Contreras, our Mobility Manager. And I just want to make it very clear in my opening statement that accepting these grants tonight should not be construed as approval to construct and implement any of these projects, because they are still in the very planning and infancy phases. We haven't really started the design yet. And the Transportation Department staff will return to council for further direction and approvals as the project progresses. And to answer your question, Councilmember Vera, if we don't accept some of these grants tonight, we risk losing them, because we don't know if the current administration will commit to further funding in these areas of transportation. So it behooves us to accept them tonight if that's the desire of City Council.
And that would be, I'm not talking about A, B, C. I mean, the only one I'm talking about is B, and it's the Federal Highway Congestion Relief Program grant for $1.6 million. If we don't accept that one and do a study like some of the speakers were talking about, really a conceptual plan, and sort of step back from it and really do a deep dive, a survey in terms of traffic study, parking and whatnot, and overfill into the neighborhood. If we don't accept this grant, can we do that, determine what we're looking at, and then come back and accept the grant?
It's honestly anyone's guess whether this money will be available 6 months from now, a year from now, next year. We simply don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, please. Thank you for all the work on this. First, I do want to echo Councilmember Fish's compliments on the department's acquisition of all these grants. It's incredible. Some things that are in here that, you know, I love the on-call microtransit that we're looking at here, the 17 brand new buses, that's huge. And then, you know, a lot, paying for the microtransit as well, operations, so paying for the bus operators, that's great. I just want to underscore, as opposed to Overland, where I feel that it's a low impact to the community generally, moving things around. Sepulveda does concern me, and I had a conversation with Dimitri earlier today, and he assures me that we will have proper outreach. I think it is critical. There's very little on-site parking on Sepulveda for the small businesses there, very little. And I'm really concerned if that on-site parking goes away. I can't, if we can somehow squeeze a bus lane in there and keep the street parking, then great. But I can't imagine that. So we really need to make sure we do the proper outreach to that community beforehand.
I assure you we will.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the report and congrats on, and thanks for all the work you're doing to securing those grants.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Hi.
Sorry.
No worries. Before we move on off of this one here, if we could maybe separately vote, and I'm not opposed to the program or the grant money. I just think that B is not fully vetted. I'd like to really take some time and have transportation look at it separately. However, Dimitri seems to think that we don't need to do that, but nonetheless, I would feel more comfortable if we can do a separate vote on this and bifurcate or pull B out of this portion. Thank you.
Yep, will do. Okay, thank you. So is Councilmember O'Brien allowed to be here for the vote for 7? Can we include that, or do we need to pull that one out, or do that separate?
Yes, he can be on the, you need to pull it out because he's recused from voting, but the only difference is he doesn't need to leave the dais if it's not being pulled for discussion.
Got it. Okay. So can I get a motion to approve C1 through 2, 4 through 6, 8 through 14, and 16 through 18?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember McMorrin. Please vote. All members that voted, that motion passes unanimously.
Great. Can I get a motion to approve C7?
I have a motion from Councilmember Vera, second by Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. I know, but we don't have that option here, so we have to make a note for the record. We would have to mark, yeah. And Vice Mayor Fish, we don't have you as voted.
Hold on a second. It didn't pop up.
Well, I would have to do another roll call. Oh, let's see if I can do this. Wait. Let's see if I can do this. Right? Right. Okay, let's, yeah, reset votes. Okay. No, this has to be deleted. Okay. Right, now we do this, go to vote. It's gone, yeah. Councilmember McMorrin, we reset the vote. Are you able to vote again? Ah, you did. Thank you so much. Okay, that motion passes 4 ayes with a recusal by Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, and making a motion to approve C15.
Mayor, can we bifurcate and just have B as a separate portion of C15? As I'm for the rest of the grants, it's just I have an issue with B, and I think we should vet it out a little further.
Can we?
So maybe a motion to approve A, C, D, and E, and then do a B separate?
Is that possible, City Clerk? Okay.
I just want to say in the current climate, political climate, pulling funds that are just, I don't know, I just worry about the flag that might lift up. It's come up on other bodies because Los Angeles has been a target. Our area has been a target. So I just want to lift up that I do not think voting on federal monies separately is a good idea right now.
Okay, so this.
So let me get this straight. I'm trying to bite my lip, but I can't. So if I don't agree with a project just because the money is from a federal project, I can't bifurcate it and pull it and think that the city should investigate a little further? I don't understand.
Thank you. We're not having a dialogue at this moment, but I appreciate both of your comments.
Can I get clarification? We're on C15 and we're just doing A, C, D, and E?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to, for some reason, this.
And then just B. Yeah.
So we had a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by McMorrin, but I think that D and E. Okay, great. So I'm going to.
I'm going to pull back my second for that because I think we should take it all together. Thanks.
Okay. I'm going to go back. Delete the motion. Delete the motion. Okay, I'm going to delete the original motion, and I'm going to ask for a new motion and vote. So can everyone see item C15?
You want a motion on it, Jeremy, you said, or what are we doing?
Yes, I do need a motion for C15.
So there'd be two motions. The first one, I guess, would be the, an approval of accepting 4 grants, A, C, D, and E.
And section 3?
Yes,
Okay, and that is your motion?
yes.
Thank you. And do we have a second? We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. And then, do we have another motion for
Yeah, I guess
section
it's,
B and 3?
If somebody wants to
I
make-
can move, oh, sorry. I'll move the B portion.
Thank you. And looking for a second? We have a motion by Vice Mayor Fish and a second by Mayor Puza, and that is to approve the B and 3. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes, 1 no from Councilmember Vera.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the city clerk and Ms. Allen for navigating this new system and dealing with all the surprises that come along with it. All right, we'll move to A1, action item, discussion and direction regarding options for restricting U.S. immigration and customs enforcement from using city-owned or controlled land and facilities for civil immigration enforcement. May I get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Monica Kaleta, Deputy City Attorney. This item before you tonight is a discussion regarding options for restricting U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, from using city-owned or city-controlled land and facilities for civil immigration enforcement purposes. On January 12, 2026, the Council provided consensus direction to agendize a discussion establishing ICE-free zones, building on the city's existing Sanctuary City Resolution and Policy, which was adopted in 2017, and which prohibits city involvement in civil immigration enforcement absent limited exceptions, such as judicial warrants. Tonight's item focuses more narrowly on the potential to prohibit use of city property, such as parking lots, garages, and non-public areas of city facilities for civil immigration enforcement activities, including ICE's staging, processing, or operational use. Our office has reviewed how other California jurisdictions have addressed this issue. As outlined in our written staff report, cities and counties have generally proceeded through either a resolution or an ordinance applicable to local agency property and its departments, officers, and employees. Staff recommends a resolution as the more compatible and flexible option given Culver City's existing sanctuary city framework. The written report also includes examples from San Jose and Santa Clara County, which adopted resolutions limiting the use of publicly owned property, particularly for civil immigration enforcement. For comparison, the City of Pinol's ordinance is also included with similar limitations and exceptions. Importantly, the models discussed maintain compliance with state and federal law, do not interfere with lawful judicial warrants or criminal enforcement, and include such limited exceptions to protect public safety and existing property rights. This item is presented for discussion and policy direction on whether to proceed with a resolution or ordinance restricting the use of city-owned or city-controlled land and facilities for civil immigration enforcement, and if so, the scope and parameters the council would like staff to bring back for consideration. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
All right, and how many public comments do we have?
We have 1 speaker signed up.
Okay, let's do that in a minute and a half.
Thank you. Our speaker for this item is Michelle Weiner.
Mayor and council members, I really want to appreciate Mayor Puza for, as one of his first iterations as mayor, asking for nodding heads for this item. It's extremely important, as we all know. I'm not going to elaborate on why we all know this is super important, but one thing I would like to highlight is that we need to protect the people in this room, in this building, in this larger building, the staff members in particular. We have a foreshadowing of what we might expect in Los Angeles / Culver City. And so I think the people working in this building deserve to have their their safety protected, and that would mean not allowing DHS, very irresponsible behavior anywhere near this building. So I know there are other properties that we're talking about, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. Like, let's make sure that the people that must come to work here are safe. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Let's go to questions and comments, starting with Councilmember Vera.
I don't really have any questions on this, Mayor. I think, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. I think I'd like to look at a resolution similar to Pinot. But yeah, but yeah, I think definitely we need to do something, and it's best closest to aligned as Pinot is good with me. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, and thanks for doing the research on this and providing these options. I didn't look close. I wholeheartedly agree we need to do this. I said what I said at the beginning of the meeting, and I don't know where all this is going to go. And at some point, I hope there's not an escalation to where we are really protecting ourselves to a degree that we can't even imagine. But I was going to point to the county, but I'm open. I'll read Pinole while my other colleagues are speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor, and I really appreciate your leadership on this item. I wholeheartedly am ready to move forward, whether it's the Pinole example, whether we're looking at what the county has recently done, but it is paramount that we are taking care. I mean, I believe that we should not be following unjust laws, but that's another, because laws, all this stuff, people decide and really make it up, which is we're seeing in real time the dismantling of systems and structures, which is very scary and jarring, but it's all the more important for us on the local level to do everything that we can to ensure that the spaces that we do have control and have the opportunity to exercise care and support for our neighbors, that we do so. So whether it's this or other things, I hope there's more to come, that we have the opportunity to care for one another and ensure that our spaces do not become overtaken by a regime that is rooted in retrenchment. So thank you for your leadership, and I'm excited to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for bringing this to us. Wholeheartedly agree. I'll skip my remarks and just ask two quick questions. The digital property of that the city holds, data about residents and we have license plate readers, we have parking readers. We have a bunch of data on our residents that the city holds. Is it possible to include that as a part of property? Or is that already included in our 2017 Sanctuary City Ordinance, or resolution, rather?
I believe it's already included in the resolution, and as far as including it as property, if we're looking at the examples we've cited in the staff report, they're limited to real property. But we already have restrictions on sharing information and data the city collects with federal officers for civil immigration purposes.
And that's in our 2017
Correct.
Sanctuary City Ordinance?
Yeah, as well as in the state's sanctuary policy or law.
Sure. Thank you. And have we defined what happens if there were to be a violation of this resolution? what would take place at that point? Is that a part of this?
So as far as the examples we've seen, the way they've structured it is they're essentially policy on city departments and personnel. And so far, they just direct the city staff to implement policies to enforce these. As far as specific enforcement language against like federal civil immigration officers, for example, none of these resolutions or ordinance actually have provide the city with options to assert these prohibitions against the federal agents. And I think that's so that if these policies were ever challenged, we have some legal backup to say that we are not doing anything that might be preempted or any other arguments they may raise.
Thank you. Totally understand what you're saying. Essentially, this is direction to city staff and to our city resources and how they can be allocated. So I guess my friendly, addition, I don't even think it's an amendment because I think this is great. It's just having us decide or understand or determine what happens in the event that this resolution is violated. How does that information get surfaced? How does the council find out? How does the city attorney find out? And then I don't think, I'm not even talking about punishment. I'm just talking about like, how are we made aware of it? And is there a policy about making sure that we're made aware if the resolution's ever violated? That's my only comment. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again for bringing this to us.
Great, thank you. Looking forward to this. I'm leaning towards the Pinole resolution. Yeah. I'm ready to go with that.
And just for clarification purposes, Pinole has an ordinance that it passed, whereas the other examples we found were resolutions. So we would just need direction as far as which route you want to take.
Using Pinole as an example, even though it's ordinance, but we go with the resolution to be in line and consistent with our sanctuary city policy, which is a resolution as well. Should I make that motion? I move to create a resolution based on the city of Pinole for ice-free zones.
I have a motion from Mayor Puza, a second from Vice Mayor Fish. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll move to action item 2, selection of the preferred design alternative for Overland Avenue between Culver Boulevard and the Ballona Creek Bridge as part of the Better Overland project. May we get a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and council members. My name is Thomas Check. I'm back with you here again regarding the Better Overland project. I'm a senior traffic engineer in the Public Works Department, Mobility and Traffic Engineering Division. I have a quick presentation for you all. So the Better Overland project, as I presented just moments ago, at a high level, it's an active transportation project that proposes 2.5 miles of protected bike lanes, sidewalk improvements, street lighting for the sidewalks, new signals at 2 locations on Overland, new and reconstructed curb ramps, signal improvements that include bicycle detection and audible pedestrian push buttons to comply with the ADA, and many other improvements. Also some new sidewalk on Slauson Avenue near the 90 freeway. The conceptual plans for this project were taken to council May 28th, 2024 in advance of an ATP Cycle 7 grant that was due in June. We received approval of those conceptual plans and ongoing authorization to staff to pursue grants for the project. So implementation, because we did not receive the grant, we've continued to apply to other grant programs for funding. Phase 1, which was approved by council earlier this evening, is denoted in orange on the map on the right. That is Overland between Venice Boulevard and Culver Boulevard. We're now going to leapfrog over that red section to Phase 2, which is the purple section. That is Overland Avenue between Ballona Creek and Freshman Drive. And then tonight, the focus of this presentation will be on Overland Avenue between Culver Boulevard and the Ballona Creek. I should clarify, I know it's been confusing for everyone regarding what phase is what and where is it and why aren't they contiguous and what have you. Phases are only given a number once we get money for them. And so due to the different grant programs and what programs prioritize or don't, we are strategic about how we scope what we're asking for. For example, for phase 2, we received a grant from Metro, and that grant we knew couldn't withstand a request for a full build out of the project. So we scaled what we asked for to what we thought the grant would be able to award, just because it's not nearly as big as other grant programs like the Active Transportation Program at the state. So again, tonight we're going to be talking about that red portion, Overland between Culver Boulevard and the creek, and which is not included in phases 1 and 2. So phase 1, I won't belabor this too much because I just presented on it earlier. It's protected bike lanes between Venice and Culver with a small gap in the northbound direction between Washington and Venice. That's the red dotted area at the very top right of the slide because it's in the city of LA. The new signal at the library, and that is going to be constructed this year. Phase 2, Overland between Ballona Creek to Freshman Drive, is protected bike lanes in both directions for the full length of that segment. Unlike phase 1, we got $5.4 million to build this. So this will be a full build out of the project consistent with the the conceptual plans that were approved by council. So this is going to include those sidewalk upgrades I was mentioning, the street lighting upgrades, the traffic signal modifications, the ADA improvements, all the heavy hitter, more expensive items will be included in phase 2. And as a matter of fact, I intend to come back to council in February or March to award a design contract to get that part of the project designed. Okay, so again, the focus of this evening is Culver Boulevard to the Ballona Creek. In the conceptual plans that were presented to council in May 2024, there were 2 design alternatives for this portion of Overland, both of which implemented or proposed protected bike lanes. It just proposed going about that in a different way. So alternative A installs protected bike lanes. It maintains parking on both sides of Overland, but removes that center turn lane. And as a result, left turn prohibitions would need to be installed at the unsignalized intersections on this portion of the corridor. And then looking side by side, alternative B also installs the protected bike lanes, removes parking on the west side of Overland, maintains that center turn lane, and then maintains those lefts unsignalized. So basically, we have limited right-of-way, and we either need to take it from the center of the road, the left turn lane, to make space for the protected bike lanes, or parking. And to visualize this, here is a side-by-side visualization of what that would really look like for alternatives A and B. So A, again, is no center left turn lane, and no left turns at unsignalized intersections, but parking on both sides of the street. Alternative B is keep that center turn lane, keep the left turns at the unsignalized intersections, but prohibit parking on one side of the street. And staff I've mentioned this before, but staff proposed the west side of the street to prohibit parking because the primary drivers of parking demand were found to be on the east due to the adjacent residential development. Okay, so in conjunction with approving the conceptual plans in May 2024, the council did not select a preferred design alternative for this part of Culver Boulevard. And directed staff to do additional community outreach and engagement. This was reiterated by the Mobility Subcommittee in a July 2025 meeting last year. I believe it was May 2025 meeting. So in June and July, we hosted 3 additional community outreach events on top of the previous ones. We've done about 17, including these 3. 2 community open houses and walking tours. One was at Vets, one was at the Senior Center. The format of these were, we started at, in a meeting room there, and we had they're called roll plots. They're about as long as this whole table here, with aerial views of the existing configuration of Overland Avenue, what the road would look like under Alternative A, and also what the road would look like under Alternative B. So there were actual overlays onto the aerial views, so people could see, oh, today there's curbside parking. Under Alternative A, there would be no parking, or under Alternative B, the parking would still be there, but it would just be shifted more toward the center of the street because the bike lanes are going to be curbside. So it was intended to really provide a transparent, literally view of how the road would change versus how it is today. So the findings of these 3 events. So they were well attended. Over the 3 events, 115 people attended. The staff at the events were walking around with clipboards to take down any comments that people had. We logged 377 comments. We also had comment index cards that people could fill out and give to us if they didn't want to necessarily give verbal comment. And we got 37 of those. So there were 2 distinct perspectives. Supporters of the project moving forward expressed a desire to provide safe biking infrastructure. They observed currently sidewalk bike riding, which pedestrians didn't like, which was often countered with the perspective that, well, people ride on the sidewalk because they don't feel safe in the street in the bike lanes. And then concerns over vehicular speeds on Overland Avenue. This is one of our fastest portions of Overland Avenue. It's signed as a speed limit of 35, but our speed data indicates that people are going between 40 and 45 on this segment. Opponents of the project, so opponents of the project as a whole, as a whole on this segment, had significant concerns over removal of the left turn lane, which is in Alt A, and then also had significant concerns regarding parking loss on the west side of Overland, which was in Alt B. So each alternative there were concerns over a key aspect of the design. When supporters or opponents alike expressed any preference over an alternative, Alternative B was the clearly favored one. So people who supported the project generally gravitated toward that. And then some people said, I oppose this project entirely, but if you must move forward, don't do A. So just wanted to kind of note that. And this feedback was very consistent with the prior community outreach events conducted in 2024. We really heard the same things this time around as we did before. So after doing this additional outreach and also just kind of sharpening our pencils and looking at the real impacts associated with each alternative, staff also recommend Alternative B. It preserves that left turn ingress and egress, which was just a really vital component expressed by the community to be able to, get out of the through lanes, kind of have a place of refuge to wait until oncoming traffic. There was a gap and they could turn into their driveway, and conversely, to use it as a refuge area when turning left out of a driveway, they can kind of use that to do a 2-maneuver merge into traffic. Staff will, so this one does propose the removal of parking on the west side of Overland. So to balance those concerns, staff will conduct an evaluation of the parking regulations on Overland and side streets and make recommendations to the City Council at a later stage of the design if this moves forward to mitigate those parking loss impacts. And then 2 specific things I wanted to highlight that kind of came up in our recent engagement. Windsor Fountains, which is a condominium association on the east side of Overland, they generally opposed the project on this portion of the corridor, but those that did support it had very strong concerns about the center turn lane, which actually does end right about at the Bayona Creek, and they have a driveway just north of the creek. And so they said, we see the center turn lane here, but we're not going to be able to use it because it shrinks down to nothing when you approach the creek. So we actually were able to revise the design mid-engagement to pull that center left turn lane down further south to provide people turning left out of the Windsor Fountains southerly driveway that same refuge that they enjoy today. We also engaged Grace Lutheran Church. I visited them at least once and spoke to one of the lead coordinators there. And I was very pleased to find that we were able to find solutions that I think will ameliorate their concerns, specifically adding blue zones and yellow loading zones on their side street frontages. They're fronted by, I believe it's Franklin on the north and Farragut on the south. And we're also speaking to our Environmental Programs and Operations Division about adjusting trash collection times in the alley behind them to slightly later in the day to facilitate their Meals on Wheels operation pickups in the alley, which currently take place at least one day of the week on Overland. So that will relieve that pressure as well. So next steps. If a preferred design alternative is selected by the City Council, staff will include this segment in future grant applications to advance design and fund construction. As Andrew mentioned earlier in the item on C3, this segment has been temporarily removed pending this direction. If no preferred design alternative is selected, the segment will remain as it is today, with the exception of the new signal at the library, and we will not include it in future grant applications. I should note that when we pursue grants, they look at bikeway networks as a whole network, and so it could potentially put us at a disadvantaged position because we'll have class 4s to the north, protected bike lanes to the north, protected bike lanes to the south, and then these unprotected bike lanes in between. But yes, and that actually concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much for that presentation. We'll go to questions from council first before we go into public comment. Any questions, Councilmember McMorrin?
I'm going to wait till after public comments. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember O'Brien?
Yeah, thank you. I know Thomas and Andrew and the whole team's been working on this really, really hard, and I really appreciate the effort you've made in the outreach to the community. So are we going to get a bike lane street sweeper?
That's a great question. The short-term answer is no, but we do have a solution. We contract that out, street sweeping, and whenever we install these new protected bike lanes, they actually leaf blow them. So it's not the most elegant solution, but it does do the job, and I think we're doing that with a Lenda.
Do bike lane street sweepers exist?
They do, yes.
Okay.
So as of now, it's kind of left up to, we reach out whenever we add facilities like this to our contractor who does the work and give them the opportunity to select how they want to do it as long as it gets cleaned. There is this kind of a option to explore with the city to have its own, but there's a lot of logistical challenges that are associated with that. So for now, we leave it up to the contractor to just ensure that it's clean. So as we add facilities, it gets added to the list. At this point, we don't require them to have one of those vehicles.
Okay. I'm going to, I mean, as these facilities are growing, I think I'm going to ask at the end that we examine that and come back. Hopefully my colleagues will agree. The particulate matter from leaf blowers is, I think they're bad. I don't love them. I don't know if, I know we require that leaf blowers be electric, but I don't know how much it's enforced. I know in conversations, Thomas, that I mentioned the neighborhood on Farragut between Overland and the school complex love their parking. So I think it would be I think we should reach out to them directly. They've come to council and many times prior to my time on council, before my time here, and have really demanded that their street is theirs. So I know that that's part of the. I'm sorry, and that's not a question. So I'm gonna stop. Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Tom Sander, thank you so much for your presentation. And really especially thank you for reaching out to and working with the Fountains. I know they had really expressed a lot of concerns and worries and issues moving forward, and it seems like you had addressed several of them. Question, the center lane in front of the Fountains, in front of Windsor, I know some of the residents were talking about, the UPS or whomever, the trucks able to park there to deliver. Is that still going to be there, or is that removed?
So while that's technically not legal, that behavior is still facilitated with the alternative B design because the center left turn lane will still be there.
Right. And then I know some of the concerns were people were talking about leaving the driveway from the fountains, and I couldn't tell on the map, but the configuration that's going to be for the bike lane, would it be then like the bikes, and then the parking is removed further out into the street, or how does that configuration? They were talking about, trying to get out into traffic, with a bike lane right against the curb, and then cars parked, that it might be extremely difficult for them.
Yes, so that actually was brought up at the first outreach event we did over the summer. It was a Windsor Fountains resident that happened to attend, and so by the time we presented to Windsor Fountains, we had revised the design, and we just kind of had to squeeze down the buffer for the protected bike lane as it approaches the Biona Creek, and that extra space was then afforded to the center left turn lane.
Yeah, and that southern driveway, Councilmember Rivera, is their primary exit, I believe?
I think it's exit only.
It's an exit only, that's closest to the creek.
Okay.
South of that driveway, there wouldn't be any parking. I don't believe there's any parking right now.
Right.
That's correct.
So in front of that southern driveway, there would still be a center turn lane, so folks exiting that driveway would not have any obstruction from parking. It would just be the bike lane and no parking, so as they look left, they won't have any obstruction to view oncoming traffic, which will allow them to either pull out safely and make a right, or come into the center turn lane and then merge to continue south.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
I'll reserve my comments, except to say second on Councilmember O'Brien's bike lane street sweeper, wanting to get one of those. I think Santa Monica has one, so I'm jealous.
Great, thank you. And I just have a question. Whatever alternative we go with, there'll be a parking study after. What's that going to entail?
Well, we've done a parking study already to understand the impacts of each alternative and where any parking loss could be mitigated on side streets. And so we found that in most circumstances, if you were parking on a specific block, such as between Barman and Braddock, there's usually surplus parking available on the side street, Barman or Braddock. And so usually it was anywhere from a 2 to 4 minute walk from where someone would normally park on Overland. With that being said, we're happy to revalidate that. We took those counts in 2024 and then again in 2025 just before this outreach was done. We'd likely see the same result.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And in terms of the rest of the neighborhood, excuse me, west of Overland, some of those streets already have permit parking, residential permit parking. Some of them don't. So the ones that don't are always open, like welcome to apply to the city and request permit parking. And it's usually based off of, what conditions have changed, and we would do a parking study at that time to validate their concerns and see what type of permit parking would fit best. In addition to the ones that already have it, if things are changing and the current permit parking restrictions no longer are working with the changes that per se happened on the street, we're also provisions to allow for those changes as well.
Great. Appreciate that. All right. Let's go to public comment.
Looks like we currently have about 22 speakers signed up.
Great. Let's do a minute and a half each.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call the first half of our speakers. We have Leah Pressman, Adrian Killigrew, David Metzler, Caitlin Reed, Mary Duvall, Kyle Culver, Lori Levin, Michelle Weiner, Jennifer Carter, Christopher Michelle, and Benjamin Seligman. Our first speaker is Leah Pressman.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and City Council. I appear before you tonight to ask that you vote in favor of Better Overland and follow the recommendation of staff and the BPAC in voting for option B. Building safer streets has been a critically important goal for Culver City since 2015, when we passed the Vision Zero resolution. Like LA, we've fallen far behind in reaching this important goal. Like LA, Culver City loses more residents to traffic violence than we do to violent crime. At this point, I personally know far too many people who have been seriously injured walking and biking in and around our city. Approving this segment of Better Overland is a great step towards our goal of improving street safety. You should feel confident, given the extensive and well-done outreach our city staff conducted, that a majority of the residents in this area, like myself, support these safety improvements. I walk, bike, or drive from where I live in Carlson Park to Vets Park, the Vending Museum, the Senior Center, or the LA County Library at least once or twice a week. The speed of the traffic I encounter on Overland feels pretty unsafe. With protected bike lanes, I would be so excited to walk and bike more frequently. I urge you to approve the Better Overland design with the strongest safety improvements for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. Alternative B, approval that will make a huge difference in the city's attempt to win grants for these upgrades. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adrian Killigrew, followed by David Metzler.
Dear Mayor and Council members, I'm writing to express my support for option B. Culver City is a forward-looking city that strives to follow best practices in how people move safely and comfortably around our community, and these improvements will align well with that vision. One of my biggest concerns on Overland is vehicle speed. As you mentioned earlier, people are driving up to 45 and probably even faster. It's just not healthy. Creating streets for everyone can travel independently and safely in this city is an investment to the long-term health and vibrancy. Traveling north-south by bicycle in Culver City is currently challenging, as most existing bike infrastructure runs east-west. Improving Overland helps address this imbalance of fragmented bike lanes and better connects our neighborhoods. As you consider what's best for Culver City, I encourage you to keep the future generations of residents in mind alongside current concerns. Thank you for your time and service and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Metzler, followed by Caitlin Reed.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I know you all support the principle of safe, protected mobility networks from Fox Hills to Venice. I ask for your support in alternate B in providing matching funds so staff can get some grants as soon as possible. As much as I like the Culver Bike Path and Brianna Creek, both of these are east-west paths. Culver City does not have a bicycle network with some gaps. It has a network of gaps with a few protected lanes. It's really hard to go anywhere without being able to go north-south. This segment of the project will improve the intersection I use thousands of times, more than any other in the entire city. Overland and Farragut is the intersection my daughter walked through every day, middle school to high school. Every day I worried about drivers who were tuned out and oblivious to the kids. This afternoon I watched a crossing guard stomp her foot and wave her stop sign at the windshield of a driver attempting to enter the crosswalk. I appreciated her work. I thank her for her service and for throwing her body between the driver and the kids. However, she does not work every hour or even every day. A similar thing happened on Sunday. The great thing about Better Overland is that it changes the design of these intersections. It forces drivers to pay attention. Barriers throw themselves between drivers and pedestrians, making them slow down and pay attention 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. High-speed turns are not possible, and attention is focused on the crosswalk. Students and drivers and pedestrians can walk to the spot, lounge, for example, at any hour of the day in a much safer way. And even if I'd rather drive, I find parking within a 2-minute walk a price I'm more than willing to pay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Caitlin Reed, followed by Mary Duvall.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm a Carlson Park resident, homeowner, and frequent bike commuter, as well as driver on this area of Overland. I wanted to request that the mayor and the council strongly consider option B, as I think maintaining that center turn lane is important for both driver, pedestrian, and cyclist safety. I'm embarrassed to say that I often drive to the Ralphs because I find Overland dangerous to ride on, and being separated from cars going 45 miles an hour by only a strip of paint makes me nervous. And I would much more readily go to Raintree to run errands and particularly buy groceries at the Ralphs on my bike regularly. We live in an area with wonderful climate and flat streets, but what we really need to make cyclists, particularly women and kids, feel safer is more protected bike lanes, and the north-south connection on Overland under option B is the option I would urge you to support. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Duvall, followed by Kyle Crowther.
Good evening, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and City Council. I am here tonight to urge you to approve the Better Overland Project Alternative B from Culver Boulevard to Bayona Creek. As you know, as you've heard many times tonight, we are in the midst of a traffic violence epidemic here in Los Angeles County. Whatever changes we have made to our streetscape to date have not been sufficient to stem the tide of this trend. People of all ages, including children and elders, using various modes of transportation, are dying and getting seriously injured on our public streets. Culver City, unfortunately, is not immune from this epidemic. One reason why deaths and injuries from traffic violence are so tragic is that they are preventable. Redesigning infrastructures, as our staff has suggested via the Better Overland Project, is a step toward making our community safer for all. Staff has met with specific stakeholders to listen to their issues and has adapted the plan to satisfy their objections. They have managed to provide amenities for bicyclists, pedestrians, and wheelchair users, all without removing any travel lanes for motorists. It is exactly what I hear you asking for time and time again: compromise. I would urge you to think about your duty of care as an elected official. It does not only refer to your fiduciary responsibilities, but in this case actually deals with the life and death experiences of our residents and visitors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kyle Crowther, followed by Lori Levin.
Hi, Mayor Puza, Vice Mayor Fish, and council members. This is my first time speaking to council, so bear with me. I am just super excited about the Better Overland Project in general and was really excited to learn more about it tonight. I think either alternative would be great. I just ask that you go with staff's recommendation. I live on Overland in between Culver and the Bayona Creek path. I'm an avid biker and oftentimes use, scooters to get around. I also drive. I park on Overland. I think that bike paths typically don't serve a super direct route to where you need to go, and either, you're sharing the road with a car, or you're in between parked cars and cars driving alongside you. So you're constantly, at the will of the drivers around you. And it switches between the varying different types of bike lanes. And I think to have a singular connected bike lane is very, very exciting. And just the times that I've ridden my bike or been on a bird and I've got a concrete barrier there, I feel the safest. So, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Levin, followed by Michelle Weiner. All right, not seeing Lori online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner, followed by Jennifer Carter.
So who benefits from this sort of treatment? I'd like to think of what's going to be happening on Overland as primarily a traffic calming measure. Although full disclosure, I do prefer getting around town on my bicycle so as to avoid traffic, which I find very stressful. And also full disclosure, I live in a neighborhood right off of Overland. So I don't know. I don't have to vote, so I don't have to recuse myself. But who benefits from traffic calming measures, which is what this project is all about? Well, on Overland, there are seniors at both ends, Rotary Plaza at one end, Palm Court at the other. There are families going to Vets Park. Oh, yeah, and the senior center. Oops, forgot. Yeah, senior center. Families at Vets Park, including the teen center and the plunge. Folks walking to businesses, both single-family homeowners and multifamily home dwellers are using the businesses on Overland. Kids going to and from schools, many schools. The library, the adult school. Cyclists going to and from the creek, cyclists going to and from Fox Hills and beyond. And also importantly, this project is an opportunity to link up Culver Boulevard and then fill in that gap between Alenda Cycle Track and Duquesne. So it's super important, and I thank you so much for the attention on this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Carter, followed by Christopher Michelle. Not seeing Jennifer online or in the chamber. Our next speaker is Christopher Michelle, followed by Benjamin Seligman.
Hello, Council. I'm speaking today to support option B of the Better Overland project. This plan would make the street so much safer and usable for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. And today, Overland's just a very scary and dangerous street, and I always avoid biking on it, which is really unfortunate, but this project would totally change that. Overland's a vital north-south connection in our bike network, and this will connect to future projects like Safer Fox Hills and eventually Venice Boulevard and the Culver Boulevard bike path. And staff did a really amazing job reaching out to the community and implementing changes with their input. And I attended a lot of meetings and had a great time seeing all of their hard work. So I hope you vote and support option B. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Seligman, followed by Kinkinji.
Good evening. I'm here to speak in favor of alternative B for Better Overland as a driver. Because I don't know about all of you, but I drove to work at the hospital this morning. I drove home. I drove here. And congestion is horrific because, of course, those of us who drive are the congestion. The only way it will get better for those of us who drive is if the people who want alternatives, even if you're not one of them, have alternatives that are safe, that are practical, and that are, dare I say it, enjoyable. And alternative B is going to give us the best shot at an alternative that, for those who want it, that they'll actually use, with protected bike lanes, with better visibility by moving parking to the side streets, and through the Dutch intersection. This also makes life less stressful for drivers by preserving the middle turn lane, which makes turning safer, and actually through the Dutch intersection itself, which is going to make turning safer not just for cyclists, but for those of us in cars as well who are worried about hitting people. So with that in mind, I encourage all of you not to compromise for both the pedestrians and cyclists in Culver City and also for those of us who drive by going in favor of alternative B over alternative A. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And our final speakers for this item are Kinkinji, Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, Monica Richardson, Neil Tabachnik, Emily Fisher, Jim Shanman, Travis Morgan, Kira Push, and Kareem Sally. Our next speaker is Kinkinji.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Puza and honorable council members. I'd like to propose a third option that affords better safety for the bicyclists and a time-efficient transformation. We just need to flip the parking lanes with the currently existing bike lanes so that the bike lanes occupy the most external lane, just the way you see them on Venice Boulevard. That way it would be safest for them. Secondly, preserve the parking lanes so that emergency fire trucks are afforded better ingress and egress when transporting a patient to the nearest hospital in case of an emergency. As a neurologist, I must make the point that the brain cannot function longer than 4 minutes without blood or oxygen before irreversible damage occurs. Therefore, I strongly recommend that we preserve the parking areas to better serve our first responder vehicles. And to that effect, I would recommend that you seek input from first responders such as CCFD and CCPD. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Melissa Sanders, followed by Marcy Bond.
Hi again. I'm going to commend our Public Works Department for the sheer capacity they have to lie and offer misinformation. It's very impressive. I am astounded at what they call public outreach and taking comments. You guys are required to do so. You take the comments and you toss them out the window. This is a huge problem. None of this is going to make traffic better. None of this is going to make things safer. You're going to irritate people. And by continuing to push cars onto side streets, it's going to make things actually more dangerous and more difficult for people looking for parking. All of Overland on both sides has substantial parking needs. All of the side streets between Overland and the school have significant parking needs. You've got many events going on. You've got school going on. And you guys think pushing parking further out is a good idea. And now you've got your sights on Alenda as a bike lane, removing parking there too. Why would you have two parallel bike lanes blocks away from each other? This is ludicrous when you can actually get to the Biona Creek via Overland. The fact that you guys continue to push cars out doesn't miraculously make people go on bikes. This is dangerous, this is irresponsible, and this is actually unethical behavior on the Public Works Department.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Monica Richardson.
Hello, my name is Marcy Bond. All opinions that I state right now are my own. Once again, here we go. This is ludicrous. Of course, all of the people who have spoken for this are the only people who are going to use it, if they're even going to use it. We've seen what it's like on the move downtown. There's nobody there. If you've ever been on Venice, there's almost nobody in those bike lanes. Occasionally, you'll see someone on them, and I mean occasionally. You never see people using these bike lanes. I drive over to Santa Monica, and they have bike lanes everywhere. Guess what? They are by and large empty. We are wasting resources, money, and time on crap that we don't need. And on top of that, if you get rid of the parking, you are going to impact this residential neighborhood too much, just way too much. We need that parking. And asking someone to walk 2 to 4 minutes, what if they are handicapped? Or they have a child who is handicapped? Or you want them to walk at 10 o'clock at night or 11 o'clock at night? This is thoughtless. And as Melissa said, unethical.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Monica Richardson, followed by Neil Tabachnik.
I don't know where you all were in like 1991, but we'll just think about that. Good evening, council members. You know, there really are not just 2 lanes, Thomas. There's 3 lanes each way. But the 3rd lane is where parking cars are. But if you make that a hardscape, it is a solid 2 lanes. I think you need to have emergency services sign off on this, all of them. The fire department, the police department, EMTs. It's outrageous. I was here before. They widened Overland from Venice North. Why? Because it needed to be widened. Now you want to shrink it. People, bicycling is hobby and exercise. It's not getting to work. You have people coming from Hawthorne up to Sony. You have people coming from Studio City to Sony. This is not about going for a bike ride. I take my bike and I go down to the beach. It's nuts. The Overland project creates congestion, a safety knife. I'd like to know what Sony thinks about this. I'd like to know about the barber shop on Braddock and Overland. I want to know what the coffee shop really thinks about it. I heard you stuttering a lot when you're talking about the church, Lutheran church. There's all these little businesses. Akasha closed down because of what you guys did with that downtown Overland, with downtown Culver City. I know people born and raised in Culver City who won't go down there. Guys, paints the lane. You need something in front of the light.
Your time has expired.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Neil Tabachnik, followed by Emily Fisher. Not seeing Neil in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Emily Fisher. I'm not seeing Emily in the chamber or online. Our next speaker is Jim Shanman, followed by Travis Morgan.
Greetings again, Council. I'm excited to be back here for this project. I want to first of all thank staff for their outreach efforts, the data that's been compiled. It has been quite a journey over quite a long time, and I'm glad that we're actually at this point. I'm speaking tonight as both your Safe Routes to School coordinator as well as a resident who uses this area by bike on a regular basis. To second some of the comments earlier, this adds a vital north-south connectivity. It's an important step forward for a city that's working to create safer options for all road users. Maintaining both of the traffic lanes is key to this whole thing, so traffic should not be impeded. It'll only get safer. I think that's really crucial as we try to add more connectivity to our parks, our schools, civic services, business and residents, and just providing options for more road users. Just a reminder that traffic crashes are the #1 cause of death amongst kids that are 15 and younger, and that speed is a factor in all of that. We know that at 40 miles an hour, which was stated earlier, that's the typical speed on this corridor. Your chance of survival if you're in a crash, if you're a pedestrian or cyclist, reduces down to about 20% or less. So by just slowing it down even a little bit, we have the opportunity to save potential lives, and I think that's really crucial. This, combined with other projects that are current and or in development, our community will only continue to improve from a safety and mobility option. So thank you for the support for making the streets safer for both residents, kids, commuters, everybody. I encourage council to support staff's option for option B and continue forward with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan, followed by Kira Push.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I'd like to speak in favor of Better Overland Option B. Number one is huge kudos to staff, perhaps for a slightly different reason than was stated before. My huge kudos is this is an incredibly data-driven proposal that's been given to us. There have been traffic studies, there have been multiple parking studies, there have been neighborhood studies, there have been business studies, there have been a church study, there have been little side street studies. This measures 0.6 miles. I think it's probably the most studied half mile in America. And they did a fantastic job of outreach and connection. This is a reminder, a crucial link to my neighborhood of Fox Hills, and in fact is really the only way to get from Fox Hills to anywhere else in Culver City. And we desperately need a contiguous a protected bike lane through the entire corridor. Second reminder is that we desperately need a locally preferred alternative for this stretch. We probably lost $20 million in grant money because we didn't have a locally preferred alternative. Remember, we only missed that grant by less than 2 points. And so having that locally preferred alternative is vital, and I would suggest option B. Just lastly, in terms of can this be successful? Yes, and in Boston, the reason that they were able to get the reduced congestion is that on their main corridor, they achieved 10% cycling within the first 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kira Push, followed by Kareem Sally.
I'm calling in to voice my strong support for Alt B. I'm really excited by the idea of a potential future where I can bike north-south through Culver without having to spend extra time and energy weaving to and through streets with slower traffic and that are therefore safer. Much like when I drive my car, when I ride my bike, I desire travel routes that are efficient and unimpeded. And I think Alt B achieves this for not just cyclists and pedestrians, but also for cars. I'm really grateful that staff put in all the work that made Alt B an option and made it possible. I'm hopeful. This project makes me hopeful that Vision Zero is something we continue to prioritize and strive for in Culver City. Yeah, I hope you vote for Alt B. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Kareem Sally.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Member, dear leader of the Chamber of Commerce. I'd like to zoom out a little bit. A year ago, here in Los Angeles, we were still recovering from the disaster of the fire that happened and destroyed so many of our community members' houses and businesses. This was done because of climate change. The airplane could not fly, the helicopter could not fly because of the high wind caused by climate change. Cars, transportation represent 29% of those greenhouse emissions. This project, Alternative B, that I strongly support, will help us reach our goals here in Culver City. Each city, each county, each communities, each neighborhood has to do their part in order to move away from a car-centric hell that we have now. The negative comment that we heard recently are the old tires comment that we heard in the 70s in the Netherlands, in the 80s, 90s in Paris, and we moved away a long time ago in Europe from those obsolete arguments, and we are better for it today. Yes, Los Angeles is different. We have a better weather and it's flatter. So we should become the bike maker for the future, and this project will help us achieve that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was our final speaker for this item.
Great, thank you. Let's move to comments from colleagues. I'll start with Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks to all the speakers and staff for really putting this together. I think, well, let me ask staff one question. And one of the speakers talked about specifically the businesses. From a city level, I think we did great amount of outreach. And Travis even said, I think this sort of stretch shows what we can do if we really spent the time to do outreach. But we did contact the businesses and got their input on this, correct?
Yes, in 2024, as part of our initial outreach, we went door to door and handed out flyers to all the businesses on the corridor and hosted a business lunch and learn specifically for the business community.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that and assure the speaker that we did, in fact, reach out to the businesses, the residents, the side streets, the thoroughfares and whatnot. And then particularly, you know, like we're talking about the Windsor fountains and how you guys really, in my opinion, listened to their needs and tried to revamp it. And you even said with the last sort of driveway in, how we sort of piped down on the lane. So I really appreciate that. I think overall, I mean, staff's recommendation is option B. So I'll be supporting option B. I don't really have any other questions or comments, but thank you all so much for your time and effort into really providing a detailed report. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thanks again to our staff and thanks to all the people who spoke up. Yeah, I don't have much more to add either. I just I feel that staff's going to be really thoughtful and surgical about how we're going to accommodate the parking lost around the church and the small number of businesses right there. I've talked to them. I know that one business is fine and another one's not so fine that I spoke with. And the church does, it's a community center. It's not just Sunday mornings. It's always got a lot of people in it. And most of them, I think, drive. So really critical to have that outreach. And I heard Councilmember Fish is in agreement. We can do a separate motion to investigate a bike lane street sweeper. I'm sorry, let me just double check. And this section does include funding for the concrete delineator as well, right?
So there's no funding identified for this segment.
Okay.
Once we get direction from staff, or I'm sorry, from council, then we will.
It was option 2 that I was thinking of. Okay, right. Yeah, that's it. And also definitely considering ADA considerations for all the businesses in the church.
Yes, I actually will be presenting to the Disability Advisory Committee next month to keep them apprised of this project.
Are they, if they're not, they should be invited to all these discussions about, Sepulveda and Jefferson and all the future, because they do have special insight, because usually most of them are either have a disability or they care for or know someone who has a disability, so they have unique lived experience. So
yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. I really appreciate staff's efforts. I really appreciate all the robust comments this evening. And it's always cool when we have someone speak before us for the first time. So I'm grateful for that as well. I just want to lift up, it always kind of, I think this chambers really should be a space where, we can, we're all incredibly passionate, otherwise we wouldn't be here at 10:34 p.m. on a Monday night. We all care deeply about this community, even when our positions differ. And just because someone's lived experience is different from yours doesn't make it less valid. I really hope, some people think that empathy is a bad thing. I think it is something that is a muscle like hope. We have to continue to work on it. And that doesn't mean we don't have moments where we're challenged, but I just really encourage for the public and also for my colleagues to really lean in when we feel those moments of trigger, to exercise compassion, to take a pause, because it just lends to a better democratic process and a better experience for everyone, and it allows for folks to feel more welcome in this space. So I kind of wanted to preface my comments with that. And again, I have a lot of appreciation for staff. I know if some of the comments tonight were any indication of some of the rooms and some of the feedback that you all have gotten throughout this experience, I'm just really grateful for your professionalism and your dedication to the project. Some of the work can be very thankless, but I have deep appreciation for all that you all have done so far. It's late, so I did have some things here to say, but overall, I really appreciate the outreach and intention that you all tried to sort of thread this line of trying to meet all of these specific stakeholders' needs, which is nearly impossible, as we all know. But certainly in the interest of safety and in the interest of really making sure that we're doing all that we can to make our streets more accessible to our community, I'm going to be voting in support of option B of staff's recommendation. And again, I have deep appreciation for all that you all have done that have brought us to this moment. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Similar, I just want to thank you for all the many years of hard work on this project, Andrew and Thomas. It has not been easy, and anytime you're adding new elements to the street, unless you're widening it, which is super expensive and unfeasible usually, there's almost always going to be a compromise. And I want to commend you for meeting with the community at every step of the way. I was able to attend one or two of the community events, the walks, where you had all the plans laid out on the table. And I was just really impressed with all the one-on-one time, Thomas, I think you were there, that you spent with people, listening to all their concerns, And not only did you listen, but you were able to actually address them. So thank you to y'all, but also the Kimley Horn team. The Windsor Apartments issue, Thomas, like you tackled that head on and you were able to get that middle turn lane for them accommodated. And then with the Grace Lutheran Church and their Meals on Wheels parking issues, the fact that you had the blue zones and that you were able to find a way to relieve pressure there, like you said, it's really impressive that you were so attentive to the needs of different people in the community and different stakeholders. Projects like these create more connected communities. They help parents because they give their kids a way to get to school safely and independently. They help seniors who need an alternative to driving. They help all of us by giving us an alternative to that soul-crushing traffic we all experience. And we heard staff mention the grants that we are pursuing, like to see bike lane networks, and that's how they assess viability. But also, when people decide whether to get on their bike, most people will use a scooter or a bike if they know they're going to feel safe the entire way. So that's why this is so important that we fill in the gaps of this project. And also, thank you to Ms. Duvall for pointing out that this is the 10-year anniversary of Vision Zero. We can't forget the lives that we've lost on our streets. Jackie Mosier in Fox Hills in 2022. We lost a pedestrian we haven't identified, or his name hasn't been released, in 2024 at National Wesley. And we also have folks in our community who live with life-altering injuries. Johanna Rodriguez in the Arts District, who was hit on Culver while riding her bike. So with that Vision Zero commitment that we're coming up on 10 years, we've made this commitment to them to not accept the status quo and to make our streets safe for everyone. And I'm so grateful that it sounds like all my colleagues are in agreement that we should be making good on that promise. So thank you again, staff, and all the work that you've put into this.
Great. Thanks to staff and to the public comments. Thanks for all of the outreach that was conducted. It was really important to me to do extensive outreach since this has been years in the making. We can always do more, but I think we're there. So thanks again for being thorough and thoughtful with this. As always, if, do we build it and they will come, or they will come if we build it? And generally speaking, it's a certain population that generally is using bike lanes. But we know with Move Culver City, however people felt about Move Culver City, there are all sorts of people who weren't traditionally bike riders that used the network, and there's an incredible increased usage according to the data. So when we build safer networks, more people will come and use it. Just want to echo a lot of the modifications that you made. The center lane that was for the residents, extending the center left further south, that you're going to continue to do parking exploration, in addition to the blue and green zones, just changing the street cleaning hours. So there's so much that went into this that's going to make it a great project. So I too will be supporting Alternative B. And with that, does someone want to make a motion?
I see a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, a second by Councilmember McMorrin, to select design alternative B for Overland Avenue between Culver Boulevard and the Ballona Creek Bridge as part of the Better Overland project. Please vote. All members have voted. That passes unanimously.
And Mayor, does staff need, do we need to get 3 nodding heads, 5 nodding heads to bring back
The street sweeper?
street sweeper?
I believe so.
Okay, may I have?
Yes, Director Demetrius saying yes.
Thank you.
I see 5 nodding heads. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go on to action item 3, discussion of annual Lunar New Year celebration and provide direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. When you get settled, maybe we get a staff report.
Yeah, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Edgar Varela. I'm the City Special Events Manager. Sorry about that. For your consideration tonight is the creation of a new Lunar New Year event for 2026. The discussion was agendized earlier this month by an organization that would like to see the city produce this new event. Staff has explored possibilities of producing this new event on February 22nd or alternatively on March 1st based on the availability of resources to organize a successful event. Staff has also identified possible funding source of up to $6,500 in the special event grant funds account. And staff's available for any questions after your discussion.
Great, thank you. And how many public comments do we have?
We have two.
Okay, let's do a minute and a half each, please.
Okay, first I'll call Michelle Weiner.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak on this item. I think this is an extremely important thing, and I'm really, really glad that you're considering it this evening, and I look forward to you approving it as an annual event. I was part of the original group that lobbied for the MLK birthday celebration. It started out very small with a picnic in the park, and it grew to the most wonderful event that we had this year at Vets Auditorium, which was just such a joy to participate in. I mean, as a participant, I didn't help organize it. So this, I think, no, I don't know what's planned exactly. I mean, I looked briefly at the preschool that's instigated or initiated this idea, and it looks absolutely delightful. But I just think there's a number of things. One, it'll be fun no matter how small or how large, and we'll all learn something about this culture. The other thing is, right now, it's super important that we support all of our neighbors, and especially our neighbors of color. And so for that reason alone, I think we should do this. But I really think that it will be a complete joy, and we should do it every year, and it will be very edifying and very fun. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Loretto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. CCHS is holding its third annual AA NHPI owned business night market on Friday, February 20th. We've held this day for a few months now and are forming a great vendor and entertainment lineup. As mentioned in November's CCUSD City Liaison Committee, you're all invited. We would welcome your collaboration. You can find out more info at ccnightmarket.my.canva.site. Last year, we hosted about 1,000 guests supporting our businesses and bringing visibility to the entire AA and HPI community. As part of this event, we celebrate Lunar New Year. This has fast become a new tentpole event for the entire community that is open to the public. And I was looking forward to contacting Mr. Varela to see how we could possibly collaborate. In the liaison meeting, we also mentioned that the city placed a new event on the calendar in very close proximity to our established event at CCMS called Noche de Familia this past fall, without considering collaboration first. And the folks that worked on that event felt that this work in such close proximity diminished their event, and the energy could have been stronger through collaboration rather than dilution. Let's avoid this. Please don't unintentionally undermine an established event that was created for us by placing this new event on the same weekend as Night Market. I support celebrating new events that were not historically represented in our city, and we can do so in a collaborative way. I would love your help in combining forces to make a bigger, stronger community event. I also suggest an event in May for AA NHPI Heritage Month, where the city and school community has not established a tradition to celebrate yet. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to comments and questions from colleagues. We'll start with Councilmember O'Brien.
No comments. I think I think it's a great idea, and I appreciate Magpie for bringing this forward.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Thanks to our speakers. Thanks to staff for the report. Happy to support this initiative. If there are opportunities, I do think we might want to, and there's already been increased coordination with CCUSC as it pertains to advertising. Oh, somebody might not be muted. So I think we should encourage that, but I think this opportunity is a little different. So I don't know if we need to, in the CCUSC city subcommittee, or sort of have a more detailed conversation about the events that they might like to intentionally coordinate with us on, or what the asks are. So that could be something that goes back to that subcommittee, because we definitely don't want to be duplicative. We want to support our community in all the ways that we can, and ensure that the many array of ethnicities, races, religions, backgrounds, everyone feels like they have a space and a place in our community. So definitely don't want to undercut any event. So maybe we should just have a little huddle up in our next subcommittee, or whenever it is practicable, to agendize that in that subcommittee, to kind of just get on one accord as it pertains to future these types of events. But I don't want for this suggestion to suffer, and hopefully we can make sure that both events are publicized in our social media. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Yeah, no questions. I'm just happy to support this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to uplift what our board president said and what Councilmember McMorrin said. If there's a way to both, enhance both events by sort of collaborating together, and also maybe in the process reduce burden on staff if there's already an event happening and we can combine or collaborate, that might be a win-win situation. But I would love to know what staff feels about that, or if that was, if this is news, or how staff feels. That's my question. Yeah, go ahead, Edgar. Do you have any thoughts on potentially combining?
For the event that's happening at the school, that's not really on our radar since it's a school event. It's not a city event. I know that this got agendized for asking for that event to happen on the 22nd. Now, we also have the option of moving this event to the 31st. It seemed that the board president didn't want the event to happen on the same weekend, essentially a couple days later. So that might be a compromise for us to do a Lunar New Year event. But it would be the same day as Screenline 5K, but later in the afternoon. I'm not sure if I would have to get direction from City Council for staff to actually help with or do anything with a pre-existing event that's on school property that the school district is organizing. I'm happy to, I'm happy to work on it whichever way council directs. I can produce the event for the city. I can collaborate with the school district. We can move it on whichever date is warranted to make everybody happy.
Thank you, Edgar. And are the parties who requested the event, are they here, or?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So maybe, I'm curious if they can speak to whether a collaboration with the school district, just given the really tight turnaround, don't want to put the event in a tight spot, but if it can be enhanced by an event that's already happening, and I'm just curious your thoughts on that. Hi.
Hi, my name is Rosie. I'm the owner of the Popomac Preschool. So this year our original plan was holding a small New Year event in the downtown Culver City. I think for this year, if we are planning to do a night market with all of the school district, the timing will be a little bit tight for this year. I don't know if what do you guys thoughts about that?
Got it. So the timing of collaborating with the school district is a concern, more than creating a new event.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. I appreciate appreciate that context. Yeah, I mean, I remain curious if this is, something that, given the really tight turnaround for staff, I don't know the burden on staff for this event. So if this is something that requires a lot of staff time and resources, and it could be mutually beneficial, I'm still, interested in that route. But I'll interested to hear what my colleagues have to say too. Thank you.
Great.
No, I mean, as far as the timing, it works just fine for staff. We had another event that was scheduled about a week before that got postponed. So it opened up a spot there for us to be able to do another event. Then moving forward after that, as you guys know, we have a very packed schedule of events that kick off starting in March and then don't let up until the end of the year. So right now, I've already done a little bit of preliminary work, which is one of the reasons why I was offering those alternative dates. I've already checked on availability of performers, of vendors, of crafters, of different people that are available for the event. Those are the two dates, both the 22nd, which was the original date that was asked for, and the 31st, which still falls within the dates for celebrating Lunar New Year, are available. And if whatever city council directs, staff is very capable of doing.
Thank you. That's helpful to know. So given the concerns from the school district organizers and board president Laredo that she articulated, I mean, if it isn't an issue for the organizers or city staff, if the other date's available, I wouldn't be opposed to that change. And curious if my colleagues feel similarly.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the staff report. Thank you for bringing this to council. Yeah, I would love to collaborate, don't want to double up. So if I would prefer if we can find a different date that's not on the same night. And then
It's already not on the same night. It's 2 days away, right?
Yeah, it's not on the same night, it's just on the same weekend. So it would be, if their event for the school district is on Friday, our proposed initial event is on the Sunday. And so I think the concern was that it kind of would take the energy away from splitting two events over that same weekend. I've spoken with Rosie, and she's very happy to move it to March 1st. Yes, March 1st, which would be a full 9 days after the school district event, and then would allow for both of them to have equal energy going forward.
And is it possible to do have capacity for the Screenland 5K and then also?
Yes, the Screenland 5K is a very large event. We're a sponsor for the event, so I do manage that event, and I actually will be running in the event as well.
Hey.
With our economic development team. The event is over by 11, so we're proposing we don't start this other one until several hours later, possibly 3 hours or more later. So we'll be moving from one to the other.
Tiring day.
And you guys have worked with me for a few years, so we can get it done.
Okay, that would be my preference. And then also just curious if we could, separate from that, send this to ERAC to make sure if there's any blind spots that we have with making sure that we have, enough cultural representation with our events. But that's a sidebar.
Yeah, I think reaching out to ERAC and also reaching out to board member Laredo, board president Laredo, to see if there's anything that we can do in collaboration between the two events either way. Make sure that we have a strong showing both for that event and for this Lunar New Year event. And I think moving forward, we can look into what we can do as a collaboration of an event for the following years.
Great. And just to be clear for the ERAC, my recommendation for ERAC is just in addition to this event. So all different, see if there's any blind spots in any other cultural events that we could host.
Okay. Thank you.
So I'm sorry. So we're going to move this event to the day of Screenland because of a CCUSD event? Okay. All right.
I mean, we can take a vote.
I mean, I'm
The scope, I mean, much respect to Board President Laredo. It's an excellent event. I think I've been for the past 2 years. It's wonderful to see our young folks in AAPI businesses showcase. But when I think about the scale of event, Screenland is a much more robust event that I believe will be severely taxing on staff. And again, I mentioned in my remarks, I think it's important for us to do more intentional planning as we move forward. But I mean, and Edgar is fantastic, his team is fantastic, or the team is fantastic, but I feel like we would be asking a lot of them to have, the event is very early. I don't know, I think there has to be a happy medium in between having staff, working all day on the first. So I'm lifting, again, much respect to what CCUSD is building, and I do hope that we can have collaboration as we move forward, but I think that's an incredibly high burden for staff, so I just want to lift that up.
I appreciate that comment. Can you just talk about more why this event has to happen in downtown Culver City and why it could not be a part of the night market event? I think that would be helpful, because to me it seems like our options are move it to Screenland, combine them, or leave them as is. So I'm just curious why can't it be combined?
I don't know that it can't be combined. I would just need direction from council to move on doing any type of collaboration with the school district. I don't know the event. I don't know exactly what they would need from the city. I don't know what we can contribute to it. I would have to have a more, other than today, I hadn't heard about the event before, so I'd have to dive a little deeper into understanding what that event is and what needs the city could meet to make that collaboration. So I'm not saying that we can't, just saying if that's what council desires, then we can look into that as part of doing our Lunar New Year event.
Okay, that's good to know. I think the way I'm thinking right now is just that this event has been planned for a while, and this one sort of came up in the off-cycle special events, came to us just in the last meeting. So yes. It is, I want to give precedent to an event that's already being planned, that's already had a lot of school district involvement or city involvement. So that's where I'm going with that.
Councilmember O'Brien.
I would just say we should ask the organizer if that accommodation would work. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been to the.
Yeah, we went to 626 night market. I think it's not impossible to cooperate, partner with each other this year, but it's just for night market, it will be a lot of business involved and also school district involved. I just think that timing will be too tight for us this year. But if they already planned the event, or everything is planned in advance, maybe here's a way to cooperate with it. Yeah, I just think night markets involve a lot of business. We probably don't have enough time to do it this year.
One thing we could do is ask for that to be explored, and then as a fallback, it either stays the same as it is now, or it goes to the Screenland 5K, whatever we feel more confident in.
What are the available dates that we can do it?
I mean, right now, I just explored the 2 dates when it came to what was available. So we explored the 22nd and we explored the 31st. Part of the reasoning behind looking at those Sundays was that the original applicant, which offered to help organize some of the portions of it and advise on some of the portions of it was primarily available on the Sundays as opposed to the Saturday. Those other dates are also available. So if we wanted to look at the 21st, if we want to look at the 28th, any one of those dates are also available for if the city desires to produce an event.
Maybe the 28th then? Does that work for the organizer?
Yeah, so we actually checked a lot of like line dance, dragon dance groups in the area. I think right now March 1st is the only one that they are available right now. So that's why we picked that day. Yeah, for February 28th, we could do that, and but it's just harder to find like a dragon and lion dancers in the area.
What would you prefer between the 28th and combining the events? Which is your preference of those options?
28th, and then we can combine the CC, Culver City School District and the Lunar New Year event.
Yeah, would you prefer doing it on the 28th where you said you had some vendor issues? Or is your preference the combining the event or trying to work with the school district to enhance their event or add more to their event? Do you have a preference on those two options if the first isn't practical? March 1st?
Yeah, we can. I think if the timing is possible, and also the school district they already planned stuff, we can combine that together on the February 28th.
The 28th would be your own event, but so the options would be the 28th, just your event.
Councilmember, really quick, because I feel like, so I think the question, I think she's willing, they're willing to be a good partner. I think it's really, my number one question is, I had no idea that CCUSD was looking for support from us for this event. And again, that's not to point the finger at anyone, because I have awareness about this event. I've gone to it in the past. Again, it's fantastic. Look forward to hopefully attending again this year. But I think our responsibility is how are we, now that we know that there's concern, because I didn't know before this meeting that there would be concern about us supporting these folks who have come and requested our support as a city. So, and I hear you trying to like find a solution between the school district and trying to find a new date, and I share that solution focus and problem solving goal, but it feels like there's really there's not a neat one. So it's going to be a little, so I feel like either we should honor what they've requested because they requested it independent of, I don't know if they knew about, and it came to us and we said, okay, we'll consider it. So I think either we should honor what they're asking or we should just, have it, because I think putting an undue burden on staff on the same day of Screenland, I think that will cause splitting in a different way because people, well, maybe not, let me not speak, maybe people have lots of energy and they are willing to run a 5K and then hang around so I just feel like there's no, people have sports, there's all sorts of things that pull time away from events. There's no good time, and I think now, again, I hope that we will meaningfully have an intentional agendized conversation about the events that the district wants our support on, the events that we have that we might be able to collaborate better. And we've started that in some ways around calendaring, but obviously we can do a better job as we move forward. So I really hope that we are able to discuss that meaningfully in our subcommittee. But I think that we just need to make a decision on how we're going to come down. Because I think the compromise really, like on the spot, she doesn't know anything about the event, which it seems like she doesn't. It's unfair to, well, can you compromise? Well, she's going to say, yeah, because she wants to have an event. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's a good solution. 28th said some of the vendors weren't available. Apparently, the concern is that if we have two lunar events, even though I feel like there are tons of Lunar New Year events across the region because lasts for a decent amount of time, so people are celebrating throughout. It's not like, it's my understanding that you don't just go to one celebration. I could be wrong. This is not my community, so I don't want to, maybe you do just go to one. I could be wrong, I don't know. But it seems like people go to multiple throughout the duration of the holiday. So I don't know. It just feels like we're making more of an issue than it needs to be. So I kind of, either staff is going to be overburdened or people are going to be going to 2 events in one weekend. I feel like those are our options. Let's not pull in additional dates. So that's how I'm taking away, and it just how folks are falling on Screenland Day or same weekend as CCUSC event. That's what I feel like our choices should be.
The original reason why we are requesting our Lunar New Year event is in Culver City is because we are a Chinese immersion childcare and preschool in Culver City, and we have a lot of like Chinese family in the area. And we saw Culver City, we had like celebrate like Hispanic and MLK, but we never had like an Asian celebration in the area. So that's why we come up with we should have like a, because Culver City like we promote like a diversified culture, and we should have something for the Asian community and also for the Lunar New Year event. And also like our students, they used to like perform in the area for the community every year. And but this year, like since the changes, so our students don't have like a place to performance for the Chinese New Year. So we are really hoping like Culver City government can host like Lunar New Year for like Asian community, for the student, like they can have a space. They still have the space to perform and to celebrate their culture and the Lunar New Year.
Okay, did you want to make a motion on that?
You want me to decide?
I just wanted to clarify that the way that the staff report is written, this would be the city's event. So it would be a city-produced event. She's not asking specifically for sponsorship. They wouldn't be producing the event and us sponsoring it. It would be a city-produced event.
So our school is willing to whatever we can help with to organize this event. But yeah, this will be like a city event, but we just want to try our best to help to organize the event.
I think if it's our event, we should keep it on the same weekend, because I feel really concerned about the level of staff stress with the Screenland event. I will say is that hopefully in the promotion, we can like promote it as a whole weekend of celebrating and come out and pros, and hopefully there's a way that we can celebrate both, and hopefully, because again, the night market is very well attended without being supported by, the city, but hopefully moving forward, everybody can work together. And this will be the first and only year that we have this little bit of tension, but hopefully it won't be tension. It'll be an enhancement to the weekend, and everyone can really enjoy, hopefully. But y'all have heard my concern. It's late.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council?
I'm good to keep it as is, sorry.
I'll just say I agree with Councilmember McMorrin, which I think is to go with the original plan. It sounds as though this event, Magpie is going to draw from their community quite a bit, and CCSC has their community that they're marketing to, and we can certainly cross-promote, as Councilmember McMorrin stated, which could potentially increase the attendance for both. So I think it's a good idea to have both. And then hopefully you can attend the event at the schools and take a look at it and meet Ms. Laredo, and maybe there's an opportunity to collaborate next year as well.
Yeah, and I just heard from our public information communications officer, and he said that he can definitely promote both and make a big promotion out of both of it together.
Yeah.
Great. Looks like we have a motion and a second.
We have a motion by Councilmember McMorrin and a second by Vice Mayor Fish to approve a city event to be held on February 22nd, 2026 to celebrate the Asian Lunar New Year. Please vote. All members have voted? Yes. Unanimous.
I feel like Family Feud here. I never get the, I click it, I think I got it, but someone
Click
else
it
gets it.
faster.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go on to A4, approval of organizational reorganization, adoption of a resolution adopting the related classification and salary plan for city employees effective January 26, 2026, adoption of a resolution adopting the updated executive compensation plan effective January 26, 2026, and approval of a performance management framework. Turn it over to staff for a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Dana Anderson, Human Resources Director, joined by CFO Lisa Soger, to present a proposed City Manager's Office reconfiguration aligned with your FY 26-27 priorities and the growing complexity of city operations. This proposal is about accountability, coordination, and results, ensuring the executive structure mirrors council priorities and delivers measurable outcomes. Over the past several years, the city's responsibilities have expanded in housing, homelessness, infrastructure investment, fiscal stewardship, and community-facing services. These issues cross departmental lines and require clear executive ownership and coordinated leadership. The proposed structure is designed to meet that need. The reorganization establishes a streamlined executive framework organized around outcome areas. Specifically, infrastructure and innovation is aligned under a new senior assistant city manager serving as a principal deputy and second in command. This role strengthens cross-departmental coordination, infrastructure delivery, modernization, and enterprise performance. Fiscal sustainability and transparency remains a core city manager priority, aligning budget, finance, accounting, purchasing, and city clerk functions under unified fiscal leadership. Economic development, vitality, and equity brings together housing, human services, economic development, parks and recreation, culture affairs, and community vitality under one executive accountable for community well-being and economic resilience. Talent development, labor, and inclusion is elevated under a reclassified Chief Human Resources Officer, emphasizing workforce strategy as essential to performance. Enhancements include a 360-degree executive review, succession planning, leadership development, a workforce development manager converted from an existing position at no additional cost, and oversight of the new Women and Girls Committee to reinforce inclusive leadership. The proposal establishes 3 new positions to support the structure, which include the Senior Assistant City Manager, Senior Executive Assistant to the City Manager, and Assistant to the City Manager with a focus on performance management. The reorganization is paired with a formal executive performance management and pay-for performance framework aligned with ICMA best practices. Annual performance plans will tie directly to council priorities with measurable outcomes, mid-year and annual reviews, and compensation linked to results. Executives will also apply Lean Six Sigma principles to improve cross-departmental efficiencies. For example, strengthening coordination between transportation planning and public works engineering to streamline delivery and reduce duplication. The net annual investment is approximately $962,500, including salary and benefits, with current year costs supported through vacancy service and phased recruitment. Future costs will be incorporated into the FY 26-27 budget and balanced through reductions elsewhere.
Great, thank you so much. How many public comments do we have?
We have 3 speakers signed up.
Great, a minute and a half each, please.
Thank you. Our 3 speakers are Melissa Sanders, Marcy Bond, and Anissa De Vincente. Our first speaker is Melissa Sanders.
Hello again, and I'm not going to make it to the other stuff, so forgive me. I'm really disappointed that the first big swing that our new city manager is taking is let's pay people more and add more staff into a fiscally free-falling city. With what money? If the council had not decided to fund Jubilo Village, then maybe I'd be like, sure, let's do it. But you all decided to waste tens of millions of dollars on that project. And I'm not going to get to the gun store, and now we're giving away the $6 billion gun store land. So I don't know what money you think we're going to do this with, but perhaps we should focus on some other things before we agree to spend almost another $1 million that we don't have on staff when, because of Jubilo Village, we talked about having to reduce staff and fire people and reduce our first responders and things like that. So I'm a little concerned that this is like a first thought of the new city manager. I hope that this is the last kind of seemingly fiscally irresponsible thing that comes up, God, for a really long time. I assume you guys are going to approve it. I don't know why, but I really hope we have a city in the next few years with all the money that's being wasted. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond, followed by Anissa De Vincente.
Good evening, council members. I just want to remind you that any opinions that I have are my own and do not reflect any positions that I'm in. I want to know how we came or how this decision was made. Nearly $1 million. What staff is going to be cut from what departments in order to fund this? What other cities of this size in SoCal have these 3 positions? And at 40,000 people, why do we need these many positions at that cost when we have so many other needs within our city? All of this really confuses me. Where was the research on that? Is there any research? Why is this not? We're just getting a bunch of buzzwords that don't prove that this is actually going to work and help our city at all. So I don't understand how this can even be considered. We're too small of a city to afford this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anissa De Vincente, followed by Travis Morgan.
Hello. Thank you for your time. My name is Anissa De Vincente. I am a city employee for 21 plus years, a past Equity and Human Resources Committee member, a current Finance Advisory Committee member, and the president of the Culver City Employees Association. I am with, and we have approximately 400 members. I am here tonight speaking on behalf of the Culver City's Employee Association. While the city has a structural deficit, I am very concerned that this agenda item addressing 6 staff positions will add over $1 million annually to the budget. Under the fiscal analysis, it states the adopted budget for this year can support these changes without additional appropriation due to salary savings from existing vacant positions and recruitment that will be staged. One of the reasons we have vacant positions is due to lack of pay equity compared for our positions in neighboring cities. The last comp and class study showed 15 job classes throughout the city, 5% below median. 8 of those actuals are between 10 and 29% below the median salary. For certain positions, the city has been unable to recruit qualified applicants due to this salary issue. The union has been told that the city council has not been authorized any funds to increase staff salaries for the positions that have been shown to be underpaid. The city should really do the right thing and prioritize pay equity for staff, which will in turn benefit the city by reducing staff turnover. The city and the council have talked about wanting to be equitable and financially responsible, but I do not find that this agenda is either of those. The additional 2 new positions alone will cost the city approximately $500,000 annually. I don't assume I know how to run this city. I don't even want to assume that this is not a good idea. I don't know. This may be a great idea, but can we afford it? Only the budget will know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I know virtually nothing about this agenda item, but I wanted to sign up to speak just to say that essentially echo the concerns of the speaker immediately before me of when you create an organization that's a lot more top-heavy. Generally speaking, it's the remainder of the employees that suffer through reduced salary increases and things like this. I would have anticipated that this agenda item would come through the annual budgeting process, especially as we're transitioning to more community-based budgeting. I have no idea if it's a good idea or a bad idea. It seems like having fewer direct reports, who can have very specific areas of expertise is probably a good idea, for the city manager's office. But it seems like this should be part of the broader budgeting process, I would think, so that there can be more community input. But I certainly want to make sure that we're setting our city staff and our city manager up for success. Thanks.
Thank you. We have one more speaker, David Metzler.
Hello, thank you. I also want to sort of tag along with what other people have said. I'm not an expert on this, and I want our city manager to be able to improve the city in the ways that he sees fit. But I do wish that there was more time to discuss at least the reorganizational part of this and the additional salary amounts that are part of that. On the executive side, I just, to throw it out there, I would much rather see a discussion included in this about the compensation of our council people, because our council people work near full-time jobs and get paid a stipend and not anywhere near what full-time staff does. And I think that would help us get new council folks and help people who, like we have a council person now who has to recuse themselves from some votes because they have a conflict with a new job they have. I'd rather they get paid by the city to do city work full-time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the public comments, and also just thank you to Anissa for 21 years of service to the city. Let's go to questions and comments, starting with Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to our community members that are still up and with us. Deep appreciation for that. Thank you to First Staff for the overview. I, too, am not an expert on how cities should be organized and or run. I do have, I guess, over 5 years experience sitting on this side on the policy piece, but in our hiring process and interview process, our new city manager was crystal clear about his plan to sort of hit the ground running, given his background and experience over his, now I'm blanking on how long you've been in these type of roles, but some time. And he's been consistent. He was clear that it was going to take an investment up front. He named some of these tools, this Lean Six Sigma, talking about some of the roles that might need to be shifted once he sort of got in. And he's hit the ground running. He's beginning to do the community outreach just this week. And I think it's important for us as the council to support the leadership of our city manager, who we all voted for, to support us in leading this amazing city that we love. And so I think it's important, again, there's going to be data, there's going to be feedback at a level that I haven't witnessed as a council member from the city perspective. I know I've advocated from this dais for 360 performance feedback loops. I thought that, that's pretty standard depending on what industry you're in. But I'm excited about some of that feedback coming back to us, and hopefully it might be a little bit of a curve in terms of us getting there and understanding and acclimating to where we're going, but I have trust in the vision that our city manager, Otis Jones, has set forth from us. He has not wavered in terms of the plan, and I think it's important for us to provide the tools necessary so that we can move forward as a city. So I think this investment will be worth it.
My only experience is within here in terms of how the organization's run. And I know City Manager Jones has, had several stops and several experiences in other places, knows best practices. I did have a question about, we are tightening our belts around here, and there's almost $1 million in additional labor here, and City Manager, if you want to address that.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Mayor, for allowing me to address it. If I may, I'd like to just put this in context, okay? I think, this is one part of an overall strategy to address the deficit of the city. First part, which is before you, deals with you refer to as tightening the belt. What I'm asking you to invest in right now is the staffing, acumen, and capacity to be able to do a traditional CIP plan. I mean, we've got tens of millions of dollars we're spending right now on infrastructure. There's going to be more of that spend coming up in the future. But the city traditionally hasn't been through a CIP planning process. It's important to do that so we can squeeze out all the efficiencies that's involved with managing the costs associated with infrastructure. Moving to a Lean Six Sigma, or some refer to it as process improvement process, allows for us to think differently around how we're looking at projects, or how we're operating and behaving as associated with executing. The HR director noted one, but there are several other examples throughout the organization that I think going through in the process and of that Lean Six Sigma does is allows for you to be able to strain it out. Typically, cities, when they implement process improvement, they can save anywhere 10 to 15% overall costs. It's a process. I know here in California, a lot of cities are moving forward. Long Beach, San Diego, smaller cities too, here in the area, and also nationally. But it's a way of, thinking. For example, right now, just offhand, we currently have 3 maintenance groups in the city within 3 different departments. I'd like to be able to challenge that to see how we streamline that so we maybe have one that provide all the goods and services. But what I'm asking you to do today is to allow for me to invest in a human capacity or the acumen so that we can bring people on board who understand these processes, and also, too, who could really take a look. Part of the reorg is really folding the CIP planning process under the umbrella and matching it with a process improvement plan so that we can strain out the duplication. I mean, those are some examples. So I hope that sets forth, and I know while this is one part of that, we've got a retreat that's coming up. I'm planning to be able to introduce another part as a part of that. And then there'll be a part to being introduced as part of the overall budget. Why now? Why now is because it takes some time to go through the recruiting process and to be able to time everything up so that we can have the maximum impact to be able to, some refer to it as tighten the belt, but I just say from improving processes to be able to actualize that cost saving that other communities have is important. And so that's the reason why I'm proposing it now. That's the reason why I certainly addressed it to you as Councilmember McMorrin mentioned during the interviewing process. But it's a global picture of shifting, tighten the belt, but in an effort to create more liquidity within the city in itself. That's the way I'm thinking about it and why I'm proposing it. I just think it's important for me to frame up some context to that for the body, but also too for the public. And I'll certainly be having those conversations, particularly with the public over the next, I think we've got several meetings coming up. But that's the overall thought.
Appreciate your answer. That's all I have right now.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for the report. I got we heard from a staff member in terms of maybe pay equity or staffing, or I think overall the morale of staff, and I think we all know that once we start losing morale, we start losing staff members, and that's the last thing we want moving forward. How do we address staff members who feel this way and ensure them that they are valued and that the culture is still there, and to really maintain morale and keeping our numbers where they are in terms of staffing, number one. And number two, it's your purview to restructure, rearrange the departments as you see fit. Do you think it would be prudent to hold off and let's hold this for a bigger conversation with more of the public involved, or is that really not necessary? Because we heard some of the speakers talk about, hey, look, we don't know how it's run, but should we hold this off over until the budget session? But those are my two first questions.
So let me answer the first question first, and then the latter. I'm being very careful with my response here because it's my intent, as you know, to address those concerns. We've talked privately with about a lot of our bargaining positions, and any other sessions that were closed. And so I'm going to leave it at that. But it's our goal, and my goal is to make sure that we're taking it from a holistic standpoint. And I want to make sure that the public understands that that's where this is coming from. We're not moving. We're moving in a way where, from a timing standpoint, we can be able to kind of wrap these things up. On the latter question you had about holding off, as I mentioned to you, typically you have more time. We don't have that here. we don't have the CAFR report before you, but I kind of see what that CAFR report probably is going to say. And so based off just my review of the last audits, looking at where our spend is, all those other things. So part of the timing includes, so if you approve this measure tonight, it's not like we're going to have people show up tomorrow, right? These positions are going to be advertised, vetted. It's a hunt for talent. And so it takes some time. So we're part of the reason why I want to move ahead now is because I know that timing, and I'm trying to be able to address the other components as well to really arrest the dynamic of that we're dealing with. And I'm kind of limited to go too much into that because I know what the agenda item says, and I got to be respectful of the Brown Act, right? So, and I'm sure our city attorney would throw something at me or kick me if I went off target too much. But this is one part of a overall strategy that we're trying to deploy in order to not only arrest the deficit question, but also to add more liquidity, to allow council to have more options to be able to meet its objectives in a way that it can finance its projects moving ahead. We've got a ton of capital improvement projects. I really believe beefing up our capital improvement acumen and looking enterprise-wise about that acumen and combining that with the process improvement is absolutely vital in order to effectively be able to tighten the belt. We don't have that human capacity or acumen internally within the organization today. Not a knock on anybody, right? Because I think we got fantastic staff, but we've got to add that acumen in order for us to be able to be effective. And it's going to take some time to do that, and this piece here just allows for us to move ahead with that.
All right. Mr. Jones, thank you so much. And just my last word on it is I think any city, and the greatest resource we have is our people, our employees. As long as we value them, continue to, I think, treat and make sure that the morale is there and that the culture of respect and appreciation is there, then I think that's my primary goal and thought moving forward.
Yeah, well, to that effect, Councilman Vera, I started my career off as a bricklayer. And I really respect the hard work that our employees put in. And I intend to address that, as you know. There's a process for us to address that. And I've got to make sure that we do it in a way that protects the city. And we work within the legal confines that we got. And so, so we did a little bit of that conversation earlier. We're going to have more coming forward, but I just wanted to make sure I put that in context.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll keep it quick for time. Thank you for answering those questions. A lot of mine have already been answered, and thanks for the presentation, Director Anderson and City Manager Jones. I'm really appreciative of the new energy, and we had a conversation this weekend, and you were able to walk me through the new positions, and appreciate the thought that's gone into that, and I'm supportive. And I also, at the same time, support Councilmember Rivera's sentiment about our staff and our people being our biggest resource. And I know you're going to continue to check in and with our staff and just ensuring that these new open roles are an open and transparent hiring process, that that our existing staff can apply for those as well and can be given that opportunity to potentially to potentially earn those roles and even grow into them. But I think that's really my, my only sentiment was I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to seeing what this new structure brings. And just I have a tremendous appreciation for our staff and all the hard work and all the expertise they bring to the table. And just want to make sure that that those folks, as I know you will, ensure that they are motivated, inspired, and continue to do the best work of their lives in Culver City. So thank you, City Manager. Appreciate it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, anytime a new executive comes to an organization, there's going to be change. We hired him, and I think we have to put trust in that decision that we made and give the city manager the latitude to run the organization as he sees fit. This item aligns with our ambitious goals for the city and what he told us he was going to do. Again, I think it's really important to trust the city manager and our decision, and we can hold him accountable through other channels and other means, but we need to let him do what he needs to do with the organization so we can do our jobs of setting policy. I do think that we need to take pay equity, morale very seriously, and we also need expertise to do so. So I see this as all connected to one another. So I'm happy to support this item. And I would make the motion to approve the city organizational reorganization, adopt a resolution adopting the classification and salary plan for city employees effective January 26, 2026, adopt a resolution adopting the updated executive compensation plan effective January 26, 2026, approve the executive performance management and pay for performance framework, and authorize the city manager to implement the approved changes.
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien and a second by Councilmember Vera already.
Oh, sorry, great.
Here you go. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. We'll now go to A5, discussion and direction regarding Culver City tourism brand logo and tagline.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Elaine Warner. I'm your Economic Development Director, and I'm thrilled to be in front of you today to bring forth our tourism brand and tagline discussion. This evening, we're asking you to consider two options, one with an A and a B, and a second option, as well as a tagline option. And I'm not going to do a long staff report. The process did begin in April when we hired MMGY, which is both a local and global firm here in Culver City. And we did stakeholder outreach in July, and Julie Major is here from MMGY to give you a brief overview of the process and where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, actually some of you I was able to talk to while I was here in July. I'm about to bring to you the Explore Culver City tagline and the brand and a couple other pieces. But what you'll see today, the Culver City brand architecture, which is basically how we built everything that comes from what you'll see following. 3 proposed Culver City logos. Again, 4 proposed new city taglines with 1 recommendation, and also the proposed Culver City Destination Marketing Organization, or DMO, brand identifier verb. These are very important components of all the brand architecture, is really where it begins, and I'm very pleased to be able to share all this with you. We began this with some strategic analysis and some competitive analysis, and really we ended up with a brand challenge, which I would point out, I was so glad to hear, I think it was the mayor that said that you had ambitious goals. We also had some ambitious goals for you from a travel and tourism perspective, and it's really how do you position the city as an anchor of the Los Angeles Metro and really carve out this niche for these visitors, and these are very particular kind of visitors, these relaxed but methodical travelers, people who are seeking out a place like Culver City to spend their travel and tourism dollars. Well, we first started with this brand, and we did a lot of research on that, including talking to about 60-some folks. They were citizens, they were hoteliers, they were hospitality individuals, people from the creative community, a lot of you as well. And it started with this brand idea, and a brand is really that architecture that it all begins with. And think of it as kind of the architecture of your house, the blueprint. If the blueprint's not going to be very solid, it has to really be built to last, and that enduring feature of a good, solid blueprint. If it's not built well, designed well, it's probably not going to stand up the test of time. So we want your brand to really be able to be enduring, evergreen, if you will. When we create the brand, it really comes down to a creative campaign after that. And a campaign is really just, think of it as the couch or the paint or the exterior of your home. What's it going to look like? And that can change with fads, that can change with trends. But that really is born out of the blueprint of your home, again. And if the blueprint is not good, well, it doesn't really matter what color your couch is. It's probably going to fall apart. So we really started with that brand. Again, when we talked to those 60 people, these are the things that they said. I love word clouds because you start to see a pattern, a trend. And you'll probably notice safe, creative, comfortable, community, artsy. That's the bigger words because that's what people said again and again about your community. And the best thing about this is you don't see a lot of negatives, if any. All of these things are really something that you'd want to be associated with. Professional, cozy, techie, quirky, pride. But people really love the city that they live in. And it starts there. There's no negative things to overcome or combat. There are really positive things to build off of. So that's where we began with your brand. They became 6 points of consensus, things that really started bubbling to the top and really became very consistent. And they were the heart to LA's hustle, the quintessential front porch, the vital third space. This was probably my favorite because a lot of people come to Culver City to eat, to dine, to hang out and have a drink after work, just to get together for a cup of coffee on the Culver steps. Small is a big deal. Again, Culver City may be 40,000 people, but it has a lot of power. It has a lot of heart to it. And I think that's also a really important point of contention. People don't think that small is such a big deal, but you have a lot to offer. Uncredited yet unforgettable. Okay, well, you know, I see the heart of Screenland. People may not know that outside of Culver City, but people in Culver City, they know it, they're proud of it. And of course, there's more than one storyline here. You don't just have one thing to talk about and be proud of. You have, well, at least 6. So when we talk about brand architecture, there are 5 pieces of that. I'm not going to answer every single one of them for you. You'll see them here. But I would like to point your attention to what is the emotional truth of this brand. It is your brand. It is who you are. Go back to that architecture we were talking about. That brand essence should be really the personality that's enduring of this city. So for brand values, what we discovered, what you stand for, you're inclusive, creative at your core, you're proud, you're connected, and you're accessible. Your brand promise, you are the heart of what's real. Central and connected, yet distinct with its own authentic identity, energy, and the ease of everyday life. So you can experience the best of a city that feels at once worldly and welcoming. Well, what's your brand experience? Well, this begins, what's it like to be with the brand? It's a small footprint, big scene. History happening now, global flavors at local tables, culture at a Culver pace, and approachability meets innovation. Your brand voice, how do you talk? Well, I know how I talk, but how Culver City talks, you're friendly, you're creative, you're authentic, approachable, and confident. Heard that tonight, actually. And the emotional truth, your brand essence, the heart of what's real. That is the core of what Culver City is all about. So we didn't stop there, as you noticed. That was your brand architecture. From there, we built up. And then we started decorating, and that's really what your creative campaign is all about. So I'm going to start with, right now, the design challenge. So what does this look like? How could this actually come to life visually? So we started with what was around you, what's inside you, what are you made of, what are you built of? The jacaranda trees, the colors, the people, the Culver sign on the marquee, just even some architectural shapes, the Art Deco. We looked at all of these things when we were here, and we did a lot of deep dive research. And even the colors, even the fonts, all these things inspired us as designers. They inspire us as copywriters, but they really inspire what we're going to look and take your look and feel of your city. So we explored this, and as Elaine said, we explored a lot of different executions. These are the ones that bubbled to the top. So I'll share with you direction 1. This is a two-parter. But direction 1A, there could be a mark right there, a visual mark. And you'll notice there's a very stylized font for Culver and for city. The C on the Culver, we really wanted to make this harken to maybe the over the rainbow with the rainbow over the Sony studio. So that was something that inspired us. But it also inspired us that this could influence just a feeling of togetherness, that this is the crossroads of the heart of what's real in Culver City. So a logo kind of is out of context here, so we didn't want to make it abstract. We wanted to start to bring it to life with colors, possibly with iconography, with, again, making that Culver City into a marquee, with making some iconography with hearts and a small film strip that has a CC for Culver City, even putting it on a ticket to give it a nod to the heart of Screenland. And then we started putting it in context in an environment. So we put it on possibly a bucket hat, some banners for the light poles, a shirt. It could be on a tote that people would carry, but starting to show how this could come to life in reality. Well, we didn't stop there. We took another exploration. You'll see this is very similar to the prior one, but it's got 2 lines. It's supposed to also have kind of a hearkening to the film reel of a coil of a film. But we've continued that stylized approach with city, very architecturally driven, with a feel of almost like that Art Deco again. And again here, let's see what it looks like in color, a little bit more context. Again, we could keep the idea of iconography with a palm tree, with a heart, even a small moving camera there. And then again, bringing it to life on the totes and the bucket hats and a t-shirt. Things that people actually would be proud to wear. I know I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. We have the Kansas City shirts everywhere. And the joke is, if you know if somebody's from Kansas City, they're wearing a shirt with Kansas City on it. I can see this becoming a thing for Culver City as well. So we have another direction for you to consider. Again, this was influenced by the architectural designs, this one from Culver Hotel, and the beautiful arched windows that everybody, I think, enjoys here. It's a feature of your city. Again, I know you were incorporated in 1917. That is something to be proud of. You have some beautiful Art Deco around the city. We took it as an inspiration for our design. Seeing it a little bit more come to life in color with that stylized font, the curved Culver. What could it look like on shirts, on totes? Well, we brought together a heart because you are so very proud of who you are. You are the heart of Screenland, and you are the heart of what's real. Let's make that possibly a piece of iconography. Let's put it on a tote bag with that beautiful jacaranda tree, and let's maybe bring it to life on your banners. Again, if you're going to have some city events like we heard about the Lunar New Year, this could be something that you could start to bring to life in some of your events and have people super proud of who they are and where they're from and where they live. Let's start inviting people to be a part of that. So those are the 3 that we have for consideration for you today. A little bit different for the first 2, there's just a slight tweak, and then that second one is significantly different, as you notice. So we had a campaign challenge as well. We knew that Culver City has to verbally express who they are. It's a Southern California experience that we want visitors to experience, that it's authentic, creative, connected, and unmistakably your own. You are no other city here. You are Culver City, and that is something to be proud of, and it's something to invite people to experience. So how do we do that? Well, we took a first fact. We know that Culver City is made for film, and it really is a place that pulls you in without having to try too hard. You are who you are, and you're proud of that. Well, our observation we built from that, everything feels framed just right, but nothing feels forced. So the insight, your memories you make stay here with you, and you can play them back like your favorite movies. Those are the kind of things that we build from a concept to a creation of a tagline we came up with that's simply cinematic. And you might be asking, what do you do with a tagline? Well, I'm glad you asked, if you asked that. If you didn't, I'm going to tell you anyway. Here's what Simply Cinematic could do for you. It really starts to tell that story of who Culver City is to visitors. People who know you, people who've never heard of you, people want to visit. Simply Cinematic. That's the experience they're going to get when they come to Culver City. Well, we have a couple more for you as well. So the fact we understand is that Culver City brings with it food, art, film, and community. The observation we build from that, this place is beautiful, but it's not too polished. You're creative, but you're not too performative about it. So the insight from that, this is the kind of place that looks like a postcard, but it lives like a neighborhood. So it's almost perfect, perfectly real. Concept 3 for you to consider. Creatives, families, visitors, and longtime locals share spaces here effortlessly. Our observation from that, the city balances ambition and pace with inspiring authenticity and grounded living. So from that, what we came up with, you experience Culver City exactly as it is, which means you can be your real self here. So from that, as seen in real life. And finally, I give to you our final concept. The fact is that this place, it really does offer the best of SoCal lifestyle, from studios and street art as we've seen, to standout dining and boutique shops. The observation we boiled down from that, this really is Southern California here in Culver City, yet it feels grounded and real, as if this place is moving to its own authentic vibe. And the insight? Culver City is everything you love about SoCal, just more creative, connected, and ownable. And I will tell you, ownable is something that nobody else can take from you. Ownable is yours. Ownable can't be taken. It can be copied, but it can never actually be anything but yours. And we came up with So Culver from that. And the reason we really believe So Culver works from the 4 of them, So Culver is at once a place and a feeling. Nobody else can say, that's So Culver. The Culver steps, being able to go to the Culver Hotel, being able to hang out safely on the streets and bike along and just enjoy a nice drink or dinner, watch the sun go down, not hear a whole bunch of honking horns. That's So Culver. So it's really a natural expression of who you are. It mirrors the emotional tone of your brand voice. It doesn't explain, it embodies who you are. And honestly, it's confident. It's not comparative. It's confident. And it cannot be copied. So we have this thing at MMGY we call Trailblazer, and it's actually a proprietary competitive analysis tool that we use. It introduces through AI. We actually run it through a lot of different factors. There's 3 really important ones: novelty, differentiation, and trend alignment. And we ran all of these taglines through there, and interestingly, So Culver, without anything built below it, without it being out on a banner, on a T-shirt, or on an advertisement in a newspaper, it got a 92% originality score per this AI Trailblazer that we had built. So essentially what that means is between the novelty, and I'll go back, differentiation and trend alignment, it rose to the highest even among your competitors, and your competitors have had their taglines out there for a few years, if not longer. Before even introducing it to the world, you have a 92% originality score. So it really does say that, again, that long-term elasticity, I will point that to you, it's not something these other competitor lines currently possess. And they cannot take it. They can copy it, but they cannot own it. That is authentic. So here's what it could look like visually. So Culver City, that marquee-esque Art Deco frame, that could be one execution, just showing how it come to life. Here's another one. Again, So Culver with Culver City with the 1 and 2 lines instead of the full 3, indicative of the Art Deco versus a little bit of that rainbow shape. And here's the other one, Culver City with that arched Art Deco Culver with the stylized city below that. Those are just the ways that we could start bringing this to life with So Culver. And finally, when we talk about that action-oriented verb recommendation, that's just the visit, the explore, the discover. That's really important because, again, it gives people that clear meaning. What do you want people to do? We want people to come to Culver City. But you don't want to say come to Culver City. You want to say something a little bit more powerful. What we believe will really work for you is explore Culver City. And why do we say this? Well, again, we looked at your competitors directly in this area: Hollywood, El Segundo, Santa Monica, LA. And what we found is that a lot of them are already saying discover West Hollywood, discover Santa Monica. We see that Beverly Hills does have an unusual one, which is Love Beverly Hills. But what we want people to do is explore Culver City. Whether you live here or whether you're visiting here, we believe that explore invites and rewards curiosity. And that's something your city absolutely does. It invites and rewards curiosity. So explore Culver City. It's So Culver here. You need to explore Culver City. I buzzed through that pretty quickly, being mindful of time. I kind of talk like an auctioneer, but I will tell you, I'll answer every question you might have. But thank you so very much for taking the time to listen, and I really appreciate the opportunity to spend with branding and with some creative campaign work for you in Culver City. Thank you so very much.
Great, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. Are there any public speakers, public
There are
comments? Okay, we'll go to questions and comments, and I'll start with Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you for that. Great seeing you again.
Good seeing you.
A lot of great choices here. So, looking through the style guide, the two, what do we call them, the logos? The A and B, which are horizontal.
Yes.
Is there so I'm in the industry, and I've had to work with logos quite a bit. Is there a way to stack those as well? Have you
Yes.
explored that? Okay.
Yes, there should, yeah. And ultimately, once you select a logo, we can certainly explore what that would look like, in addition to putting Explore Culver City there or Explore Culver City, California.
Right. Whereas C, you cannot go horizontal, doesn't work.
It would be a bit trickier.
Yeah, okay. And then the really cool Art Deco style street banner that we have with the kind of copying the marquee. That's more of a, I know the font, I can't think of the name, but that's a completely different font than what we're seeing in the logos here. That one, there you go, yeah, on the right. So how does that, in being, having consistency in our style or our brand, how do we work that in, and does that open up more flexibility?
It does. One of the things I would point out, this is an opportunity to explore introducing that pattern that comes from the marquee. So that could be something that you could introduce to, again, a framing for an advertisement. It could be something that you could introduce to a pattern for a background. But what it does is gives you an alternate mark. So that's something we're really passionate about as well. And you see how we integrate the Explore Culver City there. Because and the iconography, it gives you an opportunity to really establish that family of whether it's font families or whether it's that iconography family, and give you a lot of opportunities to play with.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. And I don't know if we're are we just asking questions right now?
And comments.
And comments? Okay. I mean, there's really so much to like here. I really like the implementation of like the jacaranda with the, option 3 of the, and we can do that with any of the graphic brand designs. And I've gotten some feedback on are we calling it the tagline?
Yes.
Okay. And this is, all of this, you ask someone their opinion on something creative and you're going to get an opinion. And I've gotten feedback, not a lot of people have seen it, but a few people have not cared for So Culver that I've talked to. But I have to say, I do appreciate your study, the originality score that you pulled. And I do see that as being another flexible brand identity. So Culver, I could see that flipping, to not just So Culver, but so this, so that, so the other, all these things. And where does Heart of Screenland fit into this package? It's still there?
Yeah, it's on your seal, so I don't think it would go anywhere. What this allows you to do is, again, that's for your city. This is something that would speak to travel and tourism, so, yeah.
Specifically. Okay, got it, great. So, my opinion, I like if you line up where you have the slide with the 3 different brand styles, I like 2 and 3. I'm leaning towards 2. I like the creative thinking of 1, but the flexibility of the symmetrical C and using it as a button, which you did in the banners, I think is really, it's really great. You can literally produce buttons with that. You can do simple branding with those little buttons. I think that makes that one stronger than option 3, although I do really like option 3 as well. But I would say my favorite is 2 with the symmetrical C. I think you can animate that really well too, with it being a circle. And then I'm gonna trust your testing on the tagline and agree with Culver. My second of those would probably be, sorry, this is my last thing I'm going to say, and then I'll hand it off. I think, As Seen in Real Life is number 4 to me. I'm not a huge fan of that. Probably Simply Cinematic would be my second option, but go with Culver. I think it's, I love the color palette. I was just in Palm Springs a couple weeks ago, and they have a Palm Springs brand store. Have you seen it, the PSP? And it's literally a travel store, and it's not a cheesy Hollywood Boulevard t-shirt shop. They're really curated designs of everything. It's super cool, and this is right on kind of brand, similar to what they did there. I think it's pretty cool. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Thank you. Really appreciate your energy at this hour and all the hard work that you've done, that you and your team have done, that have brought us to this point. The heart of what's real is not going to be used. It's just the brand summary.
Correct. It's the essence, and it's an internal statement. So again, it would be an enduring statement. The architecture and your external facing would be the Culver, the Simply Cinematic, the As Seen in Real Life.
Got it. Okay, so in the interest of time, I prefer the middle option in terms of if those are our options. Just think 2 Cs for Culver City. It's cleaner, simpler, in my opinion. And I have to be honest, I don't, out of the 4, Culver is the one that is simple enough and clear enough. I think the other ones can kind of go all over, go some places we might not want to go. But I'm excited that we are embarking on this journey to be more intentional about welcoming. I even really like the intention behind Explore. I think we started out with Visit, and I hated that because it felt very like you're not really welcome. You can just visit and then see you later. So I like the idea of exploring is more open-ended. So I appreciate I don't know if there was intention there, but I feel like there's a bit of intention there. So deep appreciation for the work, and curious what my colleagues have to share. And thank you to staff as well for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. It was great working with you through this whole process, and Elaine, all you guys was really great. I like, you had 2 or 3. I like the middle one, I think a little more so. I'm still waiting on Culver to grow on me, but it's little by little, it's growing. And then the Explore Culver City as well. I think, for the work that you guys did and what, the feedback that myself and the mayor had with you guys were really extremely responsive. I appreciate all the hard work and time in it. So yeah, those are my 3. I mean, they're both great, number 2 and number 3. And I like Councilmember O'Brien about, the button thing, and I never really thought about that until you put it on the sign. So, yeah, that's it for me. Yeah. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for all your work. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Mayor Puza and Councilmember Rivera for your work on this. I concur with my colleagues. I think the middle one is interesting, and I think the play on the CC looks good. It's also very clean, and appreciate all the work that went into this. The Heart of What's Real also kind of bumped for me, but knowing that now that it's an internal message makes a lot more sense. So appreciate, you laying out these different options, and the color scheme was great, and looking forward to seeing this in action. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks again for the presentation and all the work that's gone into this. So Culver has grown on me from the beginning. At first I thought, SoCal, and someone in the meeting said Soho, but to Councilmember O'Brien's point, I think you can add so many, so cool, so fun, so creative, and there's a lot of options. So I like that one. I actually do like option 3 the best, because I think you said that also, right, you can make it go horizontal, but I'm losing out on that. So option 2 is a great close second. So number 2, so Culver and explore Culver City. Looks like we got winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to wrap up, we're going to be working with MMGY to complete the style guide. We're going to be adding in some variations that include California in it. And then we will start working on our Visit Culver City website, which we've got the framework for, but we just haven't filled in the blank. Oh, I'm sorry. Explore Culver City. Sorry. Yes.
It's okay. It's okay.
We got.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now move to action item 6. Discussion of the use of project labor agreements and community workforce agreements to complete public works and other city projects, and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. May I get a staff report, please?
Absolutely. Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Dimitri, Director of Public Works and Interim Chief Transportation Officer. This item facilitates the discussion of the use of the project labor agreements and community workforce agreements to complete public works projects as well as other city projects. So back in September 2025, the City Council requested that a discussion of PLAs be placed on a future agenda, and here we are tonight. So what exactly is project labor agreements? A PLA is a pre-hire contract or agreement between a public or private agency with a labor union that establishes the terms and conditions of employment for a specific construction project or a range of construction projects that would be performed by contractors. Non-union contractors may bid on a PLA required project. However, they may be required to register with the applicable union, agree to union terms and conditions, pay union benefits into a union trust fund, as well as the specific provisions of PLAs vary depending on the agency and the individual project goals. Some of these typical provisions are the following. Striking is prohibited. Provisions to prevent any worker strikes, lockouts, or other work sabotage for the duration of the project. Number 2, union labor. There are requirements that employees hired for the project be referred through union hiring halls. Number 3, payments of dues. There is a requirement that union workers pay union dues for the duration of the project, and that the contractor follow union rules regarding pensions, work conditions, and dispute resolution. Other provisions also include: 1, anti-discrimination clause. The PLA prohibits discrimination based on race, national origin, religion, sex, sexual orientation, political affiliation, or membership in a labor organization in hiring and dispatching workers for the project. Number 2, competition. The PLA permits all qualified contractors and subcontractors to bid for and be awarded work on the projects without regard to whether they are otherwise parties to collective bargaining agreements. Number 3, drug testing. The agreement contains an agreed-upon protocol concerning drug testing for workers who will be employed on the project. Number 4, arbitration. The agreement provides that disputes arising from the agreement shall be resolved by a neutral arbitrator. So now let's look at what other cities in our vicinity have done in this area. For example, the city of Santa Monica does not require PLAs for its capital improvement projects. The city of Inglewood, just south of us, does not require PLAs for all contractors and projects. However, they may be required for specific large-scale projects, such as the construction of the SoFi Stadium. The city of Beverly Hills does not require PLAs for its capital improvement projects. The city of Long Beach, with a population of approximately 500,000 people, has a citywide PLA with the city of Los Angeles and Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council that covers most capital improvement projects. The city of Los Angeles, with a population of 3.9 million, has a citywide PLA with the Los Angeles Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council that covers all projects included in their annual public infrastructure program series list that are designated by the Board of Public Works for coverage. In summary, in reviewing PLA usage by public entities, staff found that they are not typically used for smaller capital improvement projects. Even for public agencies that use them, reasons for not using them by smaller cities or for smaller projects include the following. Number 1, administration. Negotiating time and administration costs to establish and then ensure compliance with the PLA for a small project can outweigh the benefits. Number 2, applicability. Smaller projects are unlikely to experience labor unrest or strikes. Number 3, reduced competition. Because the requirements of a PLA, such as adhering to union contracts and apprenticeship programs, can be too burdensome or costly for smaller, non-union contractors who in turn avoid bidding on these projects. Number 4, limited benefit. For projects involving a single craft, short duration, or specialized work, the benefits of a PLA are often not significant enough to justify the effort. Number 5, eligible population. A smaller city or town may have too few potential construction workers who would benefit from the terms and conditions of a PLA, making it difficult to achieve predetermined objectives for hiring locals. So what do we currently have in Culver City? Culver City does not currently use PLAs or CWAs. However, all capital improvement projects funded at least partially with state or federal grants usually trigger the payment of prevailing wages, fair hiring practices, and other labor right requirements as a condition to receiving those funds when selecting contractors to complete those projects. Number 2, many large capital improvement projects are performed by union contractors and subcontractors employing union labor practices. Number 3, per California law, the Culver City Municipal Code requires the payment of prevailing wages for city-funded public works projects that exceed $25,000. And this wraps up my report. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. Do we have any public comment?
We have one public comment speaker, Richard Burns.
Great. Minute and a half.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Richard Burns. I'm a representative of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We strongly support the policies that prioritize local hire, certified apprenticeship programs, and the use of responsible contractors with a proven track record. PLAs with local hire language ensure that the public investment directly benefits the communities where these projects are built, creating a good-paying career and strengthening the local economy. Certified apprenticeship programs are essential for developing a skilled, diverse, and well-trained workforce while providing real career pathways for the city of Culver City's residents. Finally, it is critical that projects are awarded to responsible contractors who have demonstrated their ability to complete work safely, on time, and to the highest standards. When we focus on these priorities, we protect workers, deliver quality projects, and ensure taxpayer dollars are spent wisely. It's proven to work. You'll have people that live in the city that didn't know what a good paying career was. They get free schooling. As long as that language is put in there in the PLA, it's a win-win. We appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
That was
you.
our final speaker.
All right, we'll go to questions and comments from Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. Dimitri, thank you for the staff, and Mr. Burns, thanks for coming out and speaking. Mr. Burns was talking about, with the PLAs, how you can support local hire. And you said in the staff report that it's difficult for smaller cities to support local hire through PLAs because of just the amount of population that we have. Is that correct? Or
Yes, that's one of the reasons, yes.
and then the only cities with PLAs or CWAs would be Long Beach and Los Angeles, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, I see the benefits of PLA definitely, and I'm in support of it and hiring and prevailing wages. I just don't know how it's applicable and how it would work in a smaller city like we have here. I'll listen to my colleagues. Those are my only questions right now, Dimitri. Thank you so much, and I'll pass it off to my colleagues and see what they have to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Thank you, Dimitri, for the report, and thanks, Richard, for speaking. I see you lost a few guys. It's a little late. What I really like, I've been to the Western States Carpenters training facility. I really like that. I know that on some projects we've been sometimes struggled to get a company or people to get on the job in a timely manner. Sometimes we have single bids, and I really like that they have a pool of trained workers that are ready to go. They, like you said, they're educated there through apprenticeship programs. That's, in my opinion, the best way to learn. In my almost former career as an editor, that's how I learned. sitting next to someone who's doing the craft and picking it up as I went along. The one, so I'm in favor of this. I do think that we need to have the smaller projects that are, I think need to be turned faster and, don't necessarily, it's not going to hire on a big crew. Whatever that number might be, I see that Long Beach has 750 on street projects and 750 on off-street projects and $1 million on-street projects. I know that those are actually relatively small-sized projects with those big numbers. You can let us know, Dimitri, if that sounds like it would be a good number for us to.
From experience, I recommend that this could potentially work well for projects over $1 million.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I like from these examples. And I'll listen to my other colleagues.
Great, thank you. Councilmember McMorrin.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Burns. Thank you, Director Yanni, for your staff report and for hanging on at this morning hour. Good morning. I am in favor of us moving forward with a project labor agreement for our work or things that are taking place in our community. If our director suggests over $1 million should be the threshold, I'm happy to go with that. I would recommend or would request that we do kind of, come back in a year just to see what the impacts are.
How it's working out.
Yep, to see how it's working, if we need to adjust up, down, just so we can have that accountability check and make sure that what we're doing is having the intended impact that we hope it does. Definitely want to support pipelines into the workforce, et cetera. And in terms of community workforce agreements, I don't know how we could provide language like where it's applicable or preference language. I know that some of the projects that have come before us, they do include some language like that, but it's not like it's a certain percentage that they're aiming to get, but if they don't get it, so I don't know how we might be able to thread that needle just in case we don't have a large pool of folks here in Culver.
We can work closely with the city attorney's office
Okay.
to come up with a template
Okay.
that we can use for future projects.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thank you. Thanks, Director Dimitri. Thank you, Richard and the Carpenters, for joining us. Yeah, this is great. I thank you to my colleague, I believe, Councilmember McMorrin, for bringing this to us initially. Hope I'm not forgetting that right. Thank you. And I think, like Mr. Burns said, good union jobs create better projects. And we see that when we support our unions, our city grows, our city is better for it. So I'm in favor of this. I think the $1 million threshold, if staff recommends that, makes sense to me. Just City Manager Jones, do you have any experience on this? And does the $1 million threshold for PLAs make sense to you? Or
Yeah, it
curious
makes
what your
sense to
thoughts?
me. PLAs do work. I did several of them, but I did one. Most recent one I did was IBW when I was in Detroit. I think having a journeyman's program where it's focused really helps. Here, because of the size of this city, I think I concur with the director here that I think projects above $1 million is the right strike point, and figuring out with working with labor, kind of what the right balance is. I mean, they're obviously incentivized to make sure it works as well because it helps them and it helps the city, so everybody wins. So they work, I think, they got to be focused, and it sounds like we've got the Carpenters Group has a reputation for being focused in the industry. And then I know Dimitri's been talking to me about some of the work that's got to be done. We're looking at, we're getting ready to get into our CIP planning, as I said, my previous comments. So we're going to end up having some opportunity to really explore this kind of thing, but it can be beneficial to the city.
Thank you for that. And then 2 quick questions. Does this affect on-street projects, such as some of the mobility projects we have coming up soon, if they're over $1 million, and also
I would say all
off-street?
of our projects.
All
There are
projects.
no exceptions, yes.
Okay, thank you. And then, have we ever used a PLA ever for any of our projects?
Not in Culver City.
Okay.
This will be a new thing.
Got it. And this is, I guess what's being proposed is an ordinance requiring a PLA for projects over $1 million. Is that right? That's what we're considering.
I am
tonight.
not so sure that an ordinance is required.
Or a city policy. was
City
what-
policy, it's more like a policy.
Maybe an ordinance isn't required, but I think that threshold over $1 million makes sense, just so that you can actually.
Okay. I guess maybe it's a question for the city attorney. How would that come, or how would that policy be?
That's something we'd have to look at and work on with, I don't have an answer for you tonight on how that would work.
Okay.
Staff did the research. I don't know what other cities have done in that regard. So we would need to.
We'll research it.
We would need to look at it. And we would bring back to council whatever the best vehicle is for that.
Great. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion, and thank you, Director Dimitri, for the report and the work.
Great, thank you. Culver City is going to be growing a lot, and we want the people who are helping build our city to have good wages and the chance to be able to live in the city where they're building. Union jobs actually usually end up saving money because they tend to end on or near schedule, and there's less injuries, and agreed that apprenticeships are the best way to learn. So I am on board with the $1 million coming back in a year, the template for creating the template for future projects. And do we have to, is there any more direction that's required for like local hire and underrepresented groups and apprenticeships programs?
Well, those are typically the details that the project owner, in this case it's the local government, negotiates with the labor unions.
Okay. Okay. Do you need any other direction from us?
No, thank you.
Great. Thank you. And last but not least, we'll go to A7, discussion and selection of the redevelopment proposal from the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation for city-owned property at 11029 Washington Boulevard, adoption of a resolution declaring city-owned property at 11029 Washington Boulevard as exempt surplus land pursuant to Government Code Section 54221 for the use of said property for affordable housing development, and finding the declaration exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and direction to draft an exclusive negotiating agreement with West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation to negotiate the lease for the construction of a mixed-use affordable housing project. And I will turn it over to staff.
Good morning. Mark Munzer. I am the Planning and Development Director. I'm also currently serving as the city's interim Housing and Human Services Director. And I'm joined today by current Planning Manager Emily Stadnicki. Thank you very much to Emily, who has assisted me on this project as we've taken the lead on it. We'll be very quick with our presentation, given the hour. This is obviously an image of 11029 Washington Boulevard. Briefly, the background, the council approved the purchase of this former gun store site in September of 2023. Throughout the course of 2024, they directed staff to begin a public input process, which was very robust. That continued throughout September. Once the council had that information from the public input process, in April of 2025, they directed staff to issue an RFP for the site. And then in July of 2025, council directed the Planning Commission to make a recommendation to the council, which is what we're here doing tonight. As a reminder for the council, this is a 0.27 acre parcel zoned MU1 corridor, which allows 35 units per acre at its base density. The RFP was out between May and August, late August of 2025. We received 6 proposals. 5 of them met the criteria and moved forward. Staff from the city manager's office, Planning and Development, and Housing and Human Services reviewed and scored those proposals. The respondents then presented to the Planning Commission on September 24th of 2025, and the Planning Commission agreed with the staff recommendation to move forward with the West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation proposal. Briefly, those are the scoring criteria. Those are developed based on public input and council direction. That are all of the scores for the 5 proposals that moved forward. You'll see there at the top with the most points was the development vision and design quality, as well as the inclusion of affordable housing. At the end of the day, the West Hollywood Community Housing Corp did have the top score. We did receive a number of really, frankly, quite well-done proposals. We were very excited to receive them, and there you'll see the rest of the scores. I will let the developer who's going to present after me talk more about their entity. In a nutshell, they have been around a long time, since 1986. They are not only a developer, but they manage the property, and they're also a service provider. What particularly impressed the staff, as well as the Planning Commission, was they've done 24 similar affordable housing developments in 4 different cities in Southern California. 950 plus units. I believe they have about 1,200 residents living in their facilities. They prioritized community outreach process, cooperating with staff to make sure that it's as inclusionary as possible. And they also, in terms of the staff review and the Planning Commission review, did a very good job in starting to talk about the financing of the project and ensuring a timely and high-quality completion. They are assisted by their architects, EYRC. EYRC has done projects including the Culver Steps, and some of the buildings at Ivy Station. The developer will talk more about that in their presentation. This is proposals for a 67-unit all affordable housing development. It's a mix of 1 and 2 bedroom units. It's predominantly 1 bedroom units. It's affordable, proposed to be affordable to folks that are between 30 and 80% AMI, with a preference for teachers. Obviously, there's a number of schools, including an elementary school just down the street from the site. They will provide services to residents. The project also proposes to include artist lofts on the ground floor to add to the vibrancy and the activity of the site, as well as a community arts center. I'm going to go quickly through these. Developer also has elevations. I will note, as all of you are aware, and the community is likely aware, it's a triangular wedge shaped site. This draws influence from the Culver Hotel. And here's a few other images. The site plan, what you're looking at there, the aqua, if you will, fronts the Washington Boulevard part of the site. The yellow part is the lobby area and the Community Arts Center, as well as to the rear of the site off of Huron Avenue is vehicle loading and unloading. Next steps, we're here tonight to ask for a selection by the City Council. We do need to make a finding that the project by resolution meets that we intend to file with HCD, that it qualifies as an exempt surplus land parcel owned by the city. We believe it does qualify because this proposal would be for all affordable housing. And then staff would begin the ENA, or the exclusive negotiating process, with WHCHC. Can be up to a year. I know there's a lot of interest, and the city has put a lot of time and effort into this, so we will expedite that as quickly as possible. And then we would come back to the city council with any lease or final agreement. That's our presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Let's start with questions from council, starting with Councilmember O'Brien.
Thanks. Are we also getting any kind of presentation from the team?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to that first then. Thank you.
We have slides. Okay, good morning, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Jesse Slansky. I'm the President and CEO of West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation. Thank you. And I am so excited to be here. I haven't been up past midnight, even on New Year's. As we mentioned, West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, we're a community-based nonprofit. Our mission is building homes and providing services that move people from insecurity to stability, and we've been doing it for over 40 years. We started in West Hollywood, and over the years we've grown. We now have this actually has been up, we actually have more than 1,300 residents now in 950 units in 24 properties in 4 cities. We like to pride ourselves on building buildings that are architecturally distinguished and amenity rich. And this image right here is our most recent project in Palm Springs, which you may have seen, Councilmember Brand. I don't know, it's right on Palm Canyon Drive as you head into the city. And this is a rendering, but this is what it actually looks like. It opened this summer. We have 71 units for seniors, and it's become an iconic gateway into the city of Palm Springs. With me tonight are Anu Patel, our Director of Real Estate Development, and our incredible architects, Patty Yee and Derek Levitt, which I know, I'm getting nervous, I'm sorry, from EYRC, and they're going to tell you a little bit about the actual proposal.
So I'm Patty Ree. I'm a partner at Ehrlich and Ire Cheney Architects.
And Derek Levitt, Director of Multifamily Housing at EYRC, also a Culver City resident.
So our office, as many of you know, has been located in Culver City for over 3 decades. We're a 10-minute walk from the site, and I've been here for 26 of those years. We're an award-winning design firm recognized at a national level not only for singular projects, but for our body of work over decades and for our studio's culture. Locally, I had the privilege of working on the Culver Steps, as you mentioned, Stoneview Nature Center, and Ivy Station. The Ivy Station, the office building. We have also done work at the La Bayona Elementary School and the Willow School. And all this to say that this is our neighborhood that we work, play, build, and volunteer in. Culver City is our long-term home, and we are happy to serve in and be a part of it. So, as mentioned before, on this site, we are proposing 67 affordable units, and the way we approached the site was to put the tallest mast on Washington Boulevard, where the most traffic and activity occurs. We placed the double-height lobby/art space at the corner and the artist live-work lofts on the street side, the Washington side, right next to the sidewalk. The community room and the communal terraces are also located at the Washington Huron corner with the most visibility and the best views. And you can see the community room at the top level. It's kind of a wedge shape. And then on the ground floor, it's right above the lobby and the gallery. Then the residential bar, the green rectangle, that faces north and is stepped down from the main massing. So we divided the massing up into a legible top, middle, and base to break down the scale, similar to what happens in classical buildings and also with the historic and beloved Culver Hotel, which inspired our building design. It was important to create a community-centered project that animates sidewalk activity, engages with the pedestrian activity from Millcross Coffee, Tilden Terrace, Tellefson Park, the mosque, and the future project going up where the NFL network is.
Just a quick note, as mentioned, the corner of the site is anchored by the lobby space, which also doubles as a community arts center. The art center is not just a place to display art, it's a place for the community and future residents to come together, make art, performances, meant to be a unifying space, double height space, lots of light, unifying space for this community. And I'll hand it back.
Thank you. So the next steps include executing the ENA and then starting with community outreach and then moving forward with the entitlements and zoning compliance. As soon as we do that, we can secure financing using the land as leverage. That would be the only source of finance we request from the city. And then we would secure the other financing from the state. After that, in 2028, we plan to break ground on construction, and after 2 years, the building will be operable in 2030. I want to thank you for your time. We have additional slides that can run through the pro forma if you would like, but we know it's been a long night, so wanted to open up to Q&A and happy to go through additional design concepts as well. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for being here so late. Now we'll go to questions from council with Councilmember O'Brien first.
Thank you. Thanks so much for your presentation, everyone, and to staff with all the work and all the outreach that was done for this. I like the design a lot, and I love, it's incredible how many units are in here. Two wishes I have. I mean, it's clearly there's no parking, so, and I don't think it would pencil if we put parking, underground parking on it. But it's all multifamily in that area, so I'm wondering from staff if we've thought about the impacts there. Is it possible to deed restrict and only allow people who don't have cars to live there? That's a question I have. And then with the entire project in general, I was hoping, because we got a lot of criticism for paying well above market for the property, that there would be some amount of revenue generation from it. And I would wonder if it's possible to, instead of the artist lofts on the bottom floor, I love that big open gallery space. I think that's great. But since we already have 60-plus affordable units, if we could have some retail down there to balance, we need to, with all the new people coming to town, we have to be able to pay for things, sales tax generation. So these are some questions I have, just generally speaking.
Okay. Councilmember Vera, any questions before we go to public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Those are actually the two sort of questions that I had as well. Something that, if possible, sort of like Tilden Terrace has, where they have really a mixed use incorporated with some sort of revenue generator for the city in terms of tax dollars, and then parking as well. Those are my two questions. All right. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Moran. Vice Mayor Fish.
No questions, thanks.
Great, and I don't have any other, how many public comment?
We have about 6 people signed up, but I'm fairly certain most of them are asleep by now.
Let's do a minute and a half each.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call the names for the record. We have Leah Pressman, who is not online nor in the chamber, Melissa Sanders, Emily Fisher, Benjamin Seligman is here. Okay. Kira Push and Alicia Ide. So we're going to go ahead and start with Benjamin Seligman.
Good morning. I am a Culver City homeowner. I live about a couple of blocks from where this site is. I'm sure, like many of the people who are here tonight, I have stories about how hard it is to afford housing in this city. And I'm really thrilled that we have a project that is going to help address this. I'm looking forward to meeting my new neighbors when this gets built. I think it's going to be a real boon to the community. The focus on teachers for the housing is already a tremendous public benefit. It'll hopefully help CCUSD recruitment. On top of that, the potential community art space in the lobby is also going to be a wonderful thing for the Clarkdale neighborhood, where we're already kind of removed from a lot of the activity in downtown Culver City. I'm sure someone will complain about height. Height is nothing to worry about. As many of you already pointed out, we have a number of multi-story buildings in this part of Culver City, including Tilden Terrace, the mosque, the Westmont, Terrazza. This building will fit in perfectly nicely with what we already have in our part of Culver City. I wasn't expecting parking to come up as an issue. We're really well serviced by the Culver City bus, with the number 1 and the number 6 being pretty darn close by. And if these are going to be teachers, especially in our school district, La Bayona is right there. And you can easily bike if we put in safer infrastructure, although I do bike to these places, to the tri-school area and a number of the other schools in Culver City. So I don't necessarily know that parking is going to be such a big issue, given part of the target demographic and just the general part of Culver City that it's located in. So I hope the City Council seriously considers this proposal and gives it its support. I was really excited about it at the Planning Commission meeting last year, and I'm excited to see it get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicia Ide.
Hello. Hello to all of you. I'm here representing the Culver Arts Foundation. We have spoken about this proposal. We're cautiously supportive. Certainly the project is the best for the group. But we do have some reservations, such as that in regards to the artist lofts, which sound like a good idea, but whether combined live and work studio space is what artists in our community actually need, as opposed to one or the other, we're not sure. Similarly, we are unsure that the open lobby space would really be the most effective exhibition or art-making space and what the city actually needs at this moment. We hope that the project managers and the architects would reach out to the foundation and to the city's artists before making final facility decisions. But lastly, and most importantly, we want to avoid what happened across the street, where the developer's vision was financially unrealistic, and they would come back for an alteration, removing the arts elements altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Great, thank you. Councilmember O'Brien.
Yeah, I just, this is a project, that fits into our plan to provide affordable housing, and it's 100% affordable. Love it. It's all multifamily housing there. My question with the parking issue is it possible to, I'm guessing it's not, but to, restrict vehicle ownership to have the housing there? I mean, there's 60, maybe it will only attract people who don't have cars, but I don't know. And with all of that being multifamily in there, and I've talked to people who live over there who say that they do struggle with parking because people have more cars than they did back when these were built, these multifamily complexes. So that's a question. And then I think the ground floor stuff, the questions and comments that Alicia brought up, I didn't realize Tilden Terrace had an art component that was dropped later on. But yeah, I think we should have clearly performance requirements. Yeah, so.
Councilmember, thank you for the comments. Likely not in terms of a restriction. In terms of vehicle ownership, the applicant, of course, can respond as to their thoughts on it. As a reminder, we did just very recently rezone the entire city, but certainly this corridor too, in a reflection of the transit in terms of bus that is located along there, with the thought that, as we started to see these types of proposals that, folks that didn't rely on cars or didn't have cars would be drawn to them, and that this is part of that beginning of that process is what I would say. So we're happy to look into it, though. In terms of your question on the commercial spaces, again, would want to hear, if the developer has any thoughts on it. There is, it's called ancillary commercial ground floor uses that are still allowed under the exempt surplus land resolution. We would just have to make sure that whatever the square footage was, if part of this was converted to commercial, met that definition.
Thank you.
I just want to address the question about the parking. Excuse me. So in general, our affordable properties have much lower rates of car ownership and parking utilization than a comparable market rate project would have. On average, throughout our portfolio, we're at about a half a space to one. That being said, the demand for our housing significantly exceeds the supply. And if we market the housing as car-free housing, as a transit-oriented development for households without cars, we can institute a preference, not a requirement, and I don't know the legality of any sort of deed restriction, but there's nothing exclusionary or discriminatory. It's not a protected class, whether or not you own a car. It's not a personal characteristic. It's just a lifestyle choice. And the people who don't have cars can just float up in the lottery so that we can match the housing to the people who want this type of housing. Because the site configuration, our architects can go into the technical details. You can fit parking, of course, but it's incredibly inefficient. And to get a meaningful number of spaces that would be actually useful for either the residents or whatever commercial will be built would be incredibly expensive. And so we're trying to prioritize people over cars. And that's our philosophy.
Thank you. And the question regarding...
Oh, the commercial space.
Yeah.
We view ourselves as your partner. So whatever the direction you impart is the direction that we will take to investigate for the ground floor uses.
But it doesn't require some massive redesign to...
It doesn't require massive redesign. We'd have to confer with planning to see what is permissible under the zoning code. But like I said, we view ourselves as your partner. So what you want to see is what we want to build.
Thank you.
The retail would likely be permissible.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again for your presentations. You was talking about retail would be permissible if retail is part of something that council is interested in, then would some sort of parking have to be available also for that to make sense?
I'd have to defer to the city staff. I don't know what your requirements are for retail.
No. Okay.
No parking would be required.
Cool. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. No other questions, Mayor, from me. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember McMorrin.
So sorry, there's just one thing to add. If it's live-work units, and it would be both, it would be for artists to live and have their studios, both, not or, we can finance that through our affordable housing sources. If we are building exclusively retail, that we'd have to revisit the pro forma. I'm not asking for any money. I'm just saying that the state's money and the sources that are typically available to an affordable housing development also include the artist lofts. They would not include a retail component. So that's just one of the considerations that we were factoring into the design.
Councilmember McMorrin.
Just want to articulate further on that. Part of our vision was to activate the street, and, you know, the challenge with having commercial, you often see it vacant, but this gives you a way for artists to live there, but also to earn income. And if you do implement art walks in that area, you can have that particular location be part of an active node that, you know, can flow throughout Culver City.
Thank you.
All right. In the interest of time, I want to give thanks to those initial parents who did the advocacy for us to purchase this land. I'm grateful for the visioning and the imagining of a safer and a more inclusive Culver City. So I'm grateful for the vision and the action of those parents. I'm grateful that our council responded to that call. I'm grateful for to staff and for our very robust engagement process and community input process. And I'm very proud that we are here with a very cool rendering that we all had the opportunity to take a look at and peruse. So deeply grateful for the work that has brought us to this point. I'm excited that this is a project that is living out a lot of the cool new things that we've been trying to do. I like that it doesn't have parking. I like that it is on a transit corridor. We're building out the infrastructure to support folks living in our community without cars, which is more sustainable, which is a value of our community. I'm grateful for the arts focus, and I'm excited to see, how that space is going to be activated and the neighbors that we will welcome in from all walks of life, and especially our educators, and having that cross-pollination again with CCUSD, and that's already come up tonight, and here it is again. But I'm just grateful for the hard work. I mean, people said that this could not be an attractive corridor or a corner for a project such as this, and I'm just really proud and grateful for the moment. So thank you for all of the hard work, and I'm excited to see it. Can't wait for the ribbon cutting, whenever that's going to be. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Fish.
Thanks, Mayor, and I echo the excitement. West Hollywood Community Housing Corporation, thank you for all the work that has gone into this. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Emily and Mark. The fact that we're going to be trading a gun store, one of the most prolific, I think it was the most prolific gun store in LA County, for 67 affordable homes for low-income people is so exciting and just says everything about who Culver City is and what we value. So this is, like my colleague said, such a proud moment. I want to give thanks to my colleagues on this. Not only, yes, the advocates, absolutely, who came out and said, we want to purchase this gun store. It's 878 feet away from an elementary school. This is dangerous. We don't want it here. And then my colleagues on this dais, everyone but me, I believe, who voted for to purchase that gun store. And then I also want to give my thanks to Bike Culver City and former Mayor Alex Fish, former Mayor Daniel Lee, and Councilmember McMorrin for abolishing parking minimums in 2022, and Assemblymember, now Congresswoman Laura Friedman, who abolished parking minimums near transit. Without those decisions, a project like this wouldn't even be possible to build. It wouldn't be legal. And now it's going to have 67 affordable homes. I think these types of projects are the future. It's on a major transit corridor with, hopefully, fingers crossed soon, a brand new Sepulveda Connects project, making it easier than ever to take transit, bike, walk to school, work, what have you. And it's incredibly exciting. You know, I think we're on this, in this council, we're continuing to greenlight really important affordable housing projects, de-restricted housing projects. We're doing everything we can to meet our RETA numbers, and this project is a huge step in the right direction. So I just have one question for staff, and that is, when we gave direction on this, I think beginning of last year maybe, I remember us giving direction that was basically, if a project needed more density for whatever reason, we were open to changing zoning to accommodate it. And that was like something that I think staff said we'd communicate to the developers. So I guess the question is, did anyone take us up on that? And is there a desire or an opportunity, or would it be more competitive potentially for the state funding that West Hollywood Community Corporation is hoping to secure? Is the addition of more units, would that potentially be more competitive for that funding in any way?
No, we would, I mean, we would typically, I should let Anoop talk about the details of the financing, but typically we use low-income housing tax credits as the backbone of the project, and then we have gap financing from the state and the county. But the more units, it's always a better project. It's the economies of scale, and then overall the cost per unit goes down. Bigger is better, and then the need, as you know, is so overwhelming that to have the housing is great, but I will pass it to my colleague.
So if you had to do retail, you would have to do some taxable components of it.
You're saying how would we finance the retail? Is that the question? Sorry, the question from the city manager was how would we finance the retail, and I'd have to look into it. I don't have an answer for you right now. I'm sorry.
I mean, you could build the shell with, the private equity you get from tax credits. And then all the tenant improvements would be done by the actual tenants. The current proposal does have about 3,000 square feet for the exhibition space, which would be tax revenue. We propose below market rates for that space so that we could get local art dealer to operate that space. In addition to having more density, you get lower cost per unit because of all the fixed costs associated with the project, including, the $6.5 million for the land. And so you're more competitive with your peers who are also competing for those state dollars as well. And then from private investors, they see it's the same amount of work for them to underwrite a 40-unit versus a 100-unit project. And so they're more likely to give you better pricing and higher demand for the higher unit project. It also allows us to have more income flexibility. So you can have more units at the lower end and offset that income with units at 80% AMI. And so you have a larger diversity of population within that housing complex itself as well.
One question, I'm assuming I'm sorry, I'm assuming you're targeting 9% credits?
4% typically.
4%, okay.
Because usually the ceiling for 9% is $2.5 million. And so typically construction projects, especially for affordable housing, are much higher. And so you tap out at 9% around 50 units. And so anything higher, you usually want to use 4%.
And Vice Mayor, from a zoning land use standpoint, the project takes advantage of density bonuses that greatly exceed what the base density is for the site, so.
The base is 35?
Correct.
Okay, so it goes, okay. Great, well, I'll just share, given where we are with our arena numbers, given, how important this project is, if it were the situation you're describing where, the funding is sort of there regardless of the size, or it's sort of agnostic. It's, I'm open to even more units, but and that was the direction I think from council when we originally were talking about this. So, and then I'll also share, I'm sure y'all have heard, but Culver City became the first city in the state to legalize single-stair residential buildings up to 6 stories. So this is 7, so I don't think that's applicable. But anyways, just want to share that there's, I'm not here to delay anything, or the rendering looks amazing. So just wanted to give that as like, if there are any opportunities where you feel that the project would benefit for more units, benefit from more units, that's something personally I'm open to, and it sounds like at least last time we spoke, the council was open to as well. Thank you. And thanks again for all the hard work on this. I'm tremendously excited about it.
Great, thank you. This is a very exciting moment. It's exciting to watch the transformation of the space, and thank you for your imagination and creativity. Yeah, I think we're ready to go on this, but we want to look into commercial space to see how that would pencil out, how it would work. I think that's the only.
They said that they could prioritize but not deed restrict no people with, or maybe?
I don't know whether you could or could not deed restrict. I know you can have a preference.
Have a preference. Could we require, I mean, that.
We can look into whether you can do that or not. Off the top of my head, I don't know. A lot of what, and I'm forgetting his name, I apologize, it was saying about not being a protected class and things like that ring true to me, but we would definitely need to look into that.
I mean, that fits into our goals,
You
right?
can include, if you'd like, Councilmember O'Brien, if you want to include in your
We can explore
motion to explore it, we can do that.
I'd like to know.
I appreciate the intent of that, and I completely understand where you're coming from, Councilmember. I mean, I personally feel that folks that will be attracted to this project, if they have to park 2 cars on the street all the time, will probably not go for it. But I appreciate the intent. It might be causing maybe more process than necessary, or might not punish, but deprioritize someone who needs the housing. That's just my only concern with it. But again, I appreciate the intent of where you're going with it.
Here to explore it, so we know.
Sure.
I'm sorry, what are we exploring?
Whether we can either restrict or prioritize the units for people who do not have cars.
Yeah, we would need to take that piece separate for me. Because, I'm not in support of restricting just for folks who don't have a car, or exploring if we could restrict the project to folks who don't have a car. There are plenty of people who live in dense places that have cars that figure it out. We as a city could find ways to support them. It just feels like not a good use of staff time. So I wouldn't be in favor of that. So if we are exploring that, I would like that vote taken separately. Thanks.
I would just counter-argue that basically every other housing unit in Culver City does not have that restriction, and including current and future affordable units.
Yeah, I was there when we abolished parking minimums. I think it's a good thing. So I'm excited.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else from us? Great. Thank you.
You need a motion.
Oh. You need something. Do we have a motion and a second on the table?
We have a motion from Councilmember McMoore and a second from Councilmember Vera. Is it for all 3 parts to select the Planning Commission recommended redevelopment proposal?
Yes.
And to adopt a resolution declaring the city-owned property as exempt surplus land?
Yes.
And directing staff to draft an exclusive negotiating agreement as per the staff report.
That sounds like what
Excellent.
I would like. Thanks.
Thank you. Please vote. Councilmember O'Brien?
I did.
Do you want to do a voice vote? Ah, there it is. This passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
How are you?
All right. Are there any public comment on items on the agenda?
We had one speaker signed up, Kareem Sally, but I do not see him in the chamber or online.
Okay. Are there any items from members? Councilmember McMorrin? Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I would like for us, hopefully in our next meeting or as soon as practicable with staff and the city clerk balance in terms of things that are coming back. But I would like for us to reconsider the makeup of our Olympics committee in our next meeting, our subcommittee meetings.
Am I waiting for consensus?
What was the request again?
To have a conversation about the makeup of our Olympics-related subcommittee members.
Sure.
I see consensus from the mayor and vice mayor and Councilmember McMorrin. Thank you.
I'd also like for us to have a discussion on the contract for additional security and what is it called? The monitoring, the machine you walk through, like the airport. I find it, the timing of the implementation of that contract was interesting for a number of reasons, but the discontinuity in terms of whether they're at standing meetings or subcommittee meetings, but we're all open to the public. I think it's just performance, safety, and I think it's an opportunity for us to save a little money. So I'd like to discuss the utility of that contract and other ways we might use those dollars.
I have nodding heads from Mayor Puza and Vice Mayor Fish.
That's it for me. Thanks.
That's consensus.
Councilmember O'Brien.
Yeah, Mayor, in addition to your adjournment, I'd like to see if we get nodding heads to adjourn as well for the mother of Daryl Memphy, who passed away on the 19th. Her name is Carol Wells. If we could, yeah, thank you.
All right. Vice Mayor Fish?
Yes, I have two agenda items to request. They're both pieces of legislation, state legislation, that I'd like to consider potentially endorsing. And this might be for the city manager's context, but if this does happen to align with our legislative platform, I don't know, have we passed that for this year yet? Okay. So if this does happen to align with our, active legislative platform, it doesn't have to come back. But the first is our Assembly member, Isaac Bryan, has introduced a bill to prevent police officers from having secondary employment with ICE. So, moonlighting with ICE essentially, which is apparently one way that ICE officers are hired is through other folks moonlighting with that agency. So this would ban police officers from having a second job with ICE. It's AB 1537. And so I'd love to get consensus or nodding heads to agendize that. Okay, great. Thank you. And then the second is Scott Wiener's bill, SB 747, co-authored by Assemblymember Mark Gonzalez. There's many, many co-authors on this one, Caballero, Cortese, Wahab, but it's a bill to expand the ability for folks to sue in the event of police brutality at all levels, including immigration enforcement, in the event they've been victims of police brutality. And given what we're seeing on a national level, but also, instances of police brutality at protests and other things we've seen regionally, I think it would be an important one to support, and that's SB 747 by Scott Wiener.
Do we have consensus?
And our assembly member is a co-author. Sorry, I just saw that.
I see consensus from council members McMorrin, the mayor, vice mayor.
Thanks, Mayor. That's it. And when you're ready, I'll join my colleague in adjourning.
Great. Can I get nodding heads there for a conversation about Betts Auditorium? This is very minor, but important. Right now, the names on the rooms are different sister cities, and so there was a request to just make one international room and then have all the cities within that one room to deal, and we're running out of spaces for the different rooms and names on them.
I see nodding heads from Councilmember O'Brien, Mayor, Councilmember McMorrin, Councilmember Fish, Vice Mayor Fish. Okay.
And then the second is just, there's requests to start some sort of thrift shop in Culver City, and the organizer is looking for space, like property, possibly temporarily using the former gun store site, or some kind of property to do that. The funds would be turned over to either the schools or to some program within the city.
Specifically the gun store?
That's just one option, but some property on city property. Doesn't have to be that site.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing nodding heads. Yes, 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 yes. We have 4 nodding heads. Huh?
And then we
Nodding
can go.
heads by all except for Councilmember Vera.
And then we'll start the adjournment with Vice Mayor Fish and then Councilmember Rivera.
Great, thank you so much, Mayor. I will just read a short blurb about Wendy Ray Fish, who is the mother of Alex Fish, who passed away. She was the daughter of a Maine master sergeant who lived in many places but chose to settle and build her life in Camarillo, California. A lover of the outdoors and animals, she was the master horse wrangler at Calamigos, where she met her husband of 53 years. Against all odds, she survived ovarian cancer at a young age and devoted what she often referred to as her, quote, borrowed time in service to those around her. She received her bachelor's degree in English from UCSB and her master's in social work from USC, and spent over 3 decades in public service as a social worker for Ventura County, during which she served as an administrator and authored legislation to protect and aid seniors, drawing specific attention to elder abuse. She instilled her strong commitment to justice and her desire for governmental solutions in those around her, especially her son, former Mayor Alex Fish. Wendy passed away on January 22nd, 2026, and is survived by her devoted husband and best friend, Alan, her son, Alex, and his wife, Julie, and her grandchildren, Serena and Henry. Her sharp intellect and deeply observant wit will be missed by all who knew her. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you. I don't have a description. All I know is Daryl reached out to me and asked if we can adjourn in honor of his mother, who passed away on the 19th, Carol Wells.
Great. Thank you. Would you like to make the motion in second?
Happy to, thank you. Lost my place here for a second, but there it is.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor Fish, second by Councilmember Vera, to adjourn in memory of the two above-mentioned individuals. Please vote. And while you're voting, the time is 1:26 or 1:36? Let's say 20? That motion is approved unanimously. Good night, everybody.
Good night.